going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Uh, I'm trying to see if my apologies for being late. My youngest son has got a migraine. He's not feeling too hot, so pardon me. Gotta do mommy duties at the same time. Make sure he's okay. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We got a watch party to get to for our Candace Owens marathon, and I'm trying to see what is going on with my headphones. Okay, hold on 1 second. Y'all bear with me. All right. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. Um, Trying to get my headphones back. There we go. So hit the four of y'all can hear me well. So I am multitasking right now. Let's see here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you all. We're gonna get into this. Shout out to all the mods and the supporters and everyone. We got a couple videos to go through. I'm gonna kick this off with Milk Bar as always because he is awesome sauce and we love him. Make sure you guys go and show your love and support for Milk Bar TV. I'll drop the video link in the chat. Of course, Candace is always making claims about her.
Careful, Joan Rivers got killed for exposing Michelle.
The threat of her life. And then lie about having some assassination attempt. She can't prove. Because where those transactions from Club Descent? We're still waiting on them. Still waiting on them, you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you all. Happy Sunday. Shout out to y'all. See your for up in here. New members, all of that. Y'all see the thumbnails. I told you all we're going to use those thumbnails. Shout out to you, Juju. Shari, how you doing, honey? Y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button. Make sure you guys are hyping these videos at the conclusion of the live streams. What's going on, Jackie? How you doing? Shout out to all the mods. I appreciate you all so much. Please make sure you are hyping the videos and hitting the like button. I appreciate it. We have so many fantastic thumbnails from all of you all. What's going on, Mindy? Back with us again. Y'all, we had our Scientology Sunday. You got these Scientology cult members out here murdering people. You can't make this stuff up. What's going on, Mackenzie? What's going on with Steven? Fax me. What's happened? Oh my God. Do I have to? Oh, yeah. I got to multitask with my son. He's not feeling well right now. What the heck? So here's the thing with the letter. I don't know what's the deal with that. I didn't see comments. Maybe I missed them from Shady Lady. I saw the one comment where she popped in and showed support and said something about the letter. I said flat out, I don't think he forged that. I don't think Fax Me forged it. I think he was sent that and didn't realize that it was a scam or a phishing scam because we get those types of correspondence all the time. You got scammers trying every way possible to hack and get information, or to get you to send them money. It comes in a myriad of ways, right? I don't think he created that. I just think he, was sent a phishing scam and he needs to change his passwords and stuff. That's nothing to be embarrassed about. It happens. People get scammed all the time. That's why scammers are out here doing it, because they actually do scam people. But luckily, he didn't have to lose any money. So all he needs to do is just change his email password and probably just get a new email address. And, safeguard any and every email that comes to him. If you don't trust it, hover over the email address. You don't trust it, don't open it. I don't think he's forged that letter. I'm not gonna say that because I know those phishing scams are just common and they are always sent out, especially if you're a content creator and you're drumming up enough, buzz online, you're gonna see those. Fortunately, those types of emails for me go to my spam folder. I have like a higher level security protection that I put on so that I don't get stuff like that sent to my direct inbox. So what goes to my sometimes you all's emails go to my spam, but I'd rather go to my spam and see it there and pull it into my inbox than for everything to come to my inbox and then something like that is sent to me and it might look legitimate and then it ends up being a scam. But I think that's all it was. I think he just got scammed. It's nothing. He shouldn't be embarrassed by that. I just want him to be safe. Um, I watched his video earlier, not the live stream, and at the end he said that Gary counseled on him. What? Oh no. How you doing, Texas mother? What's going on? Oh, y'all. Poetry Princess back with us. Yeah, my son is not feeling too happy right now. What's going on, Realtor? How you doing? Good to see all of you all. Hit that like button. He did it. Oh, Lord have mercy. She made a lot of accusations on X and Steven was getting attacks and lost subs. He was to do a live with Gary and Gary counseled him. Why? I wouldn't, that's not, no, I wouldn't cancel on him. Thank you, Gwendolyn. How you doing? Oh, man. I wouldn't cancel. I just think he needs to get a new email. That's it. Steven did a video and he said he got an email. Did he cancel it? Just are they rescheduling? Maybe they just rescheduled it. I hope your son feels better. Yeah, we're getting them better. That's why I said I'm gonna have to, y'all mom being a mom that it's a never ending job. Okay, you gotta be mom while you're working. It happens, but we're gonna make sure he's okay. Gonna make sure he's okay. No canceled. Okay. What the hell? This can't be real. Are you for real? You can't be for real. Where you see it at? Where y'all see this at? Candace over there Russia being an idiot. Oh my god. Where you all are you okay, son? Y'all hold on 1 second for me. Okay, y'all. Sorry about that. Just trying to make sure he's okay. He's laying down. Oh Lord have mercy. Fax me he did a live on it. Oh Jesus Christ. I just hate that I just feel like somebody's hold on. He did a live today. I think he just got scammed. It's not. I mean, it's not his fault. I hope he doesn't feel like,
and my grandson just work going to be actually going to try to take today off.
It sucks. We were over there and I enjoyed the time I had over there with Fax Me.
I was actually going to try to take today off. Some of you may have seen, I've got a lot going on with my family and my grandson, and of course that is always going to be priority one. But there's some things I want to say today. Hey, my friends, it's Steven here from Fax Me, and I was actually going to try to take today off just from Fax Me and just work here at the store and collect my thoughts on everything. As some of you may have seen, I've got a lot going on with my family and my grandson, and of course that is always going to be priority one. But there's some things I want to say today.
I wanted to,
and I don't want to come across the wrong way, but I try to be personable with you guys. I try to let you all get to know me as a person and not just some guy you just show up to the show and I'm reading from a teleprompter and I'm stale and just cookie cutter reporting, commentary, whatever you want to call it. But I wanted to talk about this while I was a little frustrated because I'm going to leave X. I didn't really care for X to begin with. I was never much into X or Twitter. And this is just my personal opinion, guys. I have nothing against people who are on that platform, or what they do on that platform, whatever, to each their own. A lot of people, they've got to have a platform everywhere, and that's fine. And I was trying to do the same thing. A lot of people said, hey, you should really be on X, for one reason or another. So I gave it a shot, and there's a lot of good people on there. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just out of all of the platforms, my experience, and I'm only talking about my experience. Your experiences may be different. But out of all the platforms, X to me is a cesspool, an absolute cesspool of just people being angry and antagonizing and just drama filled. And, I've never one time lied. You can Google that. You can grok it. You can chat GPT it, whatever. You will not find a documented lie from Fax Me. But what I'm dealing with now on X is just honestly, guys, and I'm not saying this as a slam to them, okay? Because the last thing I want is more drama. I hate drama. So I'm making some announcements today. There's one individual on there that was questioning the cease and desist I got. Why? I don't know. I don't care. I just don't understand people. Steven says he got a cease and desist. He showed it to us redacted. He told us about it. Some of you are saying I insinuated it was this person or I insinuated it was that person. A lot of people making comments I can tell don't really watch me a lot. Yes, I cover Candace a lot. Okay, I cover Candace a lot. But I also cover Stu Peters and Baron Coleman and MTG and Gavin Newsom. And I mean, there's lots of people I cover. It's just you guys, my audience, show up for the Candace stuff. So that tells me that's what you want. So, of course, I'm covering her more. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather not. I don't like Candace. I don't trust Candace. I've proven so many of her theories wrong, and it's not about being questioned. It's being accused. Folks on X are saying that I embellish. Well, maybe I do. I don't know. I don't lie.
No, I don't think he's in bed. I just sent him a message over on X. I'm gonna leave him a comment in real time. Um, it is not your fault. Please change your passwords. Yeah, because I can't. I don't. We don't go out to try to attack people's platforms to discredit them. That letter, albeit read fraudulent, and in my opinion, just based on the analysis and what I know, a real cease and desist letter should portray and have outlined and detailed. That letter is a scam, but it doesn't mean he made it up. He didn't create the fraudulent letter. I don't believe for one bit this is some hoax that he's putting out there. I just believe he got caught up in a phishing scam and was sent a fraudulent letter. That's simple. So be careful when you're saying or accusing someone of concocting something like this that can end up, destroying their credibility. Who would want to sit around of all the times that he could have talked about anything related to a cease and desist? Who would want to sit down and say, I received a cease and desist letter where someone is trying to threaten to take me to court, and then they make this whole thing up when he can talk about anything else? He's never talked about a cease and desist before. This isn't something people want to make up. People don't want to admit that they were scammed either because it sucks, right? But the letter is fraudulent. He did not create the fraudulent letter. The letter was emailed to him, and the letter is fraudulent. There is no way I could look at that letter and say that came from an actual real attorney, and that Steven should be, afraid or worried about a lawsuit. No way. Those letters get sent out to content creators all the time. I mean, for me to have the platform I have, I get them often. Y'all saw an example of an email that I get where it goes straight to my spam, where you get these weirdo scammers out here sending emails with the audacity to ask me who told me I should use something with copyrighted. Child, you see how the email looked. I showed an example of that because I want you all to see that we as content creators, we do get those phishing scams in those emails. We get that. I get that all the time. Maybe he was not aware that that was a part of a phishing scam, but I get them often. Sometimes they send over a DocuSign for you to click on it and then to try to sign, knowing it's going to open up another page and take you to some website where it could be downloading a virus or capture your information. All of those things, they're creative and they think outside the box with these phishing scams. I've gotten that at least 3 times in the last month. These scammers think of any and every way possible to try to get you to click on a link or to go to some website somewhere, put your information in, and to take your information, to steal your identity, to get you to pay up something, download viruses and take over your devices. That's how they do it. That's how they operate. But not for 1 second do I believe that Stephen made that whole thing up. And if you don't have any evidence of that, people don't want to be taken advantage of and scammed. You don't have any evidence that he created it. Why would you accuse him of that? Why would anyone find it easier to accuse him of doing this, as opposed to seeing that this could just be a phishing scam? And he just unfortunately was a target of it. I honestly just, man, this sucks. I hate that for him, because I think he's a fantastic content creator. I certainly enjoyed, we've only collabed with him once and look forward to doing it again. And I just want him to know that this is something that's all too common. When I say I've gotten emails with links to a DocuSign where these scammers actually want me to electronically sign something. Like, hell no. But see, that's the thing. I understand what these scams look like and know how to avoid them. And it's a matter of just education and showing people these scams, these phishing scams come in various forms, in various formats. Don't fall victim to it. Be educated. Know what they look like, how they sound, how they read off. Look for the grammatical errors, the bullshit email addresses where it's just vague and ambiguous. You know, if you read it and you just read the tone of it, it's definitely unprofessional. The audacity of a scammer questioning me about something copyrighted, but can tell me the name of the song or video or nothing. The lack of evidence in that letter, it was a fraudulent letter, but he did not create it. Stephen did not create that letter. He was sent that letter via email, and I get them often, so I can say that. No one wants to make that bullshit up. And I think that's a horrible accusation to throw out against someone when I can attest to getting emails like that from scammers all the damn time. We got to calm down on this and stop attacking other people. Don't go and attacking him knowing it's going to affect his platform. Don't do bullshit like that. It's crazy that's the attack here. No. I'm sure he would rather not be scammed. The hell going on? I don't like stuff like that because it's messy for no damn reason. I have to fuss a little bit on this Sunday. Can't make this up. No one should be accusing him of drafting that scam fraudulent letter. He received it because I get those emails. And that's why I showed an example of the type of email, one of the types of emails that I get, where they sit here and talk about, oh, you're copyright infringing and blah, blah, blah. Stop, please. You know what I do? I delete them. They go to my spam, I delete them. The scammers can kiss my ass and kick rocks. No one wants to make stuff like that up. I just want people to be educated on what to look for. And that letter was absolutely fraudulent. But Stephen did not create that letter. A scammer sent that to him on some bullshit. Probably a crackhead. Who knows? Can't make this up. Don't accuse Stephen of doing that. That's terrible, man. We don't do that. Oh, child. So I've said it. There it is. You get mad at me to Kingdom Come. I'm going to tell it like it is and be very direct and blunt and straightforward with it. I don't wish a desire for anyone to have their platform or their accounts or anything tainted or destroyed or their credibility to take a hit because they got caught up in he was the target of a phishing scam. What the hell? If you all saw some of the phishing scam emails that I get, you can't make this up. I'm so glad he responded back. He said, okay, he changed his passwords and stuff. And changed all his passwords. Thanks for looking out. Absolutely. That's all. That's it. He got a phishing scam. He didn't create that. What in the world, man? Come on. The brain power, you have to lose so many brain cells to create that dumb letter. That's something Candace would do. Child, please. I said it. Only Candace and her ilk will come up with some bullshit like that and send that to somebody trying to be threatening and intimidating. Well, her alien ass. That letter reads like Candace's inner thoughts. And now this heifer is over there in Russia. Why you got people trying to blame Fax Me, Stephen, for creating some BS letter that sound like it came from the brain cells of Candace Owens? Are you kidding? Let's not be insulting with it. You can't make this up. Child, ugh. I have to fuss sometimes like that because, and I hate to have to do this, but I have to. It must be done because he should not be sitting here talking about, I'm thinking about shutting down a whole account over there on X. X is X. I mean, it is what it is. That's why I say what I want to say over there too. I call Candace a dumb heifer on YouTube, X, Instagram, wherever else, because I'm not going to change. Candace is a heifer. She's a dumb alien. Candace, how did George get that black eye? She reads my comments. But I'm not going to sit here and fake the funk. I ain't kissing her ass. She does not pay my bills. She's still stalking someone committing a felony. And her cult members can kick rocks. I don't give a fuck how they feel. I'm going in, excuse the language. I don't care how her cult members feel. But no one would want to concoct some letter like that and then say, hey, I'm going to put my credibility on the line and then claim that someone sent me this. And then he turns around and has to be subjected to someone accusing him of creating it. Child, please. He could have did anything else with his time. Don't do that to Fax Me. Don't do that to anybody. This is not a competition. There's enough content out here on Candace for everybody to be able to talk about her, keep their foot on her neck, and hold her accountable. And we can all do it in our own creative way. That is what makes us all beautifully unique. And we bless God for that. This Sunday morning, I got to go in. That's how a dumb accusation to sit here and accuse Stephen of creating that letter. He didn't create that. Those phishing scams exist. They are real. You got her cult members, her bots out here doing dumb things. I mean, how do we know the cult members didn't send that to him? That could have came from one of her little cult members. They all mad because the photo he did of the satire of the Time magazine, based on a photo she took for a lawsuit, was used against her and she didn't like it. And now her and her cult members are bigly mad, like we care. This girl can admit to a felony and they don't have a problem with that. But we put up a satire comedy photo of her on a Time cover magazine, which it probably should be. Vile Person of the Year. And that goes viral. Now all of a sudden he's making up fake letters. Get out of here. What we doing? What we doing? This is what the cult wants. And I, for one, will not be giving the candy ass cult members what they want. And that's for us to be going at each other, attacking each other's credibility and each other's platforms. I refuse to do it. You and the devil are a liar if you think I'm going to aid in that type of behavior. It is not necessary. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's a waste of time. He should be comfortable with having an X account, knowing what it is. Yeah, it is a cesspool of degenerates over there. But I've met a lot of great people over there too. And that's part of it. You don't let the cult members win. Why are we letting a cult overrun our platforms? You kidding me? And they come for me, I tell them exactly how I feel about it and clap back. And I don't spare them anything. You know how many times I call John Mappin a simp over there? He's a simp. John Mappin is a simp. And I'm going to keep calling him that with his clown ass. Dude, you worship something that came out of a volcano. Kick rocks. Dumbass cult member. Don't even live in the U.S. When you going to take Candace back and tell her to return back to her home planet? Leave the hell alone. Think I'm going to sit here and care about what a simp thinks? No. You don't pay my bills. Candy asked us somebody I'm getting paid $7,000. Where's the money? What do you mean? No, it's so crazy. Who child? I hope he does not leave because of that. Man, this is crazy. This is what the cult members want. They want people to be fighting and going at each other because we're keeping our foots on Candace's neck, and I'm not giving them the satisfaction. So whoever this girl is trying to drum up this nonsense might need to calm the hell down. Calm down, girl. Calm all the way down. Don't accuse him of doing that. I told her yesterday when she left the comment, and I appreciate the super chat, but I said to Shady Lady, I will not go so far as to say that he created that. I don't think, no. I get them phishing scam emails all the time. And I showed an example of it. I've gotten ones where they want me to open up a DocuSign link. Chabu. These scammers are getting creative and bold. And it's not hard to believe that he could have been sent something as a part of a phishing scam. But no, don't accuse him. He didn't make that letter up. So I'm glad he changed his passwords because the goal should be we want him to be safe and protected. Candy asses are trying to find any and every way possible to get information out of people, to dox people, thinking that's just going to stop people from talking about Candace. The hell it will? No. Because then what you're going to end up doing is pissing people off to where it's like, okay, you done put me out here and now I have nothing to lose. So I'm really going to go hammer time on her. That will stop nothing. You're just going to rile people up to do it even the more. And they will have nothing to lose. And they're still going to sue her dumb ass. And don't think that YouTube or X will not uncover who's behind these profiles. Oh, yeah, no. You can get a court order and get this done. That NordVPN will only get you so far. The lady got doxxed yesterday on X. I sent her the link to file a claim with the FBI because that is a cybercrime. Doxing is illegal. It's a cybercrime. So if that ever happens, make sure you file a complaint with the FBI. Matter of fact, I'll show you all. I'm going to send you all the link. Because you got people out here, boy, they full of it. And nobody should be subjected to that. They're doxing people because they want people to stop talking about Candace. Candace don't own the damn internet. Candace, you can kiss my ass, girl. You don't own nothing. Your cult members are stupid. Why you didn't take them with you to Russia? All the cult members can go to Russia. And now come back. We don't give a damn about them. They can throw a tantrum until kingdom come. Project Constitution out here doxing people. Sue his ass. Sue the hell out of him. Can't make this up. But Stephen did not make up that letter. Let me get y'all the website. Because once again, it's about being empowered here. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Because they're getting bold. These scammers getting bold. She got her dumbass bots and her cult members doing her bidding. Child, please. Anything happens, you all make sure you file a complaint to the FBI. Here's the link, www.ic3.gov. And name all their asses in it. Because, those little cowards are going to run away the moment they see, oh, crap, there's some real consequence coming my way. Candace can keep getting sued. I mean, there's nothing to lose with that. Whether she's got all the money to pay it out or not, irrelevant. I don't really care if Project Constitution is broke as hell or not. You go out here and dox somebody, you should be sued and be under investigation. You're going to learn. Because great journalists don't have to dox people. Throughout history, ever since you've had members of the free press reporting information to the public, it is never necessary to just go dox random people because they're saying things you don't like. But in the event that happens, we have laws for a reason. We have a court of law. We have whole agencies that will investigate that bullshit. Because at the end of the day, you do deserve the right to live in peace. You deserve the right to exercise your free speech. If you are a member of the press, to report on information without having to look over your shoulders or worry about if somebody is putting out your address, making you a target. In Project Constitution, fat fuckers can sit here and kick rocks. Doxing people is not going to get anything but a lawsuit and now a complaint to the feds. Enjoy that federal investigation, Project Constitution, you stupid fucker. Try my best not to drop F-bombs. Can't make this up. Report his ass. All right, let's finish up this video, y'all.
People are saying that I should have said who the cease and desist was from. Look, that right there is where I'm drawing the line. I am doing exactly what my attorney told me to do. Period. And that's all I'm ever going to do. I'm not going to listen to any of you guys ever. I don't care who you are on anything legal. I'm going to listen to my attorney. Now, I'm sorry that has upset some of you guys, that I can't show the redacted stuff, that I can't blatantly say who is listed in this cease and desist. There's just nothing I can do about that, or I'm going to do about that. I have tried messaging some of you all privately that are questioning it. There's a few of you I've actually shown the email to, people I actually trust and know personally. I have shown the email to, so they have seen it, that this was a legit cease and desist that came to my email from that attorney that's listed on it. But other than that, that's all I'm going to say, and yes, I pointed out that this came from Tennessee. You could have read that yourself. Yes, I had Candace pictured behind me. I also had other people pictured behind me. You've got Baron Coleman, you've got Stu Peters, you've got Candace. There are so many people that revolve around Nashville. Okay. But that's just besides the point. The point is, I was trying to be personal with you guys and just let you know, hey, this is what happened. I received this. So if something happens and FaxMe just disappears, you would at least know that, hey, that's probably why. Right. But the fact that some of you get so demanding, like I owe you something. I don't owe you anything. I don't have to prove anything after the show to you. I don't have to send you. I literally had somebody want me to print out a copy of it and mail it to them. Are you kidding me?
No.
Who do you think you are? That's none of your business. This is my business. This is my crutch to bear, right? Or cross to bear. I am completely regretting the fact that I even shared it. I get attacked on X, people calling me a liar, people saying I'm untrustworthy, whatever. If you don't trust me and you think I embellish things or you think I'm just asking questions or whatever, if there is any reason, then you just don't belong here. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I wouldn't go watch somebody I didn't trust. So if you don't trust me for whatever reason, that's okay. That's okay. There are plenty of people I don't trust that other people do, like Candace Owens. Millions of people trust her. I know she's a liar.
Josh,
I watch her for you guys. But that comes to announcement number 1. I am not covering Candace Owens anymore.
Oh, no.
So if you are just here to watch the Candace Owens drama unfold, it stops today. Okay, that Shady Bunch video. Now I have other.
Now, listen, I'm all for having a variety of content because we do here, right? We had Scientology Sunday. I mean, I may have hit 25 people there. I told you all, I'm still going to cover the content because it's another cult in our country that should not exist. So that's part of a lot of my reporting is stomping out these cults and cult of personalities and recognizing the signs of that. Because these cults can do a lot of harmful damage to people. And because they put nothing but fear into other people, they get away with it. Or they pay people off. They pay off government agencies. They pay off law enforcement. A homeman was unalived in broad daylight by a guy that is known to be linked to Scientology. Absolutely ridiculous. And the police are scared, seem like, to investigate the murder properly. You think we need a cult of Candace Owens running around here just as worse than Scientology? This is why people need to continue to put the truth out there and to keep their foots on her neck. Because it's many purposes being served in that reporting. Reminding her she's not bigger than the rule of law or God or anything. And 2, if she does something that is wrong or criminal even, or that she should be held legally liable for, people should sue her. 3, this heifer is walking around openly admitting to stalking. The more pressure you put back on her, the less she feels she will be justified in doing when it is illegal, unethical, and immoral. So yes, people should be calling her ass out. But I'm always one and can say for myself, believe in having a variety of content, not just focused on one person. But if I want to talk about Candace Owens, I damn sure will. Her cult members can get mad until God returns. I don't care. But I'm not going to sit here and allow them to control the internet, to control YouTube, to control X, to control anything. And it's people like Steven at Fax Me that have a creative way of clapping back. And we all need that. We need people like him to continue to hold her accountable and to keep her dumbass cult at bay so that people don't continuously fall victim to being stalked or doxxed. Not just Erica Kirk, but there are other content creators and people on X being doxxed now because of Project Constitution, who's being a complete simp for Candace Owens. And they don't deserve that. You're trying to make people fearful of speaking their opinion. The hell you mean? In the United States of America, you will not. So yes, it sucks to hear this. It sucks to hear him say he won't talk about her anymore. Because the more people that keep telling the truth on her, the better. She doesn't dominate the planet. 6 million bots. Child, please. How many people live in the US alone? Over 300 million? Man, this sucks to hear.
Other stuff already done, produced, planned, shows in the can, everything. I'm not releasing them. I am not covering Candace Owens anymore. Period. Because what I have seen, and this is just my personal experience, and I'm not talking about you tried and true factivists at all. I'm talking about some of these people who have popped in and out of some of the shows. These are the people that say I only talk about Candace. Clearly, they're not a fan of my show, or they would watch the other shows. They would watch the shows where I'm talking about Trump or Stu Peters or the Baron Coleman debunking episodes. You know, it doesn't matter. Okay, but if you are strictly here just for the Candace drama, I am being open and honest with you. I am no longer covering it. Now, I questioned doing that because some of you are going to think it's because of that cease and desist. No, just like I said, that cease and desist doesn't bother me. My attorney told me it's going to be fine. There is nothing to worry about. Just don't say this. Just don't show this. And that's what I did. Mm-hmm. But that's the end of it. I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm not showing any more of it. And I'm not addressing any more of it. These people demanding from me that I respond to them. That ship is over. It is over. I do this because I enjoy you guys. I enjoy talking politics and social issues and movies and music. I am the last person on earth that wants to deal with a bunch of schoolgirl drama. And I didn't care for it that much with the Candace stuff. Yes, it's fun. It's funny doing the parodies and stuff like that. But at this point, guys, 8 months in, she has proven nothing. There's really nothing more I can say. I'm tired of looking at her. I'm tired of having to listen to her voice. And I am tired of all the problems the Candace stuff brings directly to me.
Oh, man.
Because it does. You know, we sit here and we make fun of the candy cultists and her audience. But there's some of you that act just like them. You act just like them. Name calling, threatening me because I won't answer a message or answer a post. I don't want you. I do not want you here. I greatly appreciate your support. If you were even supporting me, which I find funny because a lot of these people complaining about that cease and desist don't follow me. They aren't subscribed. I never see them in any chat. I just see them starting drama after the fact, and I'm done. I'm done with it. But don't get me wrong. The majority of you factivists, the real ones, I greatly 100% love. Okay? I have no problem being questioned. What I have a problem with is being called a liar with zero proof. What I have a problem with being called an embellisher with zero proof. What I'm having a problem with is there's not a single element out there on the internet that has proven I have lied about anything. So there's not even a history there. Okay, people make mistakes, and you correct them when you make mistakes. I'm correcting the one about this cease and desist. I should have never even brought it up. But I did because if something were to happen, if this individual persisted,
this needed to be brought up because people need to know how these scammers are trying to get your information, trying to intimidate others, trying to swindle people out of money. Who knows if they would have gotten his information and bought a house or opened a new line of credit. You know, and I'm glad he has an attorney. I really am. But the letter itself, that didn't come from an actual bar licensed attorney. Now, they probably used that Sonny Aldrich information to do it, but that is the creativity of some of these scammers. They'll probably use Oprah Winfrey's information if they felt like they had it and could get away with it. They would use a celebrity's information to try to send out something just to be even more intimidating with it. The idea is for it to be a scare tactic. But what it did not show was any actual violation of any law whatsoever. They didn't even cite the actual YouTube video where they allege he made a statement. And citing the evidence to show proof of your so-called claim is essential to a cease and desist letter, especially if it allegedly came from an attorney. No, that whole thing wrote like it came from the Prince of Zamunda. I mean, the next time I get a scam email with the DocuSign thing, because they done stepped it up now, I'm gonna show you all. They have so many creative ways of trying to scam people. It's not even funny. And then they have the audacity to challenge people in these emails. Like they're like, who the hell are you talking to? Scammer emailing me talking about, can you explain to me? No, I cannot. Can you explain to me how the hell you figured my email address would be the one that you would pick to send this bogus ass scam email? You fishing towards me, honey. You're not going to get any bait back. I'm telling you that right now. I'm the shark in the sea you don't want to catch. I am trained in my work life, in my career, to also catch fraudulent activity, to catch these phishing scams and to know what they look like. So I had to deal with that both in my personal and professional life. That's why it's so easy for me to see something like that and say, this is a scam. He did not create it, but it was sent to him, and he was an unfortunate target of it. And it could have been the candy asses. It could have been a candy ass cult member. They're the only ones that are trying to combat and fight those who are talking about Candace. And Stephen just so happened to be, unfortunately, a target. Think about this. He goes viral in the last 2 good weeks, maybe 3. When we did the collab with Fax Me a couple weeks ago, this is after he went viral for the facts that Time magazine photo, right? That Trump retweeted out. But see, you think the candy asses care that their cult leader is the one that actually took that photo and made it available to the public by attaching it to very public court documents as an exhibit with her yeast infection face? So it wasn't as if the photo came from some private stash no one was supposed to know about. No, this was from a court of law, accompanied with a lawsuit. She filed and didn't even go to the actual trial hearing. The defendant won by default judgment because she's an idiot. That's more proof that she never wants to go to a discovery phase. Look how she acts when a photo is used against her that she took of herself. Go figure. This is not Stephen's fault. He was targeted. It's that simple. Y'all get up his ass about it. Like, people should not be going at him demanding information from him. I can literally show more examples of phishing scam emails like that, where they either coming at you about copyright infringement, trademark, or you most of it is those two. But ever so often it'll be something where it's you said something defamatory. Kick rocks. Kick rocks. And it'll be some person's information attached to it, designed to get your attention. Imagine putting down some attorney's information as opposed to it coming from a regular citizen. A cease and desist letter can come from any person. You don't need to be an attorney to send a cease and desist letter. But people tend to kind of look a lot more closely at it if you see an attorney on it. Whether that attorney is real or not, that letter was fake as hell. It came from a dumbass scammer or a cult member or somebody that created that BS, and they sent it to Stephen. And he was just the target. That's it. going viral because of the president retweeting a photo you created. Yeah, no, a satire photo. That might send a lot more scammers your way. But trust me when I tell you all, I get stuff like that all the time. And it goes to my spam, it gets deleted, and that's it. I don't pay no attention. I don't click anything in the emails. I don't do any of that. If you hover over the email address and you see what the actual email address is, or you can always inspect element, more than likely you'll see, okay, this email address is some bullshit. I'm not clicking on this. Hopefully that was to educate people on what to look for, not to accuse this man of creating this stuff off the top of his head. Are you crazy? Come on now.
My attorney said, look, I would just go ahead and shut it all down till we get this all figured out. Then you guys would at least know why, instead of trying to track me down somewhere to find out why. Because I have my personal Facebook profile, but I don't use it for this stuff. That's just for my family. I'm just playing. So I wouldn't even be answering emails there or messages there. DMs,
man, it sucks, man. I hate to hear
it. And
I
know I sound frustrated because I am. Yesterday really hurt my feelings, man. It really did. Because these people that are attacking me, and they'll say they're not attacking, and they'll say it's all my fault. And maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'll tell you what, I will take the blame for posting about that cease and desist. I truly wish I had not done it. I truly wish I had not done it. I thought I was being transparent with you guys, but apparently that is not good enough for some of you who have done absolutely nothing for me. And no, I'm not talking about people that I've actually spoke to today about this privately. Okay. And I'm not going to name anybody. I'm just not that guy. Okay. But there are some individuals on X that the only time that they ever converse with me is when they're trying to question me on something. I'm done with that. I am done with that. You're either here of your own volition because maybe you like me and you want to be friends and you like our discussions. But if you're not here for that reason, just move on. Just move on. I'm not the guy that counts likes. I'm not the guy that's going to beg for your subscription. I want you here because you want to be here. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you leave.
I feel bad.
I'm not upset when somebody says they're unsubscribing. That stuff is good news. If there's somebody...
How many times the candy asses come here and say, nope, this isn't for me. I only seen 4 minutes and you're an idiot and blah, blah, blah. You think I give a damn how they feel? To the candy asses, I tell you clowns all the time, you enter my chat at your own peril. Hit the 4 if I always give that disclaimer. I want them to know I don't give a damn how they feel. It's okay, son. You okay? Oh, man. Hold on, y'all. I'm doing mama duties. Don't wrap yourself up too tight where you can't breathe. Okay. All right. He's gonna take a nap. Okay. So y'all. Oh man, I say this all the time. I don't care about how cult members feel. Now, if you come out the cult and you realize, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm understanding the reality of the situation, and I've seen the area of my ways and all the stuff. She's full of crap. That's something you got to do on your own. This is why I don't try to go around changing the minds of cult members. This is why I don't debate them. This is why I'm not giving them that time and attention like that. Because if they can't understand what they're saying and what they believe in is absolute garbage from the pit of hell, I can't converse with them. They have to come out of this on their own. Whatever has to happen for them to realize Candace is full of crap, that's a realization they got to reach on their own. Because otherwise, it'll always be seen as you're pressuring cult members to come out of a cult because you don't agree with their cult-like mentality. I won't. But the last thing I want to do is try to force or convince them to not believe what they believe. No, they got to come to that realization by themselves. Does it make sense? And we have to be careful. And this is why I go over other content that I cover all the time, includes this cult of personality. Even when we're keeping our foot on Candace's neck, we have to make sure that we allow room for disagreement. That we don't become too cultish in the way we're approaching, holding her accountable. There are going to be a lot of things that I may not agree on with what any of these fantastic content creators say. So it's not unrealistic to have a disagreement and not see eye to eye. But to just do the blanket false allegation, knowing that at the end of the day, this is not how we treat someone who's a victim of targeting. He's being targeted. He's already catching it from Candace's cult members and bots. He should not be catching it from those that are saying we're Christians. We care about how each other feel and how each other are being treated. We don't want people to be taken advantage of. And we certainly don't go out here attacking someone that's a victim of a phishing scam. We have to make sure that we don't do it. And how do we hold each other accountable? Calling each other out if need be. Say, no, I don't agree with that. That's not how we do. If you can't keep your emotions in check, then remain objective. I can objectively look at that letter and say that it was fraudulent. May have just had an attorney's information on it, but the body and the context of that is not an actual professional cease and desist letter issued from a bar licensed attorney. Somebody else typed that BS up, and it was not Stephen. He doesn't need to do that. Think about this. He went viral for recreating a photo with a satire Time magazine cover, naming Candace Vile Person of the Year, rightfully so. Why would he need to do something like this to get attention when he already got the attention of the President of the United States and went viral on a photo? Why would he need to do something like this? Come on, let's think about this logically, saints. To all those that are Christians, think about this logically speaking. In all that getting, get some understanding. Why would he need to do anything beyond his content to stay relevant or get attention when he has the ability to capture the attention of the president? That's going to automatically get him more views. Good and bad. So, for anyone that wants to hold Candace accountable to accuse him of drafting that letter for views, it's stupid. It's a very stupid thing to think when he already has the views, he has the attention because he caught the eye of the president. You can't make this stuff up. And now he wants to quit. Because essentially people who are saying, hey, we want to hold Candace accountable, we're going after other content creators doing the same thing. Come on now.
That doesn't like you or they don't trust you and they unsubscribe, then that's good for them. They shouldn't be here. I wouldn't want to be subscribed somewhere where I don't like the person. Okay. I've always had a rule where I wouldn't delete comments or ban and block people. Those days are over. Those days are over. I tried to be the heart on your sleeve guy. I've been nothing but nice and polite to these people. Nothing but and supportive. I'm just not going to take the hate anymore. So if you come onto my profile and you start throwing out gay and pedo and Trump this, Trump that, and you're just being belligerent, you're done. You're toast. You're blocked.
This
comment
is so
removed.
crazy, man.
My channel is going to remain civil. I've been trying to clean my mouth up. You know, I've been trying to represent Christianity better. You know, I'm working on myself and I'm going to make mistakes. I am. And I've always said, you know, there are things like mistaken belief. You know, where you see something everybody's saying is true, and then I say it, and then you find out it's not. Now, this hasn't happened. I'm just saying, I am not infallible, guys. I will make mistakes. And mentioning that cease and desist was a mistake, and I apologize to you guys. You know, you guys ran with it. You had posted it. You're defending me, and I greatly appreciate that. But I never one time said the individuals' names, the two people that are listed. I never one time asked for anybody to go do that. While I greatly appreciate it, and I really do, I never asked for that. And then some of you are mad because I won't come out publicly and validate who it's from. That's not on me, guys. I appreciate the help and I appreciate the support and the defending. I do. You know, and maybe I could have worded it all better. This is all new to me too, guys. I haven't even been doing this a year. So I'm trying to find that.
No, you're fine, Stephen. You're fine. There was no other way to word it. You read the letter. His attorney did the redactions. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct? See, I can say I don't agree with all the redactions from his attorney, but his attorney went to law school too. I don't believe you should have to redact statutes. But if the attorney felt these redactions were necessary, then he trusts his attorney. That's it. I'm not here to debate what his attorney did. I don't agree that any laws should ever be redacted. But beyond that, if the attorney felt it was best to redact the person that was the subject of the letter allegedly, then that is the decision that the attorney made. And you have to think about how would this play out in the court of law had the attorney not redacted that person. Because if you're talking about somebody so-called being singled out, the last thing you want to do is read the unredacted letter if it were valid. It came from some scammers with some attorney's information on it. But it still does not mean that the letter itself is not fraudulent. But let's just say it was real. If his attorney had not redacted the person, the subject of the letter, then the subject of the letter could go to court and say, Your Honor, even when we issued him a cease and desist letter, you would think that he would not post out all my information like this, and he did it anyway. Wouldn't that further prove what the subject is trying to say in the letter? So the attorney did the right thing by saying, I need to redact this stuff. Do I agree with him redacting the law? No. I didn't think that was absolutely necessary. But for the redactions that came down to the so-called subject, if you're not an attorney and you don't understand how that would affect Stephen in court, then of course you're going to have some issue with that. But the attorney made the right call to redact. But what needs to be redacted is necessary personal information, not laws and case law. No. And I don't think any judge would have had an issue in saying, well, you didn't need to redact the statute code. But as far as the subject, yeah, because if the goal is, we don't want their claim to be valid. We don't want the claim of them being targeted, having someone incite violence upon them. We don't want any of that to be valid. So if we're going to read it on a public platform, let's make sure that people aren't able to walk away knowing who we're talking about in the letter. I think most attorneys would have made that same judgment call. But if you're not an attorney and you don't understand these things from a legal perspective, then you'll act like he's saying people are acting out here demanding to know who it came from or who it's about. No. You're going to mess him up if he goes to court. It's the same thing I say when it comes to evidence being released regarding Tyler Robinson's murder case. No, you don't need to get that. We have federal laws in place to protect and preserve that evidence. It keeps from having a biased jury or tainting the jury and tainting the evidence or the case. So there are reasons as to why certain things are done that way. And if you don't fully understand, then ask someone who's an attorney. Don't go attack a Stephen because he followed the advice of his attorney. Boy, this is something else, man. This is something else.
Middle ground to where I can make you guys happy and deliver what you guys want while also making it fun and something I want to do.
Yeah.
So from this point on, guys, and again, I don't want you folks that, I don't want to name drop people, but you folks that I talk to on a daily basis in private, that I'm answering your comments and stuff.
Hey, Dana.
I'm not talking about you guys, and you all know who you are. I'm mainly talking about the crowd that has been coming from X. That's where Alessandra came from. That's where all the negativity I receive personally. Okay, this is just me. It may work for other people, but all the negativity I receive personally comes from X. So today, after I'm waiting on a message from someone, I'm waiting on a message. Someone's disappointed in me. I actually really like this individual. and I appreciate their support. I had sent them an email yesterday about the debate, and I just responded to them privately today because they made a post upset that I insinuated it was Candace Owens. So I sent this individual a private message explaining things, and I'm just waiting to get a response from that. Once I get a response back from this person, so my conscience is clear, I'm off of X. I will no longer be on X. I appreciate you guys spreading my channel and that kind of thing, but there is a new Steven that is going to emerge starting tomorrow in Monday's Live. And it's because I can't do no right, man. First and foremost, if this stops being enjoyable to me, I'm not doing it anymore. And that's not a threat. That's just reality, guys. Okay. And 90% of you, I absolutely love. I look forward to seeing the comments from every day. I look forward to the messages. I love you guys. And I know this sounds like one huge complaint fest, and it is. But I just wanted to explain some things, that some stuff's going to change. I'm going to focus solely. I mean, I barely focus on TikTok now as it is. I'll randomly upload something here and there. But I am solely focusing on my Facebook crowd and my YouTube crowd from this moment on. Because from what I have seen, the bad outweighs the good on X. People that are claiming to support me are the very first people over there that are trying to question me. And questioning is okay. But when you do it in a post that says he's been known to lie with no proof, he's been known to embellish with no proof. This isn't the first time he's done this with no proof. When people are saying things like, you're not my follower, you're not my supporter. The proper way to have handled that, and it would have worked out better for you, I can promise, because there are other people that actually took this road and received the information they were looking for. The proper thing to have done would have been to message me in private and say, hey, there are going to be some people, including myself, that's questioning this cease and desist. Then I would have said, well, I don't care if anybody questions it. It's not their business. I was just letting people know in case something happened to me and I had to pull everything down that you would know why. But is there anything you can do to prove that this blah, blah, blah? Some people I would give that proof to, some I wouldn't, because I don't know you people personally. But the ones that I do, the ones that I have built relationships with, I sent the email to so they could see directly. One of them is my mod for this show. And if he wants to say, hey, yeah, I saw the email. I saw it. It's legit. He got it. He received a cease and desist. Okay. I sent it to him because I absolutely trust him. That's why he's my moderator. I've never met the guy. We've only had online conversations, but he's never done me any wrong. And he's moderated for other people. So with that being said, I showed him everything from my back end that is private so he can see. So somebody has at least seen it was all legit. Okay. And if it ever comes down to it, he can say, yeah, I saw it. He showed me the email. He showed me the attachment. He showed it to me. So with that being said, I'm dropping X as soon as I get this email back from this lady because I like this lady. She's been nothing but supportive. I personally think, I'm not trying to speak for her, but I think she got roped in to the other lady who was blatantly trying to paint me bad. And she did. She painted me bad. And I saw comments where one individual was saying, hey, I just found Fax Me and I've started watching his stuff. I'll be careful now, or I'll be cautious now. So she's affecting how people are viewing me. And I'm not saying her name. I'm not going to say her name. I don't want people attacking her. I don't want people attacking anybody in my name. That is not what I do here.
Me either.
Okay. So I have removed her from my X account, which is irrelevant now because after thinking about it last night, I'm closing my X account. And I'm just not going to be associated with her anymore because she's out there calling me these names while not calling me these names.
Oh.
She gets mad at me for saying I insinuated it was Candace. And I'm no better than Candace because I did it that way. Meanwhile, she's there saying, I'm not calling him a liar, but he's a liar. You know what I'm saying? Get out of here. That's hypocrisy at its best. I don't wish any ill will to you if you're watching. I just don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. That's it. It's as simple as that. After this video, I won't think about you again.
Oh,
just want that one email to come through because this other person I do care about, and they appear to have been, thank you. You just gave me cold chills. Look at that. Live and in color cold chills. This girl, oh, look. Whew. You just made my day, RG. That's all I'm going to say. RG, you just made my day because that really bothered me because I like this person. And this person's been nothing but straightforward with me. I think this person just got wrapped into the chaos. I'm not going to speak for her, but thank you. Thank you for responding back to me. I appreciate that. When there's people that I truly care about and they think poorly of me for some reason, I'm going to do everything in my power to change that because I try very hard to be a really good person, and I've got I'm telling
Is he? Oh man, is he crying? Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Is he crying? Oh, this is really hard to hear. I just, whew, Lord have mercy. I hate that this is happening. I really do. Y'all have no idea. I hate this is happening. I mean, a strong presence like him in the YouTube community, holding Candace accountable, being attacked by other people that claim that they want to hold Candace accountable. You don't say and do things to be accusatory. That person could have, like he said, whoever this is, could have emailed him and asked him some questions about it. I agree with the subject being redacted when you're talking about releasing this information to the public, because it would make him look worse in court if it were all this was real and this so-called attorney decided to take him to court. Y'all have no idea how bad it would make him look if he did not redact the subject's information and name out the letter, especially if the person is not a public figure. If the court would end up agreeing that this person was not a public figure and that they never invoked themselves into a matter to become a public figure by law, then yes, they should be kept confidential, and their information, their name should have been redacted out the letter. What the bigger focus should have been on is you have letters going out trying to silence those that are keeping their foot on Candace's neck, that are holding her accountable, and her cult members and her dumbass goons. And they're trying to attack free speech and expression by doing something like that, by sending out letters to be intimidating and threatening. Oh no, huh? How dare you talk about our cult leader? Now I'm just going to throw out a bunch of words that you can't make sense out of. And no, I'm not going to provide evidence of you saying something and it's in a video that's on a public platform. Of course, I'm not going to tell you the name of the video. Like, I mean, just that alone, the fact that evidence was missing. He felt he was victim to a phishing scam. It's just that straightforward.
I'm telling you, man, the stuff with my grandson, I've got a lot weighing on me, and I'm not saying that for pity.
Oh man.
I'm just a very driven person that's trying to do the right thing here, guys. And RG, you just made my day by messaging me back. I appreciate that.
No.
All right. With that being said, I don't want anybody to take. I receive all of your emails. I see you guys will send me an email. I guess this whole video is just addressing you guys. I get your guys' email, and I've said before that I'm one guy. I've got one mod now that I forced Jeff into. I just made him a mod one day. There you go, buddy. I didn't ask him or nothing. I just did it. But I mean, if he would have said, dude, I don't want to be your mod, I would have, taken it back. But he's a great guy. Jeff is. You guys see him in my chat. He's just one of the greatest people I've met on here. He came out supporting me, and he reminds me so much of a close friend that I have here locally who's from Hawaii. And let me tell you something. The Hawaiian culture, wonderful people, man. I have learned so much from my buddy Lapaka. He was in the military, was in Hawaii, and he's always introducing me to all these like exotic things that you all eat in Hawaii, or different things that y'all make, like cookies and stuff that I've never had. Like, I never even heard of these things. He'll bring me this like beef jerky stuff that's made in Hawaii. Such a cool guy, such a godly man too. But Jeff, you remind me a lot of him, so I know you and I would get along a lot. But with that being said, there is one thing I want to cover today on Stu Peters, which I think is absolutely disgusting because he's another one that I've debunked. I'm going to talk about him more tomorrow because I debunked his exploding microphone theory, right? As if that hasn't been debunked enough. But guys, I just clearly wanted to say that I'm done with Candace. Has nothing to do with that cease and desist. I promise you from the bottom of my heart, it has nothing to do with that cease and desist. I am just done. You know, I was having a conversation with, see, this is what I want. I want this intimacy with you guys. You know, the internet is so desensitized to where everybody's just a puppet or they're just a character on a show. I don't want to be a character. I want to be Steven, your friend, you know, Steven, the guy you're coming to hang out with. You know, I don't want to be that inaccessible person. And it's hard to get to every comment, get to every message, which was something I started to say a minute ago. I saw Robert this morning. Yes, Robert, I got you just left me a comment asking. I did get your email. And yes, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I'm not going to mention what his email was out of his privacy or whatever, but I'm working on that, my friend. I am working on what you suggested. So it's just only so much time in a day, but I don't want that to deter you guys from contacting me because you guys see it. I take your advice on a lot of things, and there's some things I won't, you know. Do you want to give you an update of what's going to be coming up? Me and Artie Trolls, we are connecting soon. I think I need to confirm with Artie, but I think him and I are looking at the I might get him this Wednesday. Don't hold me to that. But Wednesdays are good for him. And you guys know that's my only day off a week. That's when I do recordings with other people. Which LLC, if you're watching, I'm trying to work out something to where I can do something with you on Sundays. If I remember right, I think you told me Sundays were your day. LLC, if you're watching this, please let me know again. There's so many messages to go through. I'm trying to work something out so I can do something with you on a Sunday. Artie, I'm going to try to have this week. He's committed to coming on. I think me and Artie are just going to rock it, man. I really do. There's something, man. You know, when you just feel people, does that happen to you guys where you just know, not know, you just know, Artie, I think he's on the wavelengths, man. I do this way too. Yeah. All right. And we're going to have him on. I'm going to have, Ryan Morrow on to talk, Candace's Russian ties. Now that was one of the things that I've had set up. That is going to be a Candace-oriented conversation, but that's not coming from me. That's coming from Ryan. He's got info. He's been releasing a lot of great stuff. He was on Paramount. He was Paramount Tactical talking about the Russian ties with Candace. You guys all know she's in Russia this next week. And what a great week this is going to be to not have to hear her mouth. That's awful, isn't it? Isn't it awful to think like that? Anyway, what else I got coming up? I'm going to be on Paramount Tactical's show. What did we agree on, Jen, the producer? I forget. I think it's the 17th. The 17th, I'm going to be on the morning show. The 10 o'clock, I think is what it is. I'll make some announcements on YouTube, Facebook when that time comes. Anyways, so we've got Artie Trolls that's going to be coming on. Ryan Morrow is going to be coming on. Me and LLC are trying to work out a time where I can come on her show and wreak havoc. You know what? And LLC, I'm going to make a specific video just for that appearance, right? So you'll have an exclusive that you can show from Fax Me. We'll do something fun.
Okay? We must do it.
But I'll get you something prepared for that once we lock down the time. And I know that's...
Yes, I'm emailing him right now. He has reached out to me. I'm responding to him. Now, I know this was not... This is a marathon, you all. So the highlight of the marathon was going to be the collab that Paramount Tactical did with, what's the guy? Maru or somebody. You guys want me to check out because Candace went to Russia. And of course, that is concerning on its own, not because it's Candace, but because she's not smart. And if she gets in a room with a bunch of operatives that have the ability and they're trained to get intel out of people, who knows what she's willing to divulge? The only people I feel sorry for at this point are those 4 kids because they can't help who their parents are. And of course, she lied about why she was going to Russia. She called it a family vacation. And then next thing you know, there's an itinerary of her speaking and interacting with a bunch of Russian intel operatives that, once again, are smarter than Candace Owens. So if you care about the security of the United States, you would not want someone like a Candace Owens going over to Russia. Be in a room with at least one intel operative that could easily get information out of her And she doesn't know how to shut the hell up. She talks too much. That is a huge problem. So I still wanted to go over that video to hear what this the special guest, I can't think of his, is it Ryan? Somebody? To hear what he said. Because I think it's imperative to understand why we're, disgusted with her deciding to do that and to lie about it. Once again, she told a dumbass lie that was unnecessary. Candace did not need to lie about the intent of why she's going to Russia. And she claims that people are trying to shut her up. You see anybody stop her from getting on a plane to go over to Russia? Did anyone try to stop her from getting on a plane to go to Russia? I highly doubt. She had people at the airport physically trying to stop her from boarding a plane to go to Russia. So her so-called, oh, people are trying to shut me out. They don't want the truth out. They want me to be silent. They want me to do this. Who is doing that? Because, Candace, if we get the camera footage of the airport and see that no one tried to stop you from getting on that plane, why do you keep sitting here lying about people trying to stop you from going to Russia or to speak out or whatever? You've been trying to say people silencing you for all this time. No one's trying to silence you because you have not shut the hell up. You're still doing videos. And somehow YouTube thinks that they're all okay and cool and they can't have them posted. Meanwhile, I'm getting phishing scam emails from people talking about, can you explain something about some music? They can't even tell me the name of the damn song. It's unbelievable. But I want to make sure that, people are fully aware of what the underlying meaning of all of this means. Why would she need to lie about something so simple? You don't think that an itinerary, Candace, with your name on it, would have ever been released to the public? You out there taking photos. You don't think somebody would have saw you and spotted you and took a photo and posted it up on every social media platform? You would not be able to go to Russia in secret and hide out and not be caught. Somebody will rat you out. It's what they do. They will rat you out and not have any issues with it and go home and sleep peacefully. So it was absolutely inevitable as to the true intent of why she went to Russia. But the fact she was willing to lie about something so dumb is mind-boggling. No reason to lie about that. Oh, it's a family vacation. Even if it is, why would you take 4 kids over to Russia again as a family vacation? Girl, bye, Felicia. So, because she felt the need to lie like an idiot, there has to be an underlying reason as to why she's truly there. And those things need to be discussed. Because one thing we don't like, Candace, is a traitor to the United States of America. I want everyone to feel as comfortable as possible. I want you all to be informed beyond such. Now, you all can gauge me and let me know how you feel about watching the video if you all still want to see it. Many of you requested to check it out. You said it was a good collab. There was a lot of information in it. Hence the title of this video. We were going to check that out as the main event, as well as Ben Shapiro's video, where he goes over Candace's reasons for probably going to Russia, or what he believes is going on with her being over there. So those was going to be the 2 main videos. So this was the Facts Me one was just impromptu. I had no idea any of this was happening until I went live. And it does suck to hear. So y'all let me know. Hit the 4 if you still want to see. This is the which one was it? It was the collaborating. Is Candace Owens going to Russia, collaborating with our enemies? Ryan Morrow explains. So if you guys want to still watch it, we can. I'm interested in knowing what I've never heard of Ryan Moore. So, yeah, I want to know what he has to say. And then, of course, we have Ben Shapiro, Candace Goes to Russia video that we were going to check out. But we also have the Bride of Candace from Fax Me, the debate that Fax Me did with Alessandra Maria, somebody. You guys have been recommending that one. So we have enough content to check out and to discuss in this marathon. So you guys let me know. We can do a little bit of both. We can do Gary's video he did with Ryan. We can do Fax Me's debate he did with Alessandra. If you all want, like I said, I think people need to kind of be able to see, engage in what's really going on. Why Russia is not an ally of ours. They're just not. And I'm not forcing people to hate them. But if you don't understand why they're not an ally to the U.S., then kick rocks. We don't care. But they are. That's the reality of the situation. And it's not changed. Period. So, y'all let me know what you guys want to check out. But we'll finish this up. And then we'll get to the next one based on you guys' responses below. I personally want to see the collab. But you guys let me know. Hit the 4 if you want to watch the collab with Gary and Ryan, or if you would rather just watch the Fax Me debate, because I'm kind of curious about how that went. It's always crazy to see a Candy-ass cult member trying to defend her, and she doesn't pay these people's bills. Go figure. So, at least that'll give us a good reason to yell at our phones. Listening to Candace and any of her cult members trying to make arguable points, yeah, you're going to find yourself yelling at the phone.
On me, guys. I know you guys have wanted to see more of me and LLC, and it's been me, man. It's been my availability. It's not her. Same with Jay Witt. I want to slide in on one of Jay Witt's shows. So it's just time for me, guys. Trying to make this stuff work, plus be a family man, plus be a dog man, plus be, handling all the things with my grandson and just all of the bad news we've received, guys. Out of respect for the family, they've asked me right now not to put it all out there, but it is not good. And I do ask for your prayers. And as soon as my grandson's mom and dad are comfortable with putting what we know now out, you guys will be the first to know. I promise you, because I appreciate your support and your prayers. Just guys, you guys, I was telling my wife, you guys are really helping me get through all this. It's you guys, having that network and that support group. You guys make all the difference in my life. You really do. You really do. But I just wanted to clarify and hear it from myself about this cease and desist. I'm working on myself.
Hey, mister.
Because I wear my heart on my sleeve. And I know to some people that comes across as a weakness and Lancaster can't be as tough as he appears. Well, I am. And hopefully you guys don't ever have to see that. But I'm living for God now, guys. I welcomed Christ back into my life after suffering from alcoholism for 20 some years. And I'm working on things piece by piece. And I try so hard. I said to Graham yesterday, or maybe it was Gary from Paramount, I can't remember. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you keep getting all this hate from people and just moving on, just going on, man. It tears me down. It does. I'm not afraid to admit it. When I see somebody who claims to have been supporting me to then turn around and be like, he embellishes, he lies, he uploaded. Do you guys remember? Maybe not. You guys might be too new of followers, but last year, one of you factivists sent me an audio file and was claiming that it was Candace talking about going to a bridal shop with Charlie. Well, I posted it. And I even said, this did not come from me. It came from a factivist. So take it with a grain of salt, right? Well, a few people said, man, that's AI, or man, that's not her. Or, I would take this down so it's going to make you look bad. And that's really before I started building my following. So I was taking this stuff to heart. So I took it down. And then the factivist that sent it to me said, why did you take that down? I said, well, there's a few people saying it's AI, man. I don't want to be misrepresenting things. And they're like, well, you said you're not the one that even. I said, I know, but that doesn't matter. I'm the one posting it, though. So then I did tests on it and I ran it through AI detection and it came back like 70% authentic. So I re-released it. Then I get crap again. So I just deleted it. Whatever. Well, this individual's using that. Oh, remember when he posted that fake AI phone call? No one ever determined it was fake. No one ever determined it was a lie. But this person was wording it that way. Like he can't be trusted. So, and you claim to be supporting me when I've been nothing but kind to you. I took your advice and I removed it based off of you, based off of your advice, you telling me it was fake. I didn't even verify that myself. I listened to you because I was just starting out and you said I was going to look bad. I'm not doing that anymore. Okay? I'm not doing it. There is nowhere on the internet where you will find Fax Me or Stephen Lancaster has lied. No verification of that anywhere. And again, the girl that started this stuff on X, I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you. I just don't want to associate with you anymore. It's as simple as that. I'm not asking people to subscribe to anything I say because I said it. I don't want that. I thought I've made that clear from the beginning. I want the people I have, the critical thinkers and the people that are going to say, yeah, Stephen, but have you thought about it from this angle? Because you guys would be surprised. You guys give me these ideas, these thoughts, these messages, these emails. I'm like, I never looked at it that way. Let me look at it that way. And then I go and I discover something and it comes on my show all because of you guys. You guys are literally, you don't give yourself enough credit. You're out there investigating yourselves and you're bringing me information for me to look into, just know you guys are 100% appreciated. But I just wanted to put that out there, because I caught a lot of crap about the debate with Alessandra, which by the way, okay, some of you said, oh, because you lost that debate. Okay, first off, it wasn't even a debate. Okay, it was her talking over me almost the entire time with insane Candace theories. That's all it was. Okay, I knew going in I was going to let her do that. And the whole reason was so there was a video out there that proved 2 hours worth that one of Candace's cultists has literally performed defamation to Erica, to TPUSA, to Brian Harple, Mikey McCoy, all this stuff is all there. And actually, the girl I was waiting on, RG, I was waiting to respond from me. She can tell you that her and I had this discussion in an email about using this debate's material to give to Erica and Brian Harple and TPUSA to prove that Candace is affecting the minds of people and it's proving defamation. Her and I had this conversation before the debate even happened. Her message to me about it. So those of you saying, oh, just after the fact, you're saying that was the plan all along, you're making that up. It was the plan all along. And this individual can actually say, yeah, I'm the one that gave him that idea. RG. So if you want to speak up and say that you gave me that idea, that'd be great. That would clear up a lot. Because a lot of you guys are like, oh, Lancaster can't debate. He let this girl walk all over him. I tell you guys after the fact, that was the point. That was the plan. Some of you believe me. Some of you are like, no, you're just saying that now. Da, 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 da. No, it was a plan from the beginning. And that idea came from this individual I'm talking about who could actually vouch and say, I gave him that idea. What's up, buddy? Sorry, my friends. Clearly, this is pre-recorded. I'm at my store, so I had a customer walk in that I had to take care of. But that's about it. I just wanted to clear the air because I was having a conversation with Tara Schuster yesterday on Facebook, and we were talking in private about the cease and desist. And she's another one I gave the information to because I know her. I've had her on my show. She's somebody I can trust with the real information. So ask her, did you talk to Stephen? Did he verify this? And she can say yes. So, and so can Jeff in the chat. Yes, I saw Stephen's email. Yes, I saw the cease and desist. Anyway, not that I should have to prove it to you guys, but there it is. Anyways, I was talking to her and I was just like, my biggest fear is that when Candace is all said and done, when she starts losing these lawsuits, when Tyler's convicted and this whole mess of hers just drops off, are people still going to want to be with Fax Me? Is it just Candace? Is that the reason they're here? And before you question why I'm saying that, I see it in the videos. I do a Stu Peters debunking video, gets nowhere near the hits as a Candace debunking video. I do an entire live on God, hasn't even broken 500 views. Same day, do one on Candace and it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 views. Okay. I see it, guys. And that's okay. I get it. People only want to watch what they're interested in. I'm the same way. But that is a fear of mine that if I stop talking about Candace, do I lose all you guys? Because Fax Me has it's getting the reputation of just being Candace oriented. And yeah, it's a bulk of it because I'm trying to give you what you want, right? And I'm not going to do that every time because if I don't agree with it or if there's just something I don't want to cover, I got to look out for me first. Oh, well. Never mind. I'm not going to be on Paramount Tactical. They just can't be. So, anyways, in light of the controversy over this, I'm guessing.
Oh my God. This is
crap.
What?
See? You see? People start putting this stuff out on X, and now all of a sudden I lost the one show I was looking forward to going on.
Oh, good grief.
Out of everything. I was so looking forward to this.
So this happened in real time.
Just got an email.
Man, this happened in real time. While he was recording, he does a lot of pre-record. He'll do some live streams, but a lot of his videos are pre-recorded. Even our collab we did on his platform was pre-recorded. And like I said, I have no quarrels with, collabing with him in the future. And collabing with Paramount Tactical in the future. I hate that. I hate this is happening. I really hope Gary reconsiders. Because there's a lot of and we went over quite a bit of information that definitely points to this letter being fraudulent and someone just using a real attorney professional contact info to try to validate it. It's not uncommon to see this. And it's not Stephen's fault. It really isn't. I really hope Gary reconsiders this and understands like this is, like I said, the next time I get a phishing scam email like that, especially ones where they come with this DocuSign link, I will show you all so y'all can see the myriad of ways these scammers try to get in, to get your information, to try to do these scare tactics. If we know that Candace is being trolled in her tip line, we also have to accept the fact that there could be people trying to troll us as well. That could have easily came from a cult member. It sounds just like Candace writing that dumb letter. So I'm not saying that the attorney may or may not be a real person, but I do believe that part of the analysis we read yesterday, shout out to Francisca and No Reply for doing the fantastic research on it. But part of that analysis also included they could have very well been just the header from an actual attorney being used to further this fraudulent letter itself. Now, the worst thing about this is that you don't need to be an attorney to send a cease and desist letter. So for anyone to go out of their way to do that, knowing it could have just came from a regular citizen. The subject of the actual letter, whomever that is, they could have just sent it themselves. You do not need to be an attorney to issue a cease and desist letter. Only an order comes from a judge in a court of law, but a letter can be sent by anybody. But to add an attorney to it, of course, will definitely get someone's attention. But I don't think any attorney in their right frame of mind, even the more incompetent ones, would dare send that type of letter, knowing it reads like a scam email. And it lacks all the sufficient information you need for it to be a proper cease and desist letter from an attorney that has an active bar license. Like, you can't make this up. But a candy ass cult member probably would have done that to troll him, to try to intimidate him, for this to be the end result. He ended up deleting his entire X account. It's gone. If that's the goal of these Candy Ass cult members, to get you to remove your content, to discourage you from talking about her, then don't put it past them to do something like this, to do something so ridiculous as to draft a fraudulent cease and desist letter. We know Candace has the ability to draft fake emails and text messages. You're going to show a email, but it's not in the email format. There's no subject line, to or from, date, nothing. Just something you know she typed up in Word document. That's the thing that pisses me off. I don't want a Candy Ass cult member to feel like they won for the day because they got Steven from Fax Me to delete his X account, and now he's losing opportunities to collab with other content creators over some dumb shit.
Just got pulled from it. So no, I will not be on that show on the 17th now. So forget I even said that, guys. You know what? I was going to talk about Stu Peters. I'm just all right. Let me just show you guys the Stu Peters thing. Stu Peters made a post yesterday, I think, that I just found really disgusting, and I think you will too. It says, by Miss Erica Kirk reporting and having the Deny the Mark Club account banned, she's effectively admitting the painful void being filled is not her heart, and it is in fact her crotch. So Stu Peters is insinuating that Erica Kirk is a whore, apparently. And he's saying the relations suggested were J.D. Vance, Ty Boyer, Andrew Colvett, Blake Wine, Cabot Phillips. And then he posts, this Deny the Mark Club post that is claiming that, I guess, Erica Kirk has slept with all these people. Grown men doing this stuff. Grown men causing soap opera drama. That's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. But anyways, I wanted to share that to you. That was something I wanted to show it to you guys. I'm going to jump off here and just think about the direction of Fax Me from this point on. I've already lost some subscribers. I've already lost this one show I was looking forward to being a part of because of people on X lying about me. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh boy. God. This really sucks. I'm responding to him now. Boy, this really sucks. Okay. So while I finish responding to him and check on my son, we're gonna go ahead and get to shout out to Milk Bar TV. I'm just kind of thrown for a loop myself. Oh boy. Yes, so you guys make sure you check out and support Milk Bar TV. I'm at a loss of words right now regarding this Fax Me situation. It is not his fault this letter was fake. It was nothing more than a scare tactic. Good grief. And then after this, we will get to the collab from Gary with Paramount Tactical and Ryan Morrow. And if you guys want to see a little bit of the debate with Fax Me and the Candace cult member, let me know by hitting the phone. And we'll do that. All right. So we got plenty of great content to check out. We also have the Ben Shapiro video as well. So you guys sit tight, get comfortable, and get your wine, popcorn, Kool-Aid, Sprite, whatever you want to drink. And let's get into this. Hit the 4 when you all can see and hear. Shout out to you, Milk Bar TV. We love you. And Fax Me. And Gary. Gary, please reconsider. All right, let's get to it. Hit the 4 when you can see and hear.
careful. Joan Rivers got killed for exposing Michelle Obama. I appreciate that. I also know that if they want to kill you, they will. I mean, that's the truth, and that's a sad thing to say, but at least you'll know who did it. It was the Frankists. I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. In a full year of plots against my family, and we have been in just warrior mode. I am telling you to back off right now and think you're going to slide into his chair, okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. There's another phone call that I had with Andrew Colvett. I mean, I am talking maybe 72 hours max after Charlie was killed. He said, and I quote, "Candace, it was supposed to be you." Was Andrew trying to maybe communicate to me after, especially given the fact that I told you that while the actual day on September 10th, while Charlie was in the hospital, he told me that there was a list and that me and Tucker Carlson were on it and that we had to lay low, but he never told me who told him that. I never got a call from the feds telling me that. That threat may have been coming from the government, actually. That the globalized government that we live under, right, LOL to the idea that we have the national sovereignty, may have wanted me and Tucker to watch our friend die. And then that global gang wanted us to know that you will be next if you don't shut up. Like, really, it was supposed to be you. I was just physically sick from having watched Charlie's assassination. I was physically sick from then being told that I was on the short list, that they were going to move to try to murder me. They would rather protect Brigitte, even though the whole world no longer believes that Brigitte Macron was born a female. They are taking this way too far, the lengths they will go through to keep things a secret. Killing people more is actually going to catalyze the understanding that we're all having that there is something very dangerous, something deep and dark that is going on. Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. There was a paper trail that Macron allegedly paid $1.5 million. 2 assassins were hired, one Israeli, one French-Canadian woman, okay, a man and a woman. Daily Wire, unhinged. I don't even know what to say. They have dropped another video that kind of, if I'm being honest, feels like a laced threat. Again, dropped on my old socials. So using my face to attack me in a really strange way by suggesting that they are following my every move and my every personal decision that I make, that they will be watching me. So there is, in my mind, therefore, there was a 0% chance that Erica had a viable threat. So anyways, like I said, if I get killed, it's definitely Zionist.
Can't make this up. But there's a man in jail that actually did threaten Erica Kirk. Go figure. Candace, they ought to report your ass to the FBI. You don't have Sloppy Joe Kent to protect you, you dummy. The girl has 2 minor kids. While Candace is sitting here considering going to Russia family vacation, Erica Kirk is still catching death threats. The audacity. Shout out to Milk Bar TV for putting that together. As always, he is a fantastic content creator. Make sure you guys go show him some love and support. Looking forward to having another collab with him. I definitely will reach out to him. Ami will be with us on June 2nd, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Candace, the dumb alien, has court on June 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Not Utah time. Or, the freezing point of water. Oh, God. All right, y'all, let's get to this. Here is video with Gary and his guest, Ryan Morrow. Am I saying his name right? I'm probably messing it up. Morrow. We're going to get into this. So y'all hit the 4. Let's get to it.
I don't know where all that came from. I don't know how that was, who fed that to her, or maybe she.
Hold on.
I've been saying this for a really long time. Going back to about late October, November-ish, when I first saw what Candace was doing, I knew this was something larger. But even I underestimated it. I knew that she was telling lies and that she was damaging this country in ways that it wasn't as innocent as it looked. And there was a lot of people like, Gary, why are you doing this? What are you saying? Like, it's just ignore her. And I saw the disinformation. And then, of course, what really focused my attention was the Mitch Snow, that original, I think it was December 8th. And I saw the narrative that she went with, and I saw how engineered it was, and I saw the amount of information operations tactics that were built into that. And I was like, and it was completely different than anything she had done before. I don't know where all that came from. I don't know how that was, who fed that to her, or maybe she did it herself. I don't know. But what I'm telling you is that there was tactics and techniques built into that you do not see anywhere else. And from that point on, I was like, no, something is crazy going on here. And that was before we ever thought that we would see her kind of dovetail into the Tucker Carlson, Elizabeth Lane now, even Megyn Kelly. And she was already in this orbit with Ian Carroll, with Baron Coleman. And I already saw how systematic, how much cooperation was taking place. And I knew it was big, but I didn't necessarily think it would get to this point. So just the other day, we had Candace Owens come on her podcast. And Jen, if you will play this for us, you make that big screen, play that for us. She basically told her audience that she suddenly was going to Russia out of the blue. And folks, I want you to understand there's a level 4 travel advisory to Russia. Do not travel advisory to Russia. You do not go to places, and you definitely don't bring your family. So immediately once I knew that, I knew this had to be coordinated through the Kremlin. She had an invite from the government itself. So let's play this and see what she said, because she lied. She just straight up lied once again.
Next week, I'm actually going to St. Petersburg. I'm so excited for that. I have been wanting to go to St. Petersburg for a very, very long time, just as a Christian in general, just to see some of those cathedrals and churches. And we're finally making it happen, a family trip. And so that's happening. So I'll be off air for an entire week. I can't wait for the headlines. People saying I guess I'm funded by Iran and Russia and probably Pakistan. Obviously not true. My husband's been to Russia quite a few times because he fishes, and Europeans just get to go everywhere. They just travel there. For them, it's a short flight. And when we got married, I was like, man, I would really love to get out there. We're finally making it happen. So I will be completely off air. Also, if you are watching the show right now.
So there we have it, folks. She's just going there for a vacation. So just a family trip. Well, I want to go ahead and bring on Ryan Morrow, because immediately after I heard that, I went on and said, hey, this is fishy. What is she doing in Russia? This should not be taking place. And then probably like an hour later, Ryan broke the story of what's really going on with all that. Ryan, welcome to the show. And if you will, just take a real quick moment, tell everybody about yourself, who you are, what you do, and we'll take it from there.
Sure. So, sorry, getting the mic on. So my name is Ryan Morrow. So I'm on X at Ryan Morrow, Mauro. My full bio is at ryanmorrow.com. And basically I've been working in the field on the civilian side, intelligence, since I was 16 years old. That was back in 2002. And then did a lot of media work at places like Fox News Channel. I now work pretty closely with Glenn Beck. And so but I do a little bit of everything, I guess. It's a little bit of investigative journalism, a little bit of analysis, particularly geopolitical and national security analysis. A bit of intelligence. I've done a lot of work with basically every law enforcement agency in regards to criminal suspects ever since I was a teenager. And Russian intelligence operations is like a thing I studied for fun as a kid. So I have a pretty good feel for when I see something, whether there's going to be some fire around that smoke. And man, with Candace Owens, there was a lot of smoke. And then the fire ended up being bigger than I anticipated. That's for sure.
Well, in a second, I want you to explain to everybody who Alexander Dugin is. But one of the things I realized right off the bat, as Candace was putting out this narrative under the guise of investigating Charlie Kirk, I saw the anti-American propaganda and the anti-government propaganda that was being smuggled in there. And really what it was directed at the Trump administration. And look, anytime, folks, I don't care if it's the Democrats or Republican or some of these voices on either side of this. And we've seen this for a long time. We'll talk about Russia Today, that is constantly now retweeting anything and everything that Candace puts out. They've been doing it with Tucker for a really long time. But I realized the things that she was saying was there to undermine our government and the Trump administration and MAGA itself. And look, anytime that there's an opportunity like that, we're going to have adversaries that start latching onto that and start boosting certain messages, narratives. And I knew that's what was taking place immediately with the bots, with the sock puppet accounts. And you better believe that our political adversaries, I'm sure there are groups like the George Soros, the Singham groups that are latching onto this, and they are boosting this. They're paying for bots. They're paying for people to go out there and reshare the stuff down there in the comments fighting it. But you better believe Russia, China, and really Israel, Iran, as well as any of the other European countries out there that don't want Trump in office. But they don't. Like, the world does not like Trump, because the Trump administration is the only administration we've seen in many, many years that actually pushes back on this and actually fights for America to make sure that we're not getting beat economically, militarily, and in every other instance. We have had politicians for years that have sold this country out through terrible trade deals, through all immigration policies, you name it. They do not want Trump to win. They do not want MAGA to win. They would love nothing more. All of our adversaries, political and foreign, they would love nothing more than for us to lose the midterms, and definitely for us to lose in 2028 so they can get another stooge of the CCP. Because I've said this, I don't know how Ryan feels about this, but look, the DNC is the CCP. They are. Like they are so ideologically aligned. They both hate America. They both want to see the downfall and the degradation of America. And that's what they do. That's why the policies that everything that the DNC, the Democrats put out, it just destroys this country. Open borders, rampant socialism throughout this country that is just draining us dry. We're now close to $40 trillion in debt. That's where we're going. It is engineered for America to fail. And Ryan, if you will, let's talk a little bit about Dugin, because he's kind of been a key player in all of this. We've seen him on Tucker Carlson. We've seen him on other political circles. We've seen him on other podcasts. Talk a little bit about Dugin, how this plays into it, then we'll talk directly about Candace Owens and what she's doing in Russia.
Sure. So when it comes to intelligence operations, the Russians are really good at some things, really bad at others, like you see in Ukraine. But when it comes to this cognitive warfare stuff, damn, they're good at it. Even to the point that I realized things later on, and the reason I mention this is because some people, for understandable reasons, as soon as we start talking about Russian intelligence and Russian collusion, they just dismiss it. And I think what has happened is there were a lot of suspicions that during the scandal with the exaggerated claims against Trump, some of that might have been Russian disinformation itself. And the Russians are really fixated on our tribalism and exploiting that. And yeah. I think what they did was they did this really smart thing where if we mention, they purposely wanted some of that exaggerated for a whole bunch of reasons. But we've gotten to a space now where the Russian intelligence service's biggest asset is the fact that when you accuse someone of collaborating with Russian intelligence now, they think of that and people don't want to hear it. They don't believe it. And so it's important for us to understand that there's a nuance that we as patriotic Americans need to pursue, which is that sometimes this is exaggerated, but that doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist, and that those concerned about it on either side have kernels of truth when they make these accusations. So like were there Russian influence operations targeting Trump and both sides? Of course they did. So you're going to see effects of that on both sides. That's just reality. So we can't dismiss it on either side ever. But as for Alexander Dugin, just to give some background on that, so he's basically the face of Russian intelligence influence operations, specifically targeting MAGA. He became kind of famous in the late 1990s. I first started talking about him back in 2002 and reading his stuff because he was saying, and he wrote this in his book, that Russia's strategy, which he wanted to implement, because he's connected to Russian intelligence, the Russian government, even if he's not an official employee of the government, as far as we know. His plan was stir up basically sin, hatred, division, anything that can infect American civil society so that we are unable to function. We rip ourselves apart with racism, extremism, hatred, and the system becomes paralyzed. And then use that to boost. And he specifically said right-wing Republican circles back in 1997. The way to get in there was through the isolationist tendencies, encourage those that say we need to just focus on the Monroe Doctrine and just keep to our hemisphere. And he explicitly said, because that will eventually enable Russia to defeat us in our hemisphere. So get America to embrace isolationism, retreat from the world, think that we're focused on the Western Hemisphere, and then beat us in the Western Hemisphere. And I read some of his stuff because there's a lot of cultish, weird stuff that he says and a lot of overly dramatic academic language to make him sound more intellectual than he is. And I remember 2002, late 2002, reading talk about him thinking, this guy's a dumbass. I'm like, this guy is not going to build the fan base among Americans that he thinks. So I figured I've been on the lookout for, he would find people to mentor who were presentable and smarter. And then here we are, and that guy I called a dumbass, I still think he's a dumbass, it has a fan base despite having a very easily discoverable, horrible record of anti-Americanism and extremism that I thought no patriotic American could look at and say, you know what, I want to consider friendship with that guy. I thought that would never happen. But that's where we are. And so he's kind of the central node with a lot of what's going on. But then there's other people on the Russian side and the Western side who revolve around his social circle and are having a massive impact on the narratives that we talk about and also how we talk to each other. That ultimately, I've said this has the potential to be more dangerous to the survival of the United States than a small nuclear attack. Like if I have to choose an enemy with nuclear weapons or the ability to manipulate social media and wage war on our minds like this, I prefer the guy with nuclear weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's much more obvious. Explain to the audience, this is one of the things I've been talking to. When we have rampant distrust of our government, and we see the impacts of the Biden administration where they weaponized the DOJ, where we had January 6th, where they had massive lockdowns, where they're putting people in jail for walking on a beach. When there's distrust in the government, and then on top of that, you have an event like the Charlie Kirk assassination. Explain to the audience how the Russians and all our enemies, China and many more, and by the way, the Europeans, which are frenemies at all times. Sometimes we work together, sometimes we don't. They're not overt enemies, but covertly they are. they recognize this. They have their finger on the pulse of the American people, and they look for ways to exploit the American people. And these are just opportunities for them time and time again. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, Americans are very rightfully boastful about the fact that we won the Cold War because we understood it was an ideological war and our ideas and system won. But we haven't followed that thought with, well, obviously they're going to study the flaws in our system. I mean, they're going to work full time to say, well, then how do we identify vulnerabilities in that system and magnify them and then defeat them? And somehow we just haven't really focused on that and understood that part of the reason America is so special is because our freedom makes us fragile and it makes it hard to maintain. And that's why it's so amazing that we've survived and prospered for so long. Why America is so special is in a way because of that vulnerability. But we have to protect ourselves, and we really haven't done a good job of that on this particular front. And I would say to get to your point about the Charlie Kirk assassination, how they weaponize conspiracy theories, and you see it amplified in Russian media outlets, Chinese and Iranian as well, but they all work together and they openly say that they coordinate and work together on this stuff. Is that they are trying to make our worst tendencies become the dominant features of our dialogue and our personalities. And so hate the other side so much that you only see the flaws on that side. Believe the worst. Your impulse is to believe the absolute worst of the other side. So Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. People on the left, they say, oh, that's a good thing. Plus, there's a reason Israel and the Republicans did it. And then on the other side, you'll say, oh, there's a reason that I'm sure Barack Obama shot him. Like you just immediately assume the worst of the other side. Yeah. And the key to all this is destroying our ability to see and crave nuance. So when we talk about things like the DOJ under Biden or Trump or anyone, because there's scandals under each president, it seems each side only remembers the scandals of the other side. And it's never includes, well, here's why they did X, Y, Z, even if I disagree with it. So by eliminating that nuance, you're able to get people to become cultivated, to become, for example, Candace Owens fans, to just start with the assumption of not connecting, assuming that they should be connected, and saying there's a plot without explaining how the plot happened, why you think there's a plot. It's just what they start with is saying, they look at something like Charlie Kirk's assassination, they say, well, who benefited? And they think that that's an intellectual triumph for them to be like, I asked the question, who benefited? Yeah, you're real smart. Okay, so you start with that mindset, and then you say, all right, well, then who benefited? And then those are the dots you connected. You can do that in any situation to anyone that you don't like. And so if you start with that premise that there is a plot, and so what dots can you connect if that plot is true, is the exact reverse process of what you should be doing. And so Dugin and all of the other people in the intelligence services, in the propaganda apparatuses of foreign countries, have said for decades and written about for decades how they're studying how we think and how to make us do things like what you're seeing. And they've accurately predicted the effects of it, which, like I said, 2002, I thought Dugin had an understandable strategy, but there was no way he'd build a fan base. And now he has a fan base. And I just can't believe it.
Well, he's also getting in the back pockets of people that do have a fan base. So he's weaponizing those people, right? So, and that's what I saw back in December when Candace started going down this path of saying the U.S. military was involved. When she gets in front of a camera and says, the story I'm getting ready to tell you, by the end of it, the only thing that the U.S. military is going to have to come out and admit they were involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Folks, when you start going down, and who's she really accusing? She's really accusing Donald Trump. She's really accusing the Trump administration of being involved in this. That's what's really happening. And when a foreign adversary sees something like that, you better believe they're going to put a lot of resources behind it. And we know, like, if you're in the military, if you know anything about, number one, I've said this before, the fact that she's going to accuse the military of doing something like this is just unbelievable. They would never use a conventional forces, joint task force, southern border as an apparatus to do something. Let's say the U.S. government did want to assassinate a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. They're not going to bring in the conventional army, you morons. Right? It's not going to be a meeting at Fort Huachuca. It's going to be at a black site somewhere. And you're definitely not going to have some moron like Mitch Snow, who is a pathological liar and con artist, walk in on it and just happen to see Brian Harpole and, Erica Kirk. So when look, a large program like Candace Owens, and quite frankly, all of these podcasts, they understand that, like, the American people have abandoned mainstream media. We no longer care what they say because they've lied to us time and time again. And the way that they've lied to us, and the reason that they lied to us, and the reason that they have been able to convince us of narratives that aren't true is using anonymous sources and unverifiable information. And that's exactly what Candace does every single time. It's anonymous sources, unverified information, time and time again. And people are like, oh, this is great. This is great. what they did and how they destroyed the credibility of the mainstream media. We're like, hey, we're not following you anymore. We're going to follow these independent news journalists, these podcasters, these people that we trust. And now these people are abusing people 10 times worse. They've gained their trust as individuals. And then they just tell them, oh, you know what? I had a phone call today, and guess what? Donald Trump killed 10 people, whatever it is. And they just believe it. Yep. Like, where's the proof? Well, I don't need proof. I need you to prove that it didn't happen. And it is frustrating to sit here and watch the American people willingly get duped, just be willfully ignorant and not hold anybody to any standard. We are getting to the point of where we were back in 2015 with the mainstream media and even before, 10 times worse. Like, these people will believe these podcasters no matter what they say, no matter what narrative. And by the way, in spite of evidence, they have no evidence. And in spite of evidence proving that they're liars. And then when people like me and you and other people out there show you time and time again that these people have lied to your face and are completely distorting reality, they're like, nope, I'm still Candace, Team Candace. Woo. Go Max, Candace. It's a wild situation to watch, to say the least. And I just want to show everybody this real quick, because we're going to get into the middle of this. But what I do also want to show you is the end game, what they're going for. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, because I've been saying this for a couple months now. It should be called Project 2032, because that's the goal. Lose the midterms, lose 2028, create a woke right opposition party to usurp MAGA, and present a party candidate in 2032 running on extreme isolationism, Israel is the devil, and other policies, as well as railing against the policies of the incumbent, which will be a Democrat. That's what they want to do. They're going to run opposition. You're going to be given a binary choice. You can either go with the Democrats that are destroying our country, or now you can go with this isolationist conservative party that hates Israel, and you can go with them, and they're going to destroy our country too. Because it won't work, but that's the plan. It will diminish U.S. power and influence globally. It's the leftist globalism repackaged for the global right. This is the end game. This is what's taking place. What's your thoughts on that, Ryan?
So this is part of the reason I'm a political independent. I've voted for both sides over the course of my life. Aside from the fact that I agree with George Washington that political parties are horrible, but I won't go off on a tangent on that. Sure. The way that the Russians, the Chinese, and Iranians view our system is a little bit different than how we talk about it. Sure. So even the question of which party do you favor doesn't really exist in their ideology and their psyche, because they see it as more of an assembly line, like a line going across, rather than something being cut in half and you have two sides. Mm-hmm. They don't view they view us as a system, as a machine. So I think they don't know which side they're going to back. And in their mind, it would not be contradictory to back or oppose both sides at the same time. Like, that's consistent with how they think. So even having this conversation with them and say, well, which side do you want to back? It wouldn't even land. It could, you'd be misunderstanding each other, because to them, it's... Yeah,
I'm not necessarily talking about their strategy. I'm talking about the woke right strategy.
Right, yeah.
Woke right is trying to do. They want us to lose the midterms. They know that if we lose the midterms, we're going to lose 2028. And then they're going to come up with this opposition party to these horrible Democrats that are in power, that are going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to open the borders. And they're going to like, hey, you know what? MAGA's dead. We're better because we're an isolationist party. Oh, by the way, we're going to convince everybody that Israel is the worst thing on earth. Now, I agree with you. No matter who's in power, and we have evidence of this, by the way, no matter who's in power, Russia, China, they have contingency planning, right? It's like, okay, if this person wins, we know what angle to approach the American people and deceive the American people this way. If this person wins or this party's in play, here's the vulnerabilities that we can exploit over here. And a great example of this, I saw this. You remember the Russia hoax we had going on? Folks, it was by no accident that when everybody's saying that Trump was controlled by Putin, what does Putin do? He goes out there and he talks very kindly about, he's like, Trump's great. Great president. He was stoking that fire and that distrust and that division. And all the Democrats, they played right into it. They're like, look, he loves Trump. Trump loves him. Trump's saying nice things about Putin. Putin's saying nice things about him. Like, they know how to play us and play our vulnerabilities and the fracture points within our society. And right now,
they do that so well because you got people like Candace that allow herself to sit here and to try to paint this picture like, oh no, there's nothing wrong with them. They haven't done anything wrong to me. Never mind the fact that Russia has not been an ally of the U.S. in decades. I mean, decades. It's astounding how people still believe that somehow Russia has the U.S. best interest at heart. And even if you say that we feel like a president is cozying up to him being too friendly or too whatever, they're still not an ally. And we know or the majority of Americans, true Americans, know we're not going to treat them as an ally. They're not. They want our destruction. So I know there's a whole lot, and I want you guys to make sure you guys go check this video out in its entirety. We're going to kind of skim through some of it just so we can get the gist of the majority of what he's saying. I want to show you all this right quick. For those that, you know, because like I said, I don't care about how the Candaces feel. But this goes to show how easy it is for Candace, you know, if you're paying attention, for her to tell on herself. She just doesn't think that, you know, people are smart enough to catch on. She actually thinks that we're all as dumb as her stupid cult members and bots. This video I did is a video clip from a longer live stream I did 6 months ago. It only has 391 views, which is why I always laugh when the candy asses talk about, you know, I make money off of her. No, the hell I don't. I could get some views, but I don't get nearly as many views as most of the content creators that may have the same size subscribers that I have. Some people can get 8,000, 9,000 views average per video. I'm lucky to see it 3,000 or 4,000, and I'm gonna still talk about it. This video got 391 views. And Candace said 6 months ago, I would rather be Russian than American. And I said bye Felicia then, and I'm saying it now. This is 6 months old. Let me drop it in the chat. We're going to check this out. Because Candace knew she was at some point was going to go over there. And because I do love my country, I do pay attention to stuff like this. When you sound as if you're being a traitor. You're trying to go over to a country that is not an ally or friendly to the U.S., and you want people to think that there's nothing nefarious about that. When she said 6 months ago, she would rather be Russian. So in hindsight, hearing her say that 6 months ago, and now she's out here going over on shows, she's doing this for views. But she doesn't think about the consequences and what this could end up resulting for her. She's not smart enough to outwit an intel operative trained to get information out of people in Russia. And Candace, if they decide to detain and keep your dumb ass, I hope that U.S. ignores you and does not even think to try to have you negotiated to get released and come back. Now, stay your ass over there. She said she would rather be Russian. 6 months ago, you know what I said? Oh, okay, cool. Get your ass on. Federal investigation. I called this 6 months ago. 6 months ago, I called it. Right here. This is what happens when you pay attention. I'm going to play this portion of my video. And then make sure you all go check it out. Because, and this is what I was saying when I was, you know, over on Gary's show with Paramount Tactical. I said, I've done plenty of content where a lot of this stuff I've called out, or me going over her lawsuits and stuff. Those videos don't get nearly as many views as the ones where she's just being completely salacious and attacking Erica Kirk. And then you all, of course, you know, hear me going off. I called this out 6 months ago. 6. And now look what we are. Now look what's happened. Once again, who stopped her from getting on a plane to go over to Russia? She still chose to go on her own accord. That goes to show Candace does not even care about the United States of America. She doesn't care about the threat that Russia poses to our national security and our safety. They want our intel. And they will use these useful idiots like Candace to get it. While she tries to retwist the narrative that they're not a threat to us somehow. When they've been a threat longer than her dumbass has been alive on Earth. But it is with these late 80s babies. I will never understand. Hit the floor when you all can see in here. I wanted to take this little commercial break to show you all that I called this out. This video only got 391 views. And now look, I don't miss.
Kirk was a big supporter of Kash Patel, had him on a show, really pushed for him to get the role that he is in, director of the FBI. And he has just been terrible in this case. He just has been objectively, okay? Everything that we have seen coming out of this case makes entirely no sense, from the impassioned messages written by 20-year-old gay men, which don't exactly sound Gen Z, to this kind of ridiculous narrative that we can't see anything. We can't watch him drop down. There's cameras everywhere, but you can't show us anything. All of the holes that are still in this story. And I didn't think he could make matters worse.
They can't show you anything because it's related to an open federal investigation, you wombat. Ooh, child.
Then over the weekend, really, guys, we are just not a serious nation. So I want you to know, after this tweet, I realized we are not a serious nation and the empire is in its decline. I actually think I want to be Russian right now after what Kash Patel tweeted. Kash Patel made me want to be Russian like tomorrow.
Make that up. This girl right here, if you're saying that you would rather be Russian because of Kash Patel, someone that will never have that job for a lifetime, by the way. He wasn't always the FBI director. You mean to tell me that Kash Patel can somehow get you to betray your own country and say that you would rather be Russian than American? Kash Patel is the one that can do that. Do you realize that if they keep your ass over there and detain you, and let's just say for shits and giggles, they decide they want to try to negotiate her release, guess who would be at the helm of that negotiation? Aside from the CIA and other allies, our FBI. So you want to sit here and blame your so-called deflection to Russia on Kash Patel? But your dumb ass doesn't realize that he will be the main one trying to negotiate your damn release to come back if they decide to keep you. And keep you against your will. I really could care less. Y'all hear this damn traitorous nonsense here? This came out of her mouth. She said it. I was shocked then. I'm still shocked. Hear somebody say that and then claim they love their country. Girl, bye, Felicia.
I didn't think he could make matters worse.
They can't show you anything because it's related to an open federal investigation, you wombat. Ooh, child.
Then over the weekend, really, guys, we are just not a serious nation. So I want you to know, after this tweet, I realized we are not a serious nation and the empire is in its decline. I actually think I want to be Russian right now after what Kash Patel tweeted. Kash Patel made me want to be Russian like tomorrow. Like, I'm going to go.
Stop. Boy, you want to talk about treason. I called it. What the hell am I hearing? I called it. She's calling congressmen treasonous. And she makes statements like this. Are you kidding me?
Director of the FBI. And he has just been terrible in this case. He just has been objectively, okay? Everything that we have seen coming out of this case makes entirely no sense, from the impassioned messages written by 20-year-old gay men, which don't exactly sound Gen Z, to this kind of ridiculous narrative that we can't see anything. We can't watch him drop down. There's cameras everywhere, but you can't show us anything. All of the holes that are still in the story. And I didn't think he could make matters worse than over the weekend. Really, guys, we are just not a serious nation. So I want you to know, after this tweet, I realized we are not a serious nation and the empire is in its decline. I actually think I want to be Russian right now after what Kash Patel tweeted. Kash Patel made me want to be Russian like tomorrow.
Get your ass out of here then. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, you dumb heifer. Bye, you soulless miscreant from hell. Bye. Unpatriotic. Now, I said this when she started accusing the United States military of being in on this assassination of one civilian. The entire U.S. military is in on this one assassination of one civilian. I said then that it is unpatriotic. She's accused congressmen of being treasonous in the same video, and now she's saying she wants to go and be Russian. Take your ass over there and see what happens. Bye. You don't even have to go to Russia. Go back to the UK where your husband come from. Go to the UK. Why don't you and your husband and your 4 kids, y'all pack it up, sell the house, and go move to the UK. He got family over there. You don't have to go to a whole new foreign country that it probably would kick you out either way. I don't even think Russia would take her. I'm going to be honest with you. Russia would not take you, girl. He's giving up information. They just wouldn't. You talk about free speech and all this other stuff here in the U.S. You've been able to build up a platform of over 5.8, 5.7 million. How many subs she got at this point? She's at 5.51 million. She's been able to build up a following of 5.5 million subs based on all the dumb shit she says. And man, when you think it couldn't get any worse, she's like, hold my beer. And 6 months later, now she's at 6 million. So 500,000 more of dumb bots boosted up her subscriber count to almost 6 million. Just 6 months later. I don't understand why she's here. She clearly does not like the United States. She doesn't care about our laws. She doesn't care about anything going on in this country. She doesn't even care about her own cult members. She just wants their money. Why stay here? You don't have to live in the U.S. to still do your dumb channel. Either way, it's irrelevant. You could go be in the basement of any house you go by in a different country. Why choose to live in the U.S. again? Get your ass out. You would rather be Russian? Girl, bye, Felicia. I'm still saying it. 6 months later, I'm still saying, bye, Felicia. Get by. Take your ass over there and see what happens. Bye. You don't even have to go to Russia. Go back to the UK where your husband come from. Go to the UK. Why don't you and your husband and your 4 kids, y'all pack it up, sell the house, and go move to the UK? Both houses. He got family over there. You don't have to go to a whole new foreign country that it probably would kick you out either way. I don't even think Russia would take her. I'm going to be honest with you. Russia would not take you, girl. They just wouldn't. You talk about free speech and all this other stuff here in the U.S. You've been able to build up a platform of over 5.8, 5.7 million. How many subs she got at this point? She's at 5.51 million. She's been able to build up a following of 5.5 million subs based on all the dumb shit she says. And man, when you think it couldn't get any worse, she's like, hold my beer. Hold my wine. Hold my juicy juice. Here's a sippy cup. You can't, I don't know if I should laugh at this or what. My feelings on this is just all over the place. Are you kidding me? Girl, go ahead, pack up. Take your ass to Russia. And when they turn you around or they go throw you in jail for something dumb that you said, because they don't play that over there. They don't care about free speech over there. Let me tell you that right now. So you want to go to Russia? Bye. Take all your followers with you. All 5 million of them. Goodbye to all. Have a good time. Those who are here in the U.S. and you are a sub of Candace Owens, make sure you prepare yourselves to go to Russia to look to that. It's just a matter of time before she becomes the black female version of Jim Jones. Next, she'll be telling people, y'all go ahead and drink that juice. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's just Kool-Aid. You can't make this up.
Mark, I'm going to go live with Putin. Because at least he's like a serious person, right? And Kash Patel is no longer serious. So the backstory is Kash Patel.
Oh my God.
He had a marriage breakup. He starts dating this cute little thing, Alexis. She's very cute, very pretty girl. Makes videos online. And I don't know. I guess he flew down in his FBI plane to go see her down in Nashville. People found out that he went to go see her down in Nashville. The internet revolted and said this is an inappropriate use of taxpayer funds. Now, it turns out that he is required to fly on the FBI plane, no matter where he goes, whether it's a personal event or if it's a business event. But he is a hypocrite because there are clips of Kash Patel calling the FBI corrupt before he was in the FBI and saying that taxpayers shouldn't have to fund their personal trips. And now he's funding his personal trip to go see his girlfriend, Alexis.
Okay, so why don't you advocate for that? Why don't you advocate for him to be held accountable and then all the others that were corrupt doing the same thing across the board? No matter what political views they have, I don't care. Why aren't you talking about things like that for 8 weeks straight, 12 weeks straight? Why don't you push for some sort of, legislature to help reform the FBI policies on that? I'm just saying. You're already sitting here talking about you want to go and be a citizen of Russia. No one's stopping you. You and Eric Snow can be best friends. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Yep. I called that 6 months ago. I called it 6 months ago. Just want y'all to see that. And fast forward a little bit.
Yes, yeah. People got to this. This was basically just discovered and posted. So this will put you guys ahead of everyone else in terms of the evidence that's building around what we've learned about Candace Owens.
Sweet.
See that we are just at the beginning of the change of the nature of the previous forum into something new. That is St. Petersburg International Economic Forum 2.0. That will be precisely the tool, and maybe one of the most important tools of promotion of multipolarity. Seeing that we are just in the
so there's that. Let's talk about what this actually is. So we have the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. We now know that Candace Owens is going to be a guest speaker. She's probably one of the main speakers of this, among other things. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, she's just going, she's just attending." And I want people to understand how this stuff works as well. They don't bring these Americans in and just like, "Hey, look, we are going to try to use you to overthrow your country." Look, they're going to indoctrinate them too. Like, "Hey, look, we want to help you help your country." They've already identified a vulnerability in Candace Owens, thinking that, certain elements of American society, certain elements of the Trump administration are evil for one reason or another. And right now, it's probably the thing that's easiest to convince Candace Owens is like, "Hey, you know what? America and Trump has allowed Israel to influence your country so bad. Like, we want you to come and talk about those things, and we want to help you help America." That's how this stuff works, folks. That's how they capture people. They're not going in there like, "Hey, look, we want to help you bring down the Trump administration. We want to help you become a traitor." That's what they're doing, but that's not how it's sold. So talk a little bit about this economic forum, what it actually is, Ryan.
Sure. So, and while I say this, I don't know if maybe Jen's able to do this. The video where Candace announces that she's going to Russia, there's something I want to point out at the very end of that clip when she starts talking about how her husband has been there a few times, because as part of when I was studying these intelligence operations for fun as a kid, I learned different tells and how to pick up on certain things. And that will relate to what we're talking about. Now, the video that we played, that was Dugin. That was the Russian influence operative who's targeting MAGA.
No, wait, what's going on? I never accused Steven of making anything up. What the heck is going on? I even said that when I saw Shady Lady Katie. What is it? Shady Katie? Shady Lady Katie? The Shady girl. And when I saw her super chat, because she left a super chat. I even said that. I will not go as far as to say that he had anything to do with it, making it up. But I'm saying that the letter itself seems fraudulent. It seems fake. It reads like a phishing scam or a scam email. Even kept saying it sounded like it came from the Princess of Zamunda. But never once said that Steven wrote it. I believe he was targeted. I get emails like that often. And they're phishing scams. They're emails. They're scam emails. And then we have the backing of the analysis. And plus, she could easily just look at an example of a real authentic cease and desist letter from a real attorney. But I said that flat out when she was in my chat yesterday, reading her super chat. Y'all can tweet my video over there and tag her in it. I never accused Steven of drafting that letter. I wouldn't even. No. That whole broken English, unprofessional letter. We even went to the so-called attorney website. That cheaply made website that looked like it's also a scam. I said the same thing about the website. I even said, even if this Sonny Aldrich person is real, and is a real attorney. I don't think that he knows that his face or image and his law firm information is being used as a part of this scam letter. But the scammers do that all the time. That has nothing to do, like, that's not Steven's fault. It's not my fault scammers are emailing me talking about, who gave, can you explain why you're using this? No, I will not. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. That's how scammers are. Vague, ambiguous, dumb email asking me to explain something, and then they want me to put in a link on an HTML. No. But I know what to look for with these phishing scam emails too. But I never said Steven created it. I will not say that. And I don't believe he did. How is she mixing that up? She can pull up my video and pull up the closed caption and see the words that came out of my mouth. Oh, this is something else. Tag my video over there and tag her in it. And say, hey, you might want to pull up the closed captions or go to the transcript. You can read exactly what she said. I say what I mean and mean what I say. I don't speak and vague and ambiguous. I don't beat around the bush. That's why I'm very direct. I do not believe or feel that Stephen Lancaster created that fake ass letter. I believe he was a target of a phishing scam. And that if that attorney is a real person, the attorney's information was used as a part of this fraudulent letter. Stephen was targeted. He was a victim of it. Simply put, there is no way to mix that up. I don't know what's going on, but that ain't it. And I am not the one. Good grief. Man, how did she get that confused? Man, you can't make this stuff up. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, I wanted to just pause and clear that up. But anytime anyone is confused about what I said, she could just pull up. Shady lady, you might want to pull up my video and go to the transcription. Or put on the closed caption. You can see the words. I never accused Stephen of faking that letter. And I think even in the chat, many of you pushed back on her. If she said he did it, many of you pushed back on that. But I do not blame him for the letter. I said he's a victim. He was targeted. And if you go viral because Trump tweeted a photo that you came up with and posted up with that Time magazine thing, that was very creatively done. The photo of Candace herself, she took that picture and made it available to the public. No one told her to do that. But it's kind of expected that he would get, he would get more targets on his back because of a photo that helped him go viral because Donald Trump retweeted it. Of course, he's going to get a lot more eyes and ears on him. That's why it's not hard to believe that a candy-ass cult member could have created that dumb letter and just put an attorney's information on it. But then when you see the signature, you don't see the actual signature profile itself. We still don't know his bar license number, nothing. Man, this is crazy. There's no way to twist my words up. I speak clear for a reason. All right, let's get back to this, and then
United States, as he is.
We'll be checking out the debate between Faxme and Alessandra as well, because I do want to see a little of that. So, all right, let's get back to it.
Britain, talking about the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, SPIFE, I guess they call it SPIF, something like that, at this forum, explaining that even though it's supposed to be about like international investing in business, which, by the way, you know something's up, because if you're talking about international investing, you're not going to think we need Candace Owens to teach us about that. Like it doesn't work.
Great economic mind, the great economic mind that is Candace Owens.
I know. Like, yeah, it's really. So the Russians are good. Like I say, so they're really good at achieving their objective, but they're really dumb sometimes along the way. And we should catch a lot of this, and that's a pretty big sign. And so what Dugin is saying there is that he's making it sound like it changed. I don't know so much of it changed. I guess maybe intensifies is a better word. Is that the purpose of that forum, which brings in VIPs from around the world? It's a really big deal. Putin normally speaks there each year in St. Petersburg for this. He says, one of the most important tools or weapons or whatever he said for promoting a multipolar world. I first heard that in the late 1990s. That's when Russia and China started using that language. Dugin really amplified it, and it came from, I'm forgetting the guy's name, but it was one of the Russian intelligence directors was the first guy that basically scripted that out. And then the leaders adopted it, and then Dugin's responsible for inserting that into the American discourse. Again, something that I thought like wouldn't become common language, but is now. And he's saying that this forum that they chose Candace Owens to speak at is one of the weapons for promoting that multipolar world to replace the West, the unipolar world, meaning American dominance, America as a superpower. They want to replace it with a multipolar world, which means a bloc of anti-American countries that can check American power, and usually they'll slip up at some point and say, ultimately defeat us. But multipolar world is kind of meant to say, no, we just want to be your equal, so that there's like mutually assured destruction, which means hurting America enough that they can take us on. And they say, oh, you know who we need? Candace.
Yeah. Well, the way they'll sell it is mutually assured, mutually assured success to someone like Candace. And folks, I want to remind you, and I often forget that people don't think about this, and I take some of these things for granted. If somebody in the Russian government, like I feel like I'm completely uncorruptible when it comes to this country. Like I bleed red, white, and blue, folks. I love this country. I love everything it stands for. Let's say somebody in Russia said, Gary, you know what? We're going to give you a paid vacation. We just want you to come talk at this forum or whatever else. And maybe they'll never even try to influence me in any way. The reason that I would never go is you have to understand the moment, like when you are in the crosshairs of the Kremlin and the FSB, the moment that you get there, you're going to have some people there that are in the U.S. and in embassies and consulates. We call them expediters, right? So you're going to have these people like, hey, you know what? These people are going to be around you. They're going to help you. They're going to help you get through, if you're walking around, they're going to provide security. They're going to help translate. They're going to do all these things. Those are FSB operatives. And let me tell you the other thing that happens. Every piece of your electronics, your room is bugged. They are collecting on you from the moment that you land. They have definitely infiltrated every bit of your electronics. So they are now, when you leave, and this is why when government operatives are government, like if you're going to an embassy or consulate or whatever else, you don't bring your devices. All right. When you get there, they issue you a device and you don't bring that home. Do you think Candace is going to do that? You think everything should go away? No. Like you don't bring this stuff home because it is 100% infiltrated. You are now, everything that you do, every conversation that you have, and you don't think that they exploit that? They're exploiting every aspect of your life. And now they go from like kind of just standing by and watching your podcast and being able to say, you know what, this is how we're gonna angle this. This is how we're gonna use this. This is how we're going to influence her. This is what we're gonna do. Like they're building a psychological profile. Now they have an inside look of the most intimate moments of your life. And now they know at the granular level how to use you because you are an unwitting moron, Candace Owens, and anybody else that goes to this, because you don't even realize how you're being used. And this is what's taking place. So when she gets there, the moment she gets there, all of her electronics going forward, unless she comes back, throws them away, or gets them wiped, or whatever else. And even then, it's like when you're dealing with state-sponsored level surveillance, folks, there is no antivirus that's going to save you. There is no, software that's going to keep them out. They have moved way past that. They're listening. They're using your phone. Folks, this goes back to 2005. You know how we killed so many terrorists? You know how we found them? Is because even that they were using Nokia flip phones, all right, even when they took the battery out, guess what? For very small amounts of time, we could ping that phone, we could still find them. And you better believe that this device, your TVs and everything else, state-sponsored, they can tap into that. They can listen to exactly what you're saying, even when your device is off. Like, and these people don't even realize this. They don't understand how vulnerable they are to this because they're freaking morons. I said, I posted a thing saying Candace Owens. I was like, the only way that Candace Owens would be going to this is she if the Kremlin knew about it. She's like, oh, well, she responded. She said, oh, yeah, I mean, they have to issue visas, moron. I was like, that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You don't know the difference between our State Department and the White House and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Kremlin, you idiot. Like, they don't even realize that there is a distinction between these things. So they exploit.
You know what drives me nuts, too? is like, as much as you may dislike Candace Owens, if she was doing this and she was like, well, what should I do? Like, she doesn't reach out to her adversary. She doesn't reach out to, if she has any friends who know this stuff, I don't know if she does. She doesn't reach out to anybody when everybody would be willing to help her in order to limit the damage of this. Like, she doesn't, like, I doubt she's had any conversation, reach out to anyone saying, is there any risk here? What should I do? How do I protect myself? Like, and you see that throughout her research. Like, she very, very rarely addresses other opinions, tells her audience that they even exist, addresses the criticism in a fair way, says, here's everything that they said, here's my response. Like, she does everything she can to create this little echo chamber where what she wants is in there for her audience and what isn't in there is not in there. But it applies even to things like this. There is no evidence that there is a A-team, B-team analysis where she, or anyone that she runs ideas against to say, do you think this is a good idea? Is there any information I should know about before I say this or do this? I have not seen any evidence that process exists in her brain or in her physical process with her team. And you're right, when she goes to Russia, she's owned. She's owned because I find it highly unlikely that there isn't something in her phone, maybe something she thinks she deleted, that they can use against her. And think about everybody else. They're going to have her messages. If one of her friends said a joke that they're embarrassed about, or disclosed that she's talked to Trump on the phone. She's talked to almost everybody who's significant at some point in the conservative movement. So it's not just about her. Like, they collect the most on her. They're now collecting on every single person that she talked about, and they can exploit all of that. They can use it for 1,000,001 purposes. So that she is providing them. It's like a different form of Edward Snowden. It's like she's providing them with an intelligence bonanza, not just on herself, but everyone else. And that's not even when we talk about the influence.
Man, I said this. I just said this. It's so obvious to see that Candace is a useful idiot until she no longer is a useful idiot to them. Once she shows that she is of no further use for them, Candace, guess what they do? The people they feel is not useful. And because she's a cult leader that believes she's the smartest person in the room, she doesn't see these people as someone that could easily outwit her. They can outsmart her. This is the same person that refuses to believe that dinosaurs existed, that a man landed on the moon, that somehow believes that Erica Kirk should be in jail or at least questioned when there's no crime. And that it's okay to stalk someone. She doesn't believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger on the gun, but somehow she can't say who she thinks did it. Still, after 8 months, she still can't give a name. She would never be able to provide proof or evidence of anything. She feels like she has to be the smartest person in the room. And I hope they humiliate you on every level, Candace. I hope they remind you of how stupid you really are. This girl said 6 months ago she would rather be Russian. I say let her F around and find out. And if it needs to be the hard way, so be it. Leave her dumb ass over there. Let's see how that goes, Candace, when they come up with a reason to keep you from leaving. And then you realize the U.S. doesn't care either. And they're not going to go out of their way to have you returned to the U.S. either. And you claim this is a family vacation for 4 small children, while you're too busy doing podcast shows over there. She did a whole interview over there. You think those 4 kids are enjoying themselves while you go out and do interviews on their television show? How's that fun for those kids? She didn't care when she put those kids on that plane. She doesn't care if something would have happened while she's over there. That she is the one that put her children in the line of fire. She's a narcissist. She's selfish. She only cares about herself. She doesn't even care about the kids in this situation. She knows damn well that's not a place you take 4 kids. And then for her to do what she's doing, she's not completely just relaxing and going to theme parks. She is going to speaking engagements. And had the audacity to put the Russian flag next to the American flag. I told you all. They could have her. I just don't want her to come back. They could keep her. Keep her.
Influence operation part. So let's just say somehow she goes there and says, oh, there's drunk hookers everywhere, which is what goes on at these events, by the way. There's a lot of honeypot operations apparently that goes on there. It's known for the debauchery that goes on. And so say she doesn't like Russia. Well, operationally, first of all, they probably own you. I mean, they're going to have leverage over you. I don't know that she's patriotic and moral enough to say, I'm willing to be embarrassed and not go along with you. But they've won already that. So there's two planks here for them in terms of Candace Owens, the influence operation thing, and then it's spy stuff and collecting on Americans and weaponizing that. And in terms of how things work today, yes, the Russians are happy to get classified documents from a government operative. They're just as happy to get not classified information from someone who's highly influential. That's just as useful to them. And this is the equivalent of Snowden or someone else swiping files from a classified computer and going over there and giving it to them. That's what she's doing, except the stuff isn't classified.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. The problem with her is that she's a subject matter expert in everything. She's her worst enemy because whatever she thinks the world reality is, that's what she applies. Even though like subject after subject after subject, she has no clue what she's talking about, and she presents things that are completely false, partly due to her ignorance, partly because she wants to twist them and use them for propaganda and push narrative. But even the things that she presents as fact that are completely false, just out of ignorance, she will spew with the utmost confidence, and she will convince people that she knows these things or knows about these things when she doesn't know anything. It's, we've seen that time and time again. And, we're getting ready to play this clip. We played at the beginning of the show, but I'm going to play it again for you because you're right. We already know that her husband has been to Russia multiple times. And there's no telling of the different ways that he's been exploited from those previous trips that may play directly into what's happening now. So let's just go ahead and play this clip and go ahead, Jen, hit play on that for us. Jim, we're not getting any audio.
Yes, I'm funded by Iran and Russia and probably Pakistan. Obviously, not sure. My husband's been to Russia quite a few times because he fishes. And Europeans just get to go everywhere. They just travel there. For them, it's a short flight. And when we got married, I was like, man, I would really love to get out there. We're finally making it happen. So I will be completely off air. Also, if you are watching the show.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you see the eye movement that happened there? So she has the line about we're going on vacation. She's very comfortable. But she's uncomfortable enough that she feels she has to add something.
Russia and probably Pakistan. Obviously, not sure. My husband's been to Russia quite a few times because he fishes. And
right here.
Europeans just get to go everywhere. They just travel there. For them, it's a short flight. And when we got married, I was like, man, I would really love to get out there. We're finally making it happen. So I will be completely off air.
You see that little moment there?
Good. Yeah.
She's comfortable. She's smiling. She's uncomfortable enough that she feels she has to go a little extra mile. She's improvising. She knew before she was going to say that part. She decides I need to add a little bit more. She's feeling insecure about this. But it's not planned, so she starts talking about her husband because she knows that's a point of vulnerability. The fact that her husband has been to Russia is on her mind. She feels better disclosing it. And then if you look at her eye contact, no, she's looking off to the side. Eye movement's going back and forth. What do I say and I don't say? She's making a choice. Yeah. And she becomes a little inarticulate. She's off script. And then because she's uncomfortable, she goes into the defensive dismissive mode where it's okay, I said what I said, still feeling anxious. Oh, Europeans just always do that. Just in that small point of 5 seconds, that's everything that went on there psychologically.
Well, I also want to point out some deception there at the beginning that was very calculated as well. She's like, oh, I'm going to Russia. Now they're going to say I'm paid by Russia, Iran, Pakistan. Like, why would anyone say that you're paid by Iran or Pakistan if you're going to Russia? Like, that was intentional obfuscation, like muddy the waters a little bit and start making you think about something else before she moves on to the next thing. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing. It's like if I suspected you of stealing something, you're like, oh yeah, I'm just a thief, a murderer, a con artist, of whatever. Okay, we got you. Like, exactly. I didn't say that you murdered anybody. I said that you stole something. It is intentional confusion, obfuscation.
Yeah, it's saying that what my opponent's about to say is equivalent in value to these other ridiculous things, so that when you remember that, so then when you hear the critic point something out, because people make a judgment call before a sentence is finished, you're already saying, oh, this fits that box that Candace told me about. And then you don't listen to the rest of the sentence, just like my thread there. You may not scroll down to see the rest of the evidence. Why? Oh, I know the rest of what Ryan said because it fits that box I already heard about. I mean, and I don't even know if it's conscious, because a lot of these people who lie a lot, like, you meet manipulative people, it's just like instinctual for them. But that clip, I mean, it's just really telling if you look at the body language there and the changes in speech patterns, that she's lying. She feels insecure about lying, maybe not immoral, but she's nervous about it a little bit. And there's something there with the husband. There's stuff I haven't published or said yet That would make a lot of sense of that. But I have a full report coming out that it just gets crazier and crazier. Let's say that.
Folks, if you're not already, make sure you go down in the description below, and all of Ryan's socials are down there. Make sure you're following him. Make sure you're sharing his information as well as ours. Make sure you share this. This is your call to action. I appreciate all the super.
Yeah, so let me just, we all know when Candace is getting off script and she starts to lie. Because she doesn't have eye contact. She starts to almost like she's grimacing a little bit. And then she starts slurring her speech and stumbling over her words. It's like that yeast infection is still flaring up. Candace, you said 6 months ago you would rather be Russian. And I told you all, there's no way George Farmer went to Russia to go fishing. And they were not watching him. Candace, obviously they have some information on you and George Farmer you don't want to get out. Because they believe in blackmail. Let's just call it what it is. Russia is a huge proponent of blackmail. They will get intel on you and hang it over your head for the rest of your natural born life. And if it's something that you don't want people to know about, then they got you hooked. Because now they get to use you, being the useful idiot Candace is. Because you are too concerned about George Farmer being your lavender husband, knowing damn well he probably has a boyfriend or two on the side. Just like how she didn't want us to know that he had a DUI. It's like, girl, if you don't kick rocks. You didn't think any information related to that would ever come up? I find it odd that the court documents aren't even there. Like it was just completely removed and expunged or never existed. But she wants us to believe that she'll be able to go to Russia, do whatever it is she's going to do, and then come back and nothing happens out of that. They don't have to let you in their country. Despite the fact they're not an ally to the United States of America, they would only let someone like you over there, Candace, if you're being useful to them. You think you're an opportunist, Candace. You're not smarter than the KGB. You're not smarter than their intel officers. You can't even answer a question about your degrees without lying about it. So what do you think they're going to ask her about when it comes to intel on the U.S.? Especially if they may have damning information on George Farmer. Personally, I said I don't think he went fishing like that over there because he knows he would be watched. Why would you want to go to Russia knowing you're going to be stalked? And then if you got accusations out here from grown men saying that you walked up to a grown man and grabbed him by his private area, don't you think Russia knows that? They may know a lot more than we think they know. Especially about George Farmer's little adventures. Boys club and all. They know he's in the Bowling Down Club. They know he's probably done a lot more property damage and got behind the wheel of a car and drunk drive mostly everywhere he's ever went. If he's behind the wheel of a car and he's drunk as hell, that DUI in 2023 more than likely was not his first or only DUI. May not even be his last. Depends. But don't you think they would have a lot more information than what's available on the internet? So if he takes a photo with Milo, whatever, and he's all hugged up on him, and he has an allegation from another grown man about a claim of SA assault, and he walked up to a grown man, grabbed his private area, and nothing, like the guy came out, put up post on X about it, But yet and still, no investigation was done, none of that. Don't you think Russia knows that and some? They probably could blow the lid off this entire thing and once again prove that George Farmer is gay. Who knows? They may have sufficient evidence to prove that George Farmer is definitely gay. Who knows what they got on him? But the fact that he felt the need to keep going there when he could have went fishing anywhere else is staggering to me. It's mind-numbing. Of all the places, even if you're in the UK, Russia's not friendly to the UK either. The UK is one of our allies, not theirs. So imagine how much they have on George Farmer. Candace has always been stuck on stupid. But they know that her stupidity, her narcissism, her willingness to do any and everything for clicks, likes, views, and subs can be advantageous for them. A great opportunity for them to take advantage of it and to get whatever information out of her that they can. And she, having this so-called disdain for her own country, the United States of America now, would have no problem telling them whatever they need to know. As long as they keep giving her all these bots and assuring that she's going to make all this money, yeah, they're not going to. She's not going to fight them too tough if they ask her questions about intel. What it comes down to is this. Thieves have no loyalty amongst each other. What if they ask her questions about Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly, or they want information on them? Then what? What if they ask her specific questions about certain blueprints for the White House? Information she may have been somehow become aware of that she should not know about. She demands evidence to be released from the FBI, even when they're not spearheading a murder investigation. You don't think that she's capable of spilling the beans and saying a whole lot of nonsense over there to them? I said this 6 months ago when she said that. Why would she say something like that? It's like she was giving us a heads up without verbally coming out and giving us a heads up. And I peeped that. So make sure y'all go check out that video where I reacted to her saying this crap 6 months ago. She would rather be Russian. Girl, please. Kash Patel will never, ever get me to proclaim that I would rather be a citizen of an hostile country against the U.S. because I don't like Kash Patel. The hell you mean? But see, that's how stupid she is. Well, I hope they clown her ass to her face.
For chats, I appreciate you subscribing. The biggest thing that you can do is share our content to make sure that we get this information out to people and people start waking.
Russian assistant with all sorts of connections of her.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit, yeah.
State control software spot. It's not going to be at a coffee shop that the few people are at, and so if an unexpected guest arrives to record you, you're going to know. The full brunt of Russian security and counterintelligence measures are going to be present there because you have Putin there. You have the Russian equivalent of the Secret Service there. So it's a secure spot for them to have these conversations and meetings at. And historically, what we also know is this. It is the location for Russia's dirtiest operations. So there's influence operations and intelligence operations. And what we know from people who have been arrested, deported, and investigations into them is that you have a more overt objective where this has actually been written down. Find foreign influencers and strike things like media partnerships with them and incorporate them into state-controlled soft power programs. So those are exact quotes from leaked investigative documents into how this operates that I posted on my thread. It says that the panels, and she is on a panel, serve as, quote, recruitment pipelines.
Yep.
And pipelines into what? Exactly what I said. Involving foreign influencers, exact quote, to be involved in media partnerships, exact quote, as part of state-controlled soft power programs. Almost an exact quote. So there's no nuance here that I'm missing, no other way to interpret it. That's what this is. And to give you an idea of how bad it is, well, first of all, look at our co-panelists, most of which are sanctioned by the U.S. and European Union for their involvement in propaganda and disinformation operations and the war in Ukraine, more operational role.
Alexander Dugin is sanctioned by the United States.
He is. He's not speaking on our panel because that would just be too ballsy. But he's gonna be there. He's sanctioned by the United States. So are his organizations and his propaganda sites. So when people say, "Oh, he has nothing to do with the Russian government," that's just crap. Yeah. And we can prove that. But this is so dirty that one of the things this is known for is the presence of escorts. Modeling agencies say that they work with the staff of the forum to send in these models, going to be escorts, into the place to target affluent people. And it's so bad that there's people locally complain about this, how much filth comes in during this time of year when this event is held. So, I mean, so dirty that one of the leaders of this forum, who is speaking this year at the same event Candace Owens is, used to be like one of Jeffrey Epstein's best Russian friends. Like, Epstein had a Russian assistant with all sorts of connections of her own. So Epstein is far more connected to Russia than the CIA and Mossad, like miles ahead. And his Russian assistant got a letter of recommendation from the Russian intelligence FSB guy who runs this. The guy who runs this, that same guy, the FSB guy, is friends with Epstein. They discuss business deals. And he sent an invite to Epstein to attend this event that Candace is speaking at as a way of getting Epstein a Russian visa. It goes even further. Epstein calls the guy, the FSB guy, who led the event that Candace is speaking at, and complains to him about a Russian model, who the guy obviously knows, in New York, blackmailing powerful businessmen in New York that Epstein knows. Epstein contacts this guy and says, like, what can we do about this? The guy gets information on her, obviously working with intelligence. Where do you get that information from? Sends it over to Epstein. Something goes on. Epstein writes an email to himself, which some people do sometimes thinking it'll never get out there, but it got out there because you're not sending it electronically. He was keeping a note for himself. And it makes it very clear that he is at that moment planning, and almost certainly actually did, threaten that Russian model to stop blackmailing these businessmen that he knows, and to tell her, if you don't stop, I'm going to send the FSB after you because you're going to be declared an enemy of the people, meaning enemy of the Russian people. The model is Russian, so the FSB, his FSB friends, are going to come and harm her. So, I mean, that part, I mean, I get consistently surprised when I looked into this, but I also kind of love the fact that I can connect Candace to Epstein, like rhetorically. She didn't know him or anything, but using her same logic, she's way closer to Jeffrey Epstein and foreign intelligence services than anyone she accuses of those same things.
Well, I mean, even John Mappin. John Mappin is in the Epstein files, and nobody cares. Apparently, they want to, try to hang this around Trump's neck all the time, but they never talk about all these people that are actually in the Epstein files. Is there anything that indicates any sort of criminality? No, but it's we're just asking questions, right?
I disagree.
Why John Mappin is in the Epstein files? Why this random Scientologist who happens to be married to a Russian is in the Epstein files? That his wife does have Russian ties to or ties to Russian intelligence. Like, it gets wild. And the other thing that goes back to this is I just showed earlier that this is part of the BRICS initiative. This entire economic forum is part of the BRICS initiative. But I just showed you all. I want you guys to see this real quick. So here is a list of all the speakers at the 2026 St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And then, just for giggles, what I did is I threw into Grok. I said, from a American adversary standpoint or American threat assessment standpoint, let's talk about the different people that are coming. They're going to be speakers at the Economic Forum. We have Alexei Volkov, senior organizer of Russia's flagship international business events. Ross Congress, under presidential patronage, promotes Russia's global economic outreach, often emphasizing de-dollarization, local currencies, and partnerships with global South, non-Western countries to bypass sanctions so that we can stop everything. Look, BRICS, and if you want to talk a little bit about BRICS. So BRICS is the idea to unseat the American dollar. And if that happens, folks, our influence, and this goes back to this whole push to diminish America's influence in the world, and this goes back to the one world order. That's what they want. They want to get rid of the dollar as the standard so that they can push this BRICS initiative, so that they can bypass this and they can just run amok in the world. That's why these woke right people are trying to sell you on, like, look, we need isolationism. We've been too interventionalist. Like, we've got to pull in. We want extreme isolationism so that they can do whatever they want. And this is a selling point. This is propaganda from Russia, China, Brazil, among many other people, the communists and globalists of the world, to trick the American people to voting for this idea that America just needs to collapse down on itself and just leave the world alone. The only thing more dangerous, significantly more dangerous than us going out there and, meddling in the world affairs is extreme isolationism. Folks, it will destroy this country economically, militarily. Interventionism has nothing on extreme isolationism. It just doesn't.
Yeah. And, well, first of all, Epstein, you mentioned BRICS. So Epstein was trying to get a meeting with Putin because, and this is in Epstein files, he wanted to help Russia dominate essentially cryptocurrency. He said, I want to help Russia leapfrog ahead of the rest of the world in upgrading the financial and economic system. So he openly wanted Russia to defeat the U.S., wanted to help Russia. This stuff about him being an Israeli, I understand why some people say it, or being a CIA agent, I understand it, but like, you've got to do a comparative analysis here. I mean, the evidence connecting him to Russia when he's openly saying, I want to help Russia defeat the United States, and he has all these Russian intelligence contacts, and there's an assistant who's Russian and probably connect Russian intelligence. It's just unbelievable. Now, you mentioned some of the people speaking at Candace Owens' event. Well, it's not her, but the event that she's speaking at. Yeah. So to really drive this home, the people that she is going to be, that the Russians have chosen to surround her with, aside from Dugin, let's take a look at who's on her panel, right? So the people she's going to be next to. The moderator, Maria Sittel, she's sanctioned by the European Union because she's an operative in Russia's hybrid warfare, according to the Europeans. She specifically targets European audiences with, there's a quote, information manipulation. Gee, I wonder why they felt she's a good match for Candace. Yeah. Information manipulation. Then the panel. So that's the moderator. One of her co-panelists, Alexander Zarov, one of the top propagandists for the Russian government, appointed to that position by Putin and is sanctioned by the United States. Another panelist, Julia Barana, I'm not even going to try. Julia is sanctioned by the EU because she's a disinformation operative, going so far as to justify how Russia kidnaps Ukrainian children from their parents. The other panelist, Anna something, is sanctioned by the US, is the deputy chairman of Russia's State Duma, a government body. She is a protege of this really well-known Russian Orthodox oligarch who is sanctioned by the US and is identified by the Institute for the Study of War as one of Russia's top, quote, cognitive war fighters. So one of the top cognitive war fighters has a protege. That protege is on the panel with Candace Owens, connected to the Russian Orthodox Church, that Candace has openly contemplated joining. She praises it, so she's saying a Catholic, but at one point she almost converted to it, and she still is a fan of it. She advocates for a Russian Orthodox Catholic alliance for all of this. And that guy, the oligarch whose protege is on the panel with her, has taken Candace's content and rebroadcasted it on his Russian government-controlled propaganda network. So they put someone who is familiar with her content, who has been active in amplifying it, on the panel with her. So just those speakers on her panel tells you what's going on here, aside from the leaked documents I mentioned, saying the panels are a recruitment pipeline for doing things like establishing media partnerships with foreign influencers to incorporate them into soft power programs for the Russian government. It's rare in life you get this many smoking guns related to a story of covert influence operations. Very rarely happens. You have it 10 times over here.
Yeah, I'm typing in another thing here in the grok.
So I'm going to pause it here so we can go on to the next one with Ben Shapiro and his take on this. But you guys, make sure you go check out this video. It's 2 hours, 31 minutes long in its entirety. Hopefully he does kind of like a breakdown into mini video clips on this, because people need to get in the whole content. But I'm just doing this for the sake of brevity, because one, my son is not feeling well, and two, I want to make sure I cover like the main content that we were going to check out in our marathon today. So we will be live tomorrow. Tuesday we'll be with Ami. And then, of course, Wednesday. So there's always an opportunity to finish this up as well. The Eclectic Journalist put out a new episode that I want to get into. And, of course, I still want to check out The Bride of Candace from Fax Me, because I think that series is so good. And people keep sleeping on George. Let me tell you something. His little punk ass knows exactly what she's doing. And he does not stop her. And at the end of the day, he will not give her any money to help her pay off settlements for lawsuits either. When he realizes, oh, shoot, she's costing me $30, $40 million at a time, which I think he's going to do. I mean, seriously. Don't think for 1 second he will not leave her ass high and dry. The lack of marriage, lack of romance, all this other stuff. He's got boyfriend, she got girlfriend. Yeah, they'll put up probably with that all day, but he's not gonna put up with her costing him millions of dollars. Do they have a prenup? I sure hope he does. It's funny how she complains about not having money for attorney's fees, but yet your husband and father-in-law are wealthy as hell. And he's worth over $200 million. Why they just won't give you the money again? Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. All this she's doing for views and has no idea that you're putting Russia in a position to get information out of your dumbass and to have you tracked and followed. Yeah, you all understand why I keep saying they can keep her? Why would we want her to come back knowing she's probably going to come back being tracked? Who knows what directive they may give her? So let's say, like Gary said, you go over there and you take your phone and your tablet and laptop with you. What makes you think they will not bug it, Candace? Of course they bugged the rooms. They did that with the president of the United States. And they do it because they want to get as much intel on you to blackmail you. It's like blackmail tactics 101. So, of course, they're going to bug her devices. And she's going to bring all that bullshit back to the U.S. Why? No, we want her to stay over there. We don't want her back. Because if she's not smart enough to know that they're going to bug you and follow you everywhere you go, they're going to take advantage of the situation since you're a useful idiot. And no, Candace is not the smartest person in the room. Why would we want her to bring those devices with trackers and bugs in them back to the U.S.? Why? No, they need to keep her dumbass. Keep her over there. Chabu. So shout out to Gary and Ryan Morrow. I hope I'm saying that right. For going in on this. Like I said, we can always finish this up this week. But I do want to get to the as much as we can with the Ben Shapiro.
Candace Owens is
going over with Candace going over to Russia. And get some of his take on this and then get some of that debate in. Because, yeah, I heard it was something else. And then we'll have to have a separate live to finish up the collab with Gary and Ryan. And then, of course, do the Bride of Candace. Okay? I mean, the Bride of Candace from Fax Me. We're going to do those this week. That sound good? Hit the 4. Get a brain break in right quick. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Just want to reiterate, this is the URL, the link for filing a complaint to the FBI for cybercrimes such as doxing. So if you don't want to click the link, you can always type in how to report cybercrimes. And this website link is going to come up. But it is the official way to submit complaints to the FBI. From there, they take your complaint, all your evidence. You can attach, documentation in your complaint, and then determine if they're going to proceed forward with initiating an investigation. Because it does take time, money, manpower to do these investigations. But I think a lot of this will be open and shut if you're talking about cyber doxing. Because typically you can just get the video or the post of where you've been doxed and use that as your exhibits. So once again, no one has the right to be doxed because you said something that the candy asses didn't like. I mean, Chabu. It's funny how they still watch, but they hate my guts. Keep watching. But you enter my chat at your own peril. Can't make this up. So that's that. Thank you so much, March On, for the $20 super. Hi, Miss LLC. I have the utmost respect for you because you don't sugarcoat the truth. Your moderators are fantastic and so supportive. I'm sad that Mr. Steven is sad. I hope he knows that he was important to the greater good. He certainly is. And I hope he reconsiders. I hope Gary with Paramount Tactical reconsiders having him on the show there. I had a great time with both of them. I did. I had a great time. Once again, I don't know why the candy asses keep thinking that Candace somehow is making me rich and wealthy, but they dumbasses don't want to give me $7,000. Where's my money? But it's a blessing, nevertheless, to have a strong support system. Shout out to all my mods here. You know, they do hold it down. I support them and defend them, and they support defend me and this platform. And I am so blessed to have that type of support. You guys have no idea how much it means to me to have that support. So thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Oh man. And then another $10 super from March On. Candace is doing a lot of harm. This whole issue has become a spiritual battle. And I am, as a grandpaps, worry about my grandbabies' future. Y'all represent hope for me. I'm sure Miss Erica feels the same. I hope so too. I want her to be safe and protected, her kids to be safe and protected. No one deserves to get death threats. No one deserves to have to worry about somebody trying to unalive them or to kidnap them. And Candace does not care. So hopefully, at least for this week, Erica Kirk can breathe a little bit and handle her business. This would be a perfect opportunity for her to drop a federal lawsuit on Candace and to get some sort of permanent injunction against her for the stalking and the dog whistling, you know, and throwing red meat to the base and inciting violence and having people send her death threats. So hopefully she takes care of this stuff and gets that done, because she deserves to have peace of mind, period. People don't like her, they should leave her alone, but they allow Erica Kirk to live rent-free in their heads 24/7. It's like, why? She doesn't have to pay your bills. She doesn't owe you anything. You don't owe her anything. Just leave her alone. Go read a book. But the candy asses refuse to do it. And many of them seems like they've been wanting to attack her this whole time either way. And they're just kind of now getting an opportunity to do it because they never care. It's very unfortunate. But I'm going to keep my foot on her neck. I sure will. And the candy asses can kick rocks. Thank you so much for that $10 super. I appreciate it. Susan sent the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. You must be, I see some new people up in here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Juju, my fantastic mod, sent over a LLC membership. Make sure you guys show your love and support. Thank Juju if you received that membership. And I appreciate you. I appreciate the support you give here in the LLC and holding it down, as well as a fantastic mod. And then March On sent the $5 super. Oh, I will go over to his channel and tell him that I love him and his content. I also pray hard for his grandson. Please do. Please do. He loves his family. The conversation he and I were, able to have before we recorded our episode, he spoke about his grandson, and keep him in your prayers. It's refreshing to see someone, taking that lead role in being involved in their grandchildren's lives. And what would we be without grandparents? My grandmother raised me. I had a father. I had my mom. I had 3 godmothers. I had a beautiful support system. And you can't replace that. I wouldn't trade that in for anything. It is an absolute blessing. So keep him in your prayers. Keep his family in your prayers. I know it's a whole lot when you're passionate And then you have to worry about these sideline attacks. And it just means that God is gearing you up to bless you somehow in a mighty way. He's already gotten a lot more attention and focus because of the viral photo and all. I just really hope if it comes down to it, he does continue to hold Candace accountable and call her out on her bullshit. And so, it's unfortunate what he is going through and how he's feeling. Oh man. But I did reach out to him, respond to him, and let him know that I'm open this weekend to do a collab with him. So hopefully we'll have something like that in place and we can laugh and giggle and have a good time. I would love that. I just seeing him cry, man, that almost broke me a little bit. I was speechless. And be honest, I was speechless. And I'm not speechless often. But I hope Gary reconsiders as well. Because I think it really made his day. He was excited about going on Gary's show. So prayerfully, Gary will reconsider and invite him back on. It's okay if you like somebody or support someone and you just don't agree with what they said or did. You shouldn't have a problem telling that person that. But I don't think it's fair to expect everybody else to either like or dislike somebody because you do. So oh man, it really sucks. But continue to hold her accountable. We shall do. Shout out to you. And then this is Milk Bar's YouTube channel link. Make sure you guys go show him your love and support. Shout out to Kelly Kennedy for the 5 LLC memberships. Gifted. Thank you so much. If you guys receive memberships, be sure to thank Kelly Kennedy and Juju for those awesome memberships. We have a $5 super from Ashes Rose. Thank you so much. Candace is a liar, grifter, and a traitor to the Republican cause. Charlie fought so hard to build his company only to have Candace try and destroy it. Exactly. And tell donors that they should get their refunds. No. And she doesn't think she's going to be sued on that chabu. Candace, you got it coming. Come on, Erica Kirk. Drop that federal lawsuit, girl. You've been waiting long enough. It's time to put her to an end. Put Candace to an end. Candace, then you don't have to go out and actually read or do some real research and do a video. You went over there to Russia just to get views and to create controversy, knowing that she's going to be outwitted and outsmarted. Can't make this up. Candace, keep your punk ass over there. Thank you so much for that $5 super. Ashes, I appreciate it. We have, let's see, another $5 super from March on. Shouldn't Candace have to register with FARA? I think so. And I know Laura Loomer touched on that. If you're going over there and you're being, you're playing the role of an ambassador or representative of another country, I do believe so. But, she's trying to frame it as a family vacation to avoid doing that. But we all know what the deal is. We all know she's going to be questioned. She's going to be asked some questions that she can't just say, well, I don't want to answer that. They're going to look at her and be like, who are you talking to? You are in Mother Russia. You don't tell us that. Oh, man. The way she feels over there, she should have that same fear over here in the United States. But now, what does this helper want to do? Go there, claim it's a family vacation, and then come back here, knowing she's going to be bugged and tracked. And they want to have 4 kids around her with all that. Unbelievable. Sorry about that, you all. I'm making sure my son was okay. Thank you so much. I hope she does register. If not, they need to penalize her for it. Because she doesn't have a reason. That's not a family vacation spot. Girl, Candace, stop lying like hell. You lie. Your lies are dumb, Candace. Your lies are so dumb. She said 6 months ago she would rather be Russian. I don't know why she just won't permanently move over there. Just stay over there and don't come back. I mean, really. Shout out to the S-Files. Thank you so much, honey. This is I can't click on the links in StreamYard. But here's a video for you all to check out. Candace uses child as rage bait. Lord have mercy. Make sure you guys go check that out. Shout out to you, S-Files. Thank you so much for dropping that link in the chat. And then we have the $5 super from Susie Q. Red heart. Much love right back at you. I appreciate all of you all. Let's get in on Ben Shapiro. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's get to it.
Headed on vacation to Russia. It's kind of a weird choice. Most people head to Hawaii or maybe to the Caribbean or hell to Montana. She is headed over to St. Petersburg. Wait, who else has headed over to Russia in the recent past? Oh, yeah. And who else has been promoting the ideas of Vladimir Putin and his government, a government that seeks the destruction of America's power in the world? Well, I like that one, and maybe also like that one, and also probably, yeah, that one too. Yes, something is going on, and it's been going on for a while. That thing is called ideological subversion, and it's an actual threat to the United States of America. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. So we all know that Candace Owens hates a lot of things, like the truth, basic scientific knowledge, proper pronunciation of words, Charlie Kirk's widow, and naturally the Jews. But undergirding all of that is a conspiratorial anti-American worldview. You see, as we'll get to, Candace really does not like America, and neither do her ideological allies. And that is why she is headed on over to Russia to visit her friends, her ideological handlers and sponsors over in Russia. It's not why she said she's headed to Russia, but here she was on her show explaining that she is headed on over to Russia for the fishing.
I'm going to be off air next week. Next week, I'm actually going to St. Petersburg. I'm so excited for that. I have been wanting to go to St. Petersburg for a very, very long time, just as a Christian in general, just to see some of those cathedrals and churches. And we're finally making it happen, a family trip. And so that's happening. So I'll be off air for an entire week. I can't wait for the headlines. People saying I guess I'm funded by Iran and Russia and probably Pakistan. Obviously not true. My husband's been to Russia quite a few times because he fishes.
For the fishing. Now, I'm not saying that Candace is funded by all of these governments. I'm saying that she has ideological solidarity with those governments. Because, see, here's the thing. Our current status with Russia, not great. Obviously, St. Petersburg itself has been under Ukrainian attack recently. And not just that. The United States government has a problem with the Russian government. The State Department currently says that Americans should not travel to Russia for literally any reason. Quote, U.S. citizens are at risk due to terrorism, unrest, wrongful detention, and other threats. U.S. citizens in Russia should leave immediately. One of the reasons, by the way, is because they say that the Russian embassy, the American embassy in Russia, will not be able to help you if you go over there and you get in trouble with the Russian government. In fact, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, pointed out that the United States has severe sanctions on Russia right now for a reason.
Biden administration put on what I would call mild sanctions because they were worried about gasoline prices going up into an election. It would be an unstatesmanlike sanctions. Probably the worst national security advisor in the history of the country, Jake Sullivan, in an act of bravery on his way out the door in January, they raised the sanction level on behalf of the Trump administration. We let those in situ when we took office. They fast forward to October, and President Trump instructed me to sanction the two largest Russian oil companies, Lukoil and Rosneft, which we did. No other government has done that. So no one has done more sanctions than the Trump administration on Russian oil.
Now, listen, I get that there are a lot of people out there who think, okay, fine, famous, rich person goes to any country they want, like Russia. No risk there. Okay. My security team would not let me travel to Russia because there's a pretty high likelihood that I would be wrongly arrested or maybe some sort of polonium would be put in my tea or something. Candace Owens traipses in, as did, of course, Tucker Carlson. No problem. And there's a reason for that, and that is because they are useful idiots for the Russian regime. They agree with the Russian regime that America is terrible and morally deficient. They agree that American power in the world is evil. Now, again, I know a lot of people are speculating that people like a Candace or like a Tucker, what happened to them? It must have been they were paid off, but I don't think that's the case. I will grant them their sincerity. I think they honestly believe all the terrible things they're saying. So do the Russians. So what actually is Candace doing in Russia? She's not going there for the fishing. Reporter Ryan Morrow reported on X that Candace is actually attending and speaking at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum alongside Vladimir Putin, Alexander Dugin, who we'll get to in a moment, sort of known as Putin's brain, the great theorist of Russian supremacism, and other members of the Russian government and intel community. According to Morrow, he reports that the St. Petersburg Forum is, quote, a known hub for Russian intel. Leaked docs show its panels serve as recruitment pipelines for foreign collaborators. Top goals include state-directed soft power programs. As Morrow reports, SPIEF is a hotspot for Russian intelligence. The moderator for Candace's panel, a person named Maria Sitel, is sanctioned by the EU for her involvement in Russia's hybrid warfare, which targets European audiences with information manipulation. Her co-panelist, a person named Alexander Zharov, is sanctioned by the United States because he's one of the most powerful propagandists for the Russian government. Another co-panelist is sanctioned by the United States and is the deputy chairman of the Russian parliament, the Duma. Others who are joining Candace, according to the reporter Ryan Morrow, at SPIEF, in Russia are Andrei Bezrukov, who was arrested as a deep cover Russian spy in the United States in 2010. He literally inspired the show The Americans. And also Scott Ritter, the former UN inspector and convicted pedophile, who is currently under FBI investigation for acting as a foreign agent of Russia. And of course, none of this should be a shock. You'll recall that recently Candace Owens interviewed Hunter Biden. Very warm interview. Very, very strange. And after her interview, Laura Loomer correctly reports that Russia Today, which is the Russian state media, posted 17 separate clips of Candace's interview with Hunter Biden, which of course is not a shock because she is an ideological ally. They do the same thing with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker is another one of these Russian allies, pretty obviously and pretty clearly. And he's been spending years at this point just parroting whatever Russia's perspective on the world is, like over and over and over again. In 2022, it was actually widely reported that the Kremlin had issued a memo saying, quote, "It is essential to use as much as possible of broadcasts of the popular Fox News host, Tucker Carlson." That's going back to 2022. There's a reason for that. Here was Tucker in 2022.
Before that happens, it might be worth asking yourself, since it is getting pretty serious, what is this really about? Why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him? Has he shipped every middle-class job in my town to Russia? Did he manufacture a worldwide pandemic that wrecked my business and kept me indoors for 2 years? Is he teaching my children to embrace racial discrimination? Is he making fentanyl? Is he trying to snuff out Christianity? Does he eat dogs? These are fair questions, and the answer to all of them is no. Vladimir Putin didn't do any of that. So why does permanent Washington hate him so much? If you've been watching the news, you know that Putin is having a border dispute with a nation called Ukraine.
Okay, so permanent Washington hates Putin. This is, again, Tucker back when he was on Fox News. This is why when people say, what happened to Tucker? The answer is nothing happened to Tucker. Tucker always believed these things. He just had people in seats above him at Fox preventing him from going fully off the rails. And so the Tucker you're seeing today is, in fact, the real Tucker. And Russia loves that real Tucker because he agrees with them, obviously. Which is why Tucker in 2024 headed on over to Russia and praised the magic of their Russian-operated shopping carts because the man's never been to an Aldi's. He is one of the most silver spoon people in America, astonished by the workings of basic grocery stores.
So a long-standing feature, maybe the longest-standing feature of Cold War propaganda in the West was the Soviet grocery store. No products, no choices, shoddily made things. And it wasn't actually propaganda, it was real. And you can look up the pictures on the internet if you want. So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at a contemporary, modern-day, 2024 Russian grocery store 2 years into sanctions. Here we go. All right, here we go. So I guess you put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back when you put the cart back. So it's free, but there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your homeless encampment. Okay, this is the grocery cart escalator.
I still can't believe this didn't end his credibility in the conservative movement.
The wheels don't
I mean, it's just
move,
insane to
they
me.
lock.
He literally went over to Russia and was astonished at things that you can see at your local Aldi's or at Target. Like this silver spoon, Walter Duranty. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In just a second, we'll get into why all of this is happening and also why is it important? Why should you care? And you really, really should. It's a threat to the country. First, remember when you were younger and sleep felt kind of optional. You could stay up way too late, eat trash, survive on caffeine, somehow wake up the next morning ready to function like a normal human. Now, one bad night of sleep follows you around for 2 days like an unpaid debt. The quality of your sleep setup matters an awful lot more than people realize. That's one reason Helix has become such a popular mattress brand. Helix makes mattresses tailored to different sleep styles because not everybody sleeps the same way. Some people sleep hot, some need extra support, some toss and turn, some wake up every time another human moves. You know, like this is part of the problem for me. I'm a light sleeper and I tend to sleep in positions that hurt my back unless I have the right mattress. Well, Helix made me a mattress just for me because they offer more than 20 different mattress models. And that means you can actually find something designed around how you sleep instead of buying a one-size-fits-all mattress and hoping for the best. According to Helix, a study they conducted found that 82% of participants saw an increase in deep sleep after switching to a Helix mattress. The mattress ships directly to your door. It comes with a 120-night sleep trial. It includes a limited lifetime warranty. Better sleep can affect everything. Your energy, your focus, your mood, productivity. It's one of the highest return investments you can make in yourself. Right now is a great time to check out Helix. They're offering a special deal for listeners of the show. It's not going to be around much longer. Head on over to helixsleep.com/Ben for 27% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/Ben for 27% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know we sent you. helixsleep.com/Ben. Also, what's that thing you've been thinking about starting for the last year? Business, a side hustle, podcast, online store. How many times have you talked yourself out of it? Most people never start at all because they're waiting until they feel ready. The reality is that pretty much nobody is ready when they begin. And the reality is you just kind of jump in with both feet, and that's the only way to know whether you're going to be able to succeed. When we started Daily Wire, we didn't know we were ready, but now the Daily Wire shop is powered by our friends over at Shopify. They help us out. Shopify powers millions of businesses all around the world and roughly 10% of all e-commerce in the United States. With Shopify, you can build a professional online store using ready-to-use templates, manage inventory and payments, run analytics, create email and social media campaigns designed to help customers discover your business. And Shopify's built-in AI tools can help write product descriptions, generate page headlines, even improve product photography, allowing entrepreneurs to spend more time building and less time troubleshooting. Everything lives in one place: inventory, payments, analytics, marketing tools, customer management. you get stuck, Shopify offers 24/7 customer support to help you keep moving. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/Shapiro. Head on over to shopify.com/Shapiro. That's shopify.com/Shapiro. Well, what is actually happening here, right? That's the big question. Why is all this happening? Candace and Tucker, Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, Thomas Massey, MTG. Why all this warmth toward Russia? And the answer is ideological kinship. So we understand that, and I'll get to that in a moment. But the really big question here is, why is this important? Well, we've been watching over the past several years, really over the past decade, and it feels like everything in America is kind of falling apart, right? I mean, it feels like that. We see it every day. The polarization is extraordinary. We've seen institutional distrust and economic unrest and civil unrest. And a lot of that is not a coincidence. It is part of an actual plan. Now, again, that doesn't mean everything we're seeing in America is dictated by the Russian government. They don't have that kind of power. They didn't rig the 2016 election or some nonsense like that. And a lot of the institutional distrust that Americans have right now is earned. Russiagate, or the government's response to COVID, or the Black Lives Matter scam, or the cover-up of Joe Biden's mental incompetence. A lot of blame to go around for institutional distrust. But here's the thing. Our enemies, Russia, China, Iran, they wait for vulnerability in the United States, and then they exacerbate divides and they exploit them. Here's how the world works through the lens of actual legitimate influence operations. These are real things. They've been going on for decades. There's a guy named Yuri Bezmenov, who's a Soviet informant and KGB operative. He defected to the United States in the early 70s. In the 1984 interview that's become pretty famous online, titled Deception Was My Job, Bezmenov laid out the 4 stages of what he called ideological subversion that were created by radical Soviet Marxists to indoctrinate and weaken nations from within and then destroy them. Listen to how he lays out the operation here.
To change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior.
Now, demoralization, as Bezmenov spells it out, is followed by stage 2, which is destabilization. Destabilization is where basically you create the preconditions for stage 3, which is a crisis, a breakdown. And then stage 4 is normalization of the new set of values. So right now, we are still in the late stages of stage 1, demoralization. We had several generations of indoctrination at the highest levels in America into anti-Americanism. And that destabilization requires friends. It requires ideological allies. Now, we could hit destabilization any moment. All it takes is a little push and we're in crisis. Maybe there's an economic downturn. Maybe there's foreign chaos. But right now, our enemies are, as they always have been. Remember, Vladimir Putin was a KGB agent. Our enemies are laser focused on demoralizing us. And Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon and Alex Jones, all the people that Russia has been openly using and allying with, these are demoralization agents. They are doing the work. Russia needs them and is using them, and they're not shy about this. So Alexander Dugin has been mentioned several times on the show. Reminder, he's widely known as Vladimir Putin's brain, sort of an in-house philosopher for Vladimir Putin. He's appeared himself on a wide variety of the woke right shows, ranging from Tucker to Alex Jones. He actually got his start as the co-founder of something called the National Bolshevik Party, which was essentially a fascist party calling for restored Russian empire and centralized economics. Well, while he was working with that group in 1997, he wrote a book called Foundations of Geopolitics. That book was then apparently used as a textbook at the General Staff Academy in Russia. So this became part of their actual policy. I'm going to read you a quote from that book, Foundations of Geopolitics in 1997 by Alexander Dugin. And you see if you can't spot what's going on. Quote, "It is especially important to bring geopolitical turmoil into the U.S. domestic reality by encouraging all kinds of separatism, various ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements of extremist, racist, and sectarian groups that destabilize internal political processes in the United States. At the same time, it makes sense to support isolationist tendencies in U.S. politics, the theses of those often right-wing Republican circles that believe the U.S. should confine itself to its domestic problems. This state of affairs is highly advantageous to Russia, even if isolationism is carried out within the original Monroe Doctrine wording, i.e. if the U.S. limits its influence to Americas. This does not mean Eurasia, meaning Russia, should give up on destabilizing the Latin American world by seeking to remove certain regions from U.S. control. All levels of geopolitical pressure on the United States must be engaged simultaneously. He's talking about demoralization. That's what he's talking about. Find allies who are stumping for America to be weaker in the world, actively generate tension, actively generate sectarianism in American politics, actively pit Americans against one another, and find friends on the right-wing side of the aisle to help foment all of that. And the good news for Russia is that in the era of the internet, when there really are no reliable fact checkers, when the wave of information that Bezmenov talks about is unstoppable, there's just so much conflicting stuff out there. It's very difficult for anyone who's not deeply in this stuff to find the truth. It's a perfect environment for the spreading of this kind of demoralization and chaos. And you can see who the friends are. There was Alex Jones, not all that long ago, talking with Dugin and rediscovering what it meant to be American, how great it was to be America because of Russia. We need to be more like Russia, actually.
And let's be clear, you were writing this 30 years ago, and your ideas got picked up. And so a lot of right-wingers said, no, Russia's not really becoming traditionalist or Christian. That's fake. No, it's real. Everybody's seen it now in action. Everybody else has the same desire. It's not that we're adopting Russian propaganda. We're adopting who we already were and rediscovering who we are together. And it's just a wonderful thing, because they intended to have Western civilization and Christianity buried. But by taking us to the edge of oblivion, it actually made us realize how precious it was, because you don't know what you lost until it's gone. Is that what you're saying?
So we need to rethink and revise the Western modernity. The modernity was absolutely wrong because it has abandoned the Christianity.
Modernity was a mistake. Russia, as leader of the Christian world, which, by the way, is an absurdity. As we'll see, this is repeated constantly by the woke right influencer class, who are totally aligned with the Russian government on all of this. I mean, here was Tucker Carlson, not all that long ago, doing an interview with Alexander Dugin and painting him as a victim of censorship and a non-regime aligned philosopher, and just a true sort of platonic figure.
Alexander Dugin is a 62-year-old Russian academic philosopher. He spent his life in Moscow. He was an anti-Soviet dissident as a young man. And now he is famous the world over, in the English language press anyway, as, quote, Putin's brain. But he is not a political figure here in Russia. He is, once again, a philosopher. And his ideas are deeply offensive to some people.
The bad people. So Alexander Dugin Tucker says that Alexander Dugin is good, right? Dugin, by the West, with Tucker, says that actually the reason the West hates Vladimir Putin is not because he's an aggressive dictator, a former KGB agent who has fostered chaos and evil all over the world and is currently involved in the invasion of a sovereign country that has resulted in the deaths of at least 500,000 people. And meanwhile, he's threatening other Eastern European countries as well, spreading chaos down into Africa, spreading chaos into the Middle East. Now, the reason, according to Tucker and Dugin, that the West has a problem with Vladimir Putin is because actually Vladimir Putin is a true traditionalist. He's somebody who truly stands up for, when he's not poisoning his enemies. That's what he's doing.
80 odd years of defending Russia. They hated Russia. What was that? Why the change?
I think that first of all, Putin is traditional leader. So Putin, when he came to power, from the very beginning, he started to extract our country, Russia, from the global influence. So he started to contradict to global progressist agenda. And these people who supported the Soviet Union, they were progressists, and they are now progressists. So they have felt that now they were dealing with someone who doesn't share this progressist agenda, and who tried, and with success, to restore traditional values, sovereignty of the state, Christianity.
Well, meanwhile, Marjorie Taylor Greene doing the same exact routine. She, of course, is an advocate for Russia as somehow a Christian bulwark. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who could not spell Russia if spotted several of the letters. She would likely put an H in it somehow. In any case, here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
This is a war on Christianity. The Ukrainian government is attacking Christians. The Ukrainian government is executing priests. Russia is not doing that. They're not attacking Christianity. As a matter of fact, they seem to be protecting it.
Vladimir Putin has not said he wants to go march across Europe and take Europe.
Okay, first of all, Vladimir Putin has, in fact, talked about the Eurasian empire that needs to arise, friendly governments all across Western Europe that would be more allied with Russia than with the United States. As far as Russia as the great protector of Christianity, we should point out at this point that Russia is one of the most secular countries in all of the world. Its church attendance rate is somewhere between 6 and 14%. The Russian Orthodox Church works for the Russian government. They have cracked down on a wide variety of religious institutions, including Protestant institutions. And as far as their supposed social conservatism, Russia has one of the worst abortion rates on planet Earth, 45 per 1,000 women every year. The United States is at 16.7. We have a horrible abortion problem in the United States, and Russia is almost triple that number. Their total fertility rate, by the way, this supposedly great restorer of Western civilization, their total fertility rate, meaning how many babies women are having, 1.4, well below replacement rates, one of the lowest in the West. So Russia is spreading lies, but they happen to be woke right lies that cross paths, that cross streams, Ghostbusters style, with the Candaces, with the Tuckers. Their rhetoric is precisely the rhetoric of the so-called woke right. America is soulless. America's economy might be prosperous, but it's emptying out America of Christianity. Again, this coming from a country that literally has the government embedding with its own form of religion to crack down on other forms of religion. American capitalism is inferior to feudalism, right? All of this crosses streams with the Tucker and I'm not saying that Tucker and Candace are working for Russia. I'm saying they agree with them. They agree with America's enemies. And here's Tucker saying capitalism is worse than feudalism.
I mean, feudalism is so much better than what we have now because at least in feudalism, the leader is vested in the prosperity of the people he rules.
Right.
You know, if all your serfs die, you starve.
Yeah, there's a true incentive to care for those people now.
It's insane. It's all a demoralization op. It is all an operation to demoralize Americans, divide them from one another, make America believe that America is crap. So here are Tucker and Alexander Dugin just saying the multipolar thing. Again, they aren't exactly the same page, and that's for a reason.
So there's the downfall of the Western unipolarity and the rise of the multipolarity.
And so you're watching the end of the global American empire, the unipolar world. And so the death of the unipolar moment and of the institutions within the evangelical movement, American Protestant Christianity, are going away, but they will be replaced by something better and purer.
We're living in the crucial moment of this emergence of multipolarity,
including Russia, China, Iran, and say it's time for a new world order where we are partners in this relationship.
I think that's the wisest possible advice and probably the only path that preserves civilization.
Well, folks, when I talk about this being a demoralization operation, that's because it is. And if you can't spot the op, that's because you're the mark. You are the target. What these folks wish for you to do is agree with them that America sucks and is bad, and that Russia and China and Iran ought to have more global power. That is literally the goal. And I know a lot of people out there are shaking their heads. No, this isn't foreign driven. Then you need to answer the question. What exactly Tucker Carlson was doing in Russia, why he's constantly parroting Russian talking points. You have to answer the question if you're on the left, why Hassan Piker and the Chinese government aren't exactly the same page. You have to answer the question as to why Candace Owens is quote unquote vacationing at a Russian government driven conference in St. Petersburg in the middle of a war with Ukraine where drones are being fired at St. Petersburg. Like, these are all questions that require answers. And the answer is quite easy and understandable. And the Russians themselves have laid it out there in this particular case. So again, once you see what's going on, it's hard to unsee it. We just need people to actually, open their eyes. The idea that America supports Nazis in Ukraine or supports quote unquote genocide in Israel. By the way, that propaganda point began with the Soviets in 1967. This idea that Zionism is a form of racism and anti-Zionism is a form of anti-colonialism. That was a Soviet propaganda point first put out in 1967 after the Six-Day War in a Soviet attempt to win over Arab states. The idea that Iran isn't really our enemy, actually, while they shout death to America, really Iran could be our friend. Maybe they're good. The idea that the war on terrorism was just American imperialism and that Russia actually is our friend, that America is bad, that America is empty, that America has been taken over by child molesting elites, the so-called Epstein class, who all work for the Zionists, including Donald Trump. Candace Owens tweeting just a month ago, quote, the Iranian president tweets he is willing to sacrifice his own life for the people. Donald Trump was willing to sacrifice Charlie Kirk and is willing to sacrifice every American life and livelihood for greater Israel. Who is the animal again? And all of this is a demoralization effort directed at undermining America. There's no way to read this kind of stuff and listen to this kind of garbage, true garbage, baseless trash without understanding the agenda. The biggest thing, of course, is that America must retreat from the world. That is the end goal. It's the end goal for Russia. It's the end goal for their ideological friends and allies, that America must retreat from the world, that we have to give way to a multipolar world order. That is what Russia and China desperately desire. It's what you're hearing every day from these people. That's the op. That's why Candace is going to Russia. It's why Tucker is friendly with Russia. It's why. That is the point. Now, there is a mirror image here. So if Russia requires the woke right to be its ideological fellow travelers, China uses the left to fellow travel. China uses the American left as a way to run its own demoralization op in the United States. Right? China is using its power in order to find allies who undermine the United States from within. This is what Hassan Piker does. Hassan Piker, who is now continuing his normalization campaign across American media. We should just remember that Hassan Piker is in total solidarity with the Maoist government of China, the communist regime, the repressive, tyrannical communist regime that is responsible over its history for the killing of at least 40 million human beings, probably significantly more. He was literally in China declaring he has no patriotism for America, and somehow we're supposed to take his opinion seriously on America.
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about people.
No patriotism in his heart. And then, of course, he was at Yale University at the Yale Political Union, quoting Chairman Mao, one of the great mass murderers of history.
I am reminded, however, of some famous words spoken by a guy by the name of Mao Zedong. Speaking with an American journalist in 1946, Mao Zedong said these words: "All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality, they are not so powerful. Speaking of US imperialism, people seem to feel that it is terrifically strong. But it will be proved that the US reactionaries, like all reactionaries in history, do not have much strength. In the United States, there are others who are really strong. The American people."
Remember what Bezmenov said, right? Take over the universities, take over the institutions, start promoting demoralization efforts. That's it. And so Hassan Piker, again, people in positions of power spend their days normalizing this guy. That's what they do now. He's a full-scale Cartier communist who has endorsed political violence, and they spend their days normalizing him. Here's Hassan Piker suggesting, just yesterday, that the number one problem in America is lack of class consciousness. Not poverty, not political dysfunction, lack of class consciousness, says the Maoist wearing jewelry.
I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a harm reduction believer, I guess, to a certain degree. I recognize that class consciousness is the number one problem in this country. We do not have class consciousness and we do not have political education. And without class consciousness and political education, you can't have organizing on the basis of class.
And the normalization effort continues apace. Trevor Noah, again, another foreigner who comes here to criticize America. Trevor Noah is talking with Piker, and Piker just starts jabbering about how he had to overcome his fear after the murder of Charlie Kirk. Hassan Piker, a normalizer of American violence, American political violence, literally interviewed with the New York Times and talked about basically why the CEO of a health insurance company had it coming when he was murdered. He's sitting there pretending to be a victim here. I mean, this is pathetic stuff.
They want to create an environment of fear, an environment of tension that disrupts what I want to do. And I'm not going to give in to that. And I even said this after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks after his assassination. Obviously, it didn't happen. But one of the things that people kept asking me is like, do you have security? Are you changing things? And for the first week or so, I had to cancel some of my public appearances. But shortly after that, I started going back out there, going out in public, going to protests again. And people kept saying like, well, aren't you worried? And my answer always is the same. It's just, I can't let fear change what I want to do. I can't let fear influence my life in this way. So I choose not to think about it. Many of my friends think I'm insane.
Let's be clear.
For that reason.
The reason that Hassan Piker is not worried is because he is the one who has been fomenting permission structures for violence. People who don't like Hassan Piker are typically not. Okay, all of this, again, whether it is people parroting Chinese propaganda or people who are actively doing the work of the Russian government, the impact is brain rot. Already coming up, what's going on with this demoralization ideology? We'll get into more of it. Plus, aliens. Did the White House just reveal the presence of aliens? And James Tallarico is saying that Americans are divided not between right and left, but between tops and bottoms. I have questions. First, there are certain things that would be completely unacceptable in real life, but we have sort of accepted online. Imagine a stranger who followed you around every day and watched every store you entered and every book you picked up and every restaurant you ate at and everything you looked at. And then they all wrote it down in a notebook and sold that notebook to hundreds of companies. Well, we'd call the cops, right? But online, that's just a normal business model. This is why I use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN encrypts 100% of your online activity and routes it through secure servers. So what you do online stays private. It also hides your IP address, which is essentially the identifying number attached to your online activity. And it is kind of wild that all of this data on you is just in the hands of these corporations that monetize it. If you're not that interested in that or in hackers getting your information, well, now would be the time for you to grab ExpressVPN. More and more of your life is exposed unless you actively protect it. Right now, ExpressVPN is at its lowest price ever, $3.49 a month, less than 12 cents a day. My subscribers can get an extra 4 months when you use my special link. Go to expressvpn.com/Ben and 4 extra months of ExpressVPN. That's expressvpn.com/Ben to get started. Also, when you become a parent, your entire way of thinking, well, changes. What happens to me becomes what happens to the people who count on me if something should happen to me. Because once other people are counting on you, you need a safety net. It's not optional. It is a requirement. And this is where our friends at Policy Genius come in. Policy Genius is an online insurance marketplace that helps people compare life insurance quotes from top insurers side by side in one place. Their licensed team helps explain coverage options, compare prices, answer questions, handle paperwork, help you find coverage that fits your family's needs. Because most people don't want to spend weeks researching insurance policies. They just want confidence they've made a smart decision. And honestly, that's what Policy Genius provides. Clarity, no guesswork, just a straightforward way to compare options and find coverage that works for your situation. That was her great saying. Well, again, if your goal is to tear America apart, then what do? You take a unifying moment for America, like the assassination of Charlie, and you immediately begin attempting to rip it to shreds. Well, now it has become just part of the normal political discourse to go after Erica Kirk, who committed the great sin of being married to a man who was shot in the neck and murdered. That was her great sin. Well, Project Constitution put out a tweet saying Erica Kirk has a new boyfriend. She was spotted getting handsy with new Jewish boyfriend Blake Wynn, nephew of casino mogul Steve Wynn, at exclusive Beverly Hills Hotel. I have now confirmed through 2 separate sources that Erica Kirk has already moved on, and fast. Okay, well, it turns out that that is not true at all. Kirk's legal team accused him of making false and defamatory claims. I happen to know Blake. Blake is engaged to someone who is not Erica Kirk. It's all just crap. It's all just crap. But the attacks on Erica have been absolutely normalized. And the rise of political violence has been normalized as well. There was a simultaneous arrest of a 26-year-old who was charged with a third-degree felony count for making a terroristic threat involving public fear of serious bodily injury or public disruption because he said he was going to bomb a TPUSA event. Quote, death to Erica Kirk and every single speaker there. America will live on without these scum on this earth. Every Christian nationalist shall perish in the bombing that will take place at every single Turning Point rally and event. And when it feels like things are falling apart, the conditions for falling apart, there's no question, they're here. The conditions for America falling apart, economic concerns, a very broken social fabric, institutions that have largely failed. But our enemies are taking advantage of that. And they're using people who are allies of their own ideologies in order to do so. That is the entire demoralization effort. First, it's demoralization, and then it's destabilization, and then it's crisis. That is what is happening right now. Now, the demoralization ideology has infected the entire Democratic Party. You don't have to go to Hassan Piker. You can find actual Democratic nominees who continue to push the exact same talking points over and over and over that tear America apart. So over in Michigan, Democrats are about to nominate for the Senate a man named Abdul El-Sayed. We've talked about him on the program. Abdul El-Sayed is a terror supporter. He literally would refuse to say that it was good that Ayatollah Khamenei was dead because he was afraid he would alienate his base, fellow terrorist supporters, presumably. Abdul El-Sayed is very likely to win, specifically because he is so radical in this Democratic primary. There was a debate last night between Mallory McMorrow, Haley Stevens, and Abdul El-Sayed, all of them far left. Haley Stevens is the least far left of them, which is to say that she is slightly to the left of Mao. Now, in any case, Abdul El-Sayed, he says the billionaires don't make jobs. We need a 7% wealth tax. This is where the Democratic Party is going as a party. They're just steering further and further to the left.
Do we really think that excess money to billionaires makes jobs? Because if we really think that, then we've been trying it for a very long time, and I don't see that many more jobs. To me, I'd like to tax them the wealth so we invest in the things that actually unlock human capital, like healthcare and good schools and functional infrastructure. If we think that billionaires make jobs with their money, I think we are going to continue to find ourselves in an economy where it's hard to make that first 100,000 and way easier to make that next billion. I would like to see us tax billionaires at 7% of their wealth. Because here's the thing. You tax a billionaire 7, 8%, you know what they still are, Nolan? Still a billionaire. Kids are going to be rich. I think our kids can get to go to the schools.
Okay, this, of course, is idiocy. The idea that billionaires do not make jobs neglects the fact that a huge percentage of Americans are employed because of companies that have made people billionaires. That's how people become billionaires. They don't steal money. They make the money by participating in voluntary transactions in the United States. But the real thing from El-Sayed is dinging the quote-unquote establishment on the right and left. Again, this horseshoe of people who hate the country is quite real. When he's ripping the establishment, I know the establishment has come to mean too many things. It's what we call a semantically overloaded term, establishment. Does establishment mean kind of go along to get along, Republicans who cave too often to the left? Or does establishment mean just in the realm of the rational, people who don't agree with the Chinese government or the Russian government or the Iranian government? Well, here's Abdul El-Sayed doing his routine.
We're here at Mackinac Island. Just a couple steps away, you've got the porch where corporate lobbyists are cutting deals with corporate-backed politicians to figure out how to pick as much meat off the bones of Michigan as possible. You're right. I want to tax billionaires their wealth. You are right. I want to stand with unions. And you are absolutely right that I think we should be enforcing antitrust policy that allows big corporations to collude together to raise our prices. And the thing about it is this. The conversation that needs to be had isn't just the one that we have with the 99 other senators or the folks in Congress or even a president. It's the conversation we have with the 350 million people who elect all of us. And I think we have an opportunity to actually find like-minded opportunities with Republicans who understand that their people, too, are getting picked apart. I've been to 96 cities now, and no matter where I go, people say the same.
Okay, let me pause it right there because I think they go on to this debate. The beginning was about Candace. I haven't seen this full video. Sifa. I know he touched on Candace going to Russia. This goes on into a whole debate, right? So. Okay, cool. And I do think I showed part of the video yesterday that was on X from Ben Shapiro, where he comments about her going over there. I think the consensus is the same. She has no idea what she's getting into. And the fact that she felt like she needed to lie calling it a family vacation is absolutely rudimentary. It's absolutely ridiculous. She did not need to lie about that. And at some point, it was going to come out that she was doing all of these speaking engagements, going all over, these television shows or whatever they are. And you got 4 small kids with you and George and whatever the hell he's doing. Yet she claimed this man goes over there and goes fishing all the time, as if they would not know that. So I don't know. Have you all seen any of the video footage of her in the interview? I don't even know if I would want to watch it. Think that would be something YouTube would ban. YouTube would ban something you talk about anything Ukrainian related. They would block it. So I don't know if that would be the same case with her interview on that, whatever that podcast is or whatever that is over there in Russia. But shout out to No Reply for sending me some photos of that. Are the Dugan clips towards the end? Can you give me a timestamp? Yeah, this goes into I've been listening this whole time. Y'all know I'm just kind of making sure my son is okay, but I've actually been listening. I've been here the whole time. I was just on mute. It seemed like it went into the whole political debate. So y'all know I try to keep down the political tension fire as much as possible. I'm apolitical. I believe you should vote with your conscience and vote for people that are going to help improve your quality of life. This is wild. So I saw that. I think we saw the clip as well. This is from Milk Bar TV, I do believe. And y'all know I don't keep up with crackhead Mickey Mouse. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, it's the sound of his voice. He's annoying as hell. I can't listen to him like that. I just can't. I don't really follow Tucker like that. You won't see me just doing content on Tucker Carlson. I think I may have done like 2 or 3 videos separately on Brandon Tatum, and that's because he's an asshole and a wimp. But not because I follow him or anything. No, I don't. Same thing with Tucker and Megan. I don't follow them like that. I literally, my interest in those two are just beyond non-existent. All right, y'all. So let's if y'all want to continue to watch the rest of the video, though, let me drop the video link in the chat. Ooh, child. Not doing that. Y'all can have it, Tucker Carlson. He's all yours. Not over here. Yeah, Candace is enough with her. Somebody said gobble gobble. Candace is enough. Hell no. No interest in that. And so many people do ask, can you look at this video with Tucker Carlson? No, I'm good on that. Or Megan Kelly. Ugh. Y'all. I wanted to check out a little bit of this debate. Like I said, we're going to do the bride of Candace in a separate video. But this right here, you need to check this out.
Because
it was so ridiculous.
I have a personality that once you know my personality, you hear that personality in my posts. So when you don't know me, I can kind of come across.
And I want to say this before we get into this. Even if it is a candy ass cult member, I don't necessarily just go out my way to just go and gut punch them. I just don't. I believe many of them are dumb? Yes. Because they don't really think about the things that she says. They don't challenge her on anything, and they just kind of repeat what she says. If we want to know how Candace feels, we watch Candace, right? To hear other grown adults repeat that in these debates, where it's like, okay, let me ask you a question about this. And then they can't explain it. And then it turns into just a back and forth match where they're over talking someone. Stuff like that, I personally don't have the temperament for. You do have people that will sit down and try to reason and even debate a Candace cult member. You don't have to always be rude and gut punchy about it. You don't. I personally cannot do it. But to those who want to at least have some dialogue, we already know what they're thinking. Me personally, I don't need to hear 50 different Candace cult members, speak their piece. They all say the same things, like that hive mentality. But for those who do, just like this situation with this video here, I at least applaud the effort. Because Faxby has the patience of a turtle dove. You will not get me to sit down and do a 2-hour live stream with a Candace. You just won't. At some point, I'm gonna say something. They're gonna be mad. Then I'm gonna start laughing at them and clowning them. Doesn't mean I have to go in and cuss them out and yell and scream. No. But I just don't have the temperament to sit down and just listen to grown adults not really have a thought of their own. I don't. I don't even expect everybody in the Lady Luck Club to agree with everything I say. And yes, challenge me. If I say something wrong, send me information. How many times have I corrected? Every single time you guys send me something to say, this is not correct, or I wouldn't go that route, that hasn't been fully vetted or validated or verified. Or if I'm doing my research and doing analysis of something, and let's say I misspeak or I say something that's incorrect, I go back and do a retraction and correct it. Because when it comes to factual information, there's no reason for that to be incorrect either. Your opinion is your opinion. Facts are facts and laws are laws. Is that direct and straightforward? So I'm not one to do stuff like this. We've seen Jay Witt do this, and he kind of went in. It was nice and refreshing to see Deacon go in a little bit. But I haven't seen this, so I want to check out, what the mood of it was, because we already know what she's going to say. At least I know what she's going to say is all that Candace has already said. But it is nice to see someone have the temperament to do this type of stuff and try to debate with these cult members. It's something else. Can't make this up. So this is going to be what we probably end on. That way you guys can enjoy the rest of your evening. But this is a little bit over 2 hours long. I'll drop the video link in the chat, and you guys can check this out. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hold on. There we go. I'll drop the video link in the chat. And in case we don't get through all of it, you guys can always go back and check out the rest of it as well. Ooh, child. She said, Susie Q said she was annoying to me. I think it's the same auto repeat of all the crap Candace says. And Candace is annoying to me. God, watching her show now, it's just it's so hard to damn do. It's a strain. So let's get to this. Y'all hit the floor where you can see in here. Let's go.
Months, all they've been doing is berating Candace Owens, and it's like, why are we obsessing about someone who we don't think is right? Like, that doesn't even make sense to me. So I'm happy to communicate why people still find Candace to be believable, and to hear, whatever, poke holes in whatever ideas you have. And poke holes.
Okay, so the first thing she says is, why does anyone obsess over someone you don't think is right? When they're flat out lying and their lies turn into death threats against other people, yeah, we have a duty to call that out. No one is obsessing except Candace. Candace is the only one that even uses the term obsess and hate. Candace literally said, I hate everyone. And I believe it. I snipped the clip. we saw the words in the closed caption. She literally said, I hate everyone. I've had that thumbnail at least up on 2 different videos of her literally saying, I hate everyone. And I took that very literal. I don't even think Candace loves herself. And if she loved her kids, she wouldn't take them to Russia. But no one is obsessing except her. She is the only one that dares to even use that term. I don't think I could obsess over anybody to the point where I'm going to openly admit that I'm having them stalked. You know, I've got direct sources and contacts living in her building, obviously, you know. What do you mean? Kick rocks. What you talking about? But she's the only one saying, I'm obsessed over this. I'm obsessed over this. I'm so obsessed over this story. I'm obsessed over this investigation. Like, this is what she says all the time. And somehow, when she clearly uses that term, it goes over their head. But when we keep our foot on her neck, then we're obsessing over someone we don't think is right. Yeah, when you keep lying, we're going to keep calling your dumbass lies out, and we're going to fact check you. It's that simple. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say that you shouldn't talk about someone if you don't think that they're right, unless you're being called obsessive. But yet you want to try to defend what she's saying to everybody as if we don't already know. Candace is a simpleton. We know exactly what she's saying and what she has said time and time again. What we don't understand is why she won't show evidence of her 2 degrees.
Whatever ideas I have, and we can go from there.
No, it's fantastic. I'm just glad we have the opportunity because, you know, I try to tell people when I'm talking to them online that, you know, text and posting, it's so informal. There's no personality behind it. So many people take things out of context, you know, and it's just better just to talk to each other. It really is. But with you, Alessandra, I wanted to kind of start from the beginning. Now, you consider yourself contrarian. Is that correct?
A quintessential contrarian.
All right, explain that to everybody.
My friend actually came to me and she was like, well, you're just the quintessential contrarian. And of course, my response was, no, I'm not. Then a decade later, now I'm just going to seize that name and know that it's probably one of my superpowers. I can pick apart an argument and argue it from the other side. And I think that especially in the day and age that we're in, we're not allowed to have civil discourse. And it's so imperative that we continue to have civil discourse. And people become angry, and typically that stems from fear, and we have fear of things that we don't understand. And so when I hear something and I see on the inside, I committed to myself about 8 years.
I don't think people are angry over, you know, because of fear. I think there are a lot of people that are angry because you won't give in to their opinion. For some reason, you know, it's the jealousy and envy factor for Candace that makes her angry. She hates Erica Kirk so much to where she has been prone to be angry. And then she takes it out in episode after episode after episode where she's flat out mocking her. But never mind, you know, whole scriptures in the Bible that says that you don't do that to widows. I mean, you know. Otherwise, what did those videos do except provide red meat to her base? She didn't even get all her supporters and bots to watch those videos either. If you have 6 million subs, why is it that those videos only garnered what, 2 million views? 2 to maybe 3 million views on average for her Bride of Charlie Kirk series. It's like 8 or 9 videos she did on that. That's not including the other videos where she goes in and attacks Erica Kirk and lies on her and accuses her of having some hand in a cover-up of an assassination. No, we're just talking about the Bride of Charlie Kirk series. 6 million bots are subbed to Candace's channel. And her videos on average only got 2 to 3 million views. That's only half. What are the rest of the bots doing? Were they all on the toilet at the same time? What the hell was the rest of the bots doing? Let's say you get 2 million views out of 6 million subs. So you mean to tell me your 6 million sub cult followers and bots couldn't give the equal views that when they're the ones wanting you to go in on her like this? It's funny how that happens, huh? Where even her own base are not overwhelmingly interested in her going in on Erica Kirk like this. I guess the bots just kind of figure, you're going to repeat yourself now. We're not going to keep watching. Only the first episode had the most views. The rest of them were garbage. That goes to show their attention span, I guess.
Years ago to start asking why. Why is this making me angry? Right. And then from there, it's crazy. You go from being like a raging liberal to like pretty conservative, because you start understanding why people have the opinions they have. They don't have the opinions they have because they're hate-filled, evil humans. They have the opinions that they have because how they understand the world and what they're bringing to the forefront of their mind. And the best thing that we can do in our society is to understand our neighbors and to do the best thing as a whole. And I would say our society right now is flailing. We have a young generation that's completely disconnected from the older generation. We have an older generation that doesn't even understand the world that the younger generation is living
90.
in. This is...
I have 90, moderator, V7M. I have 90. Where are you at where you're seeing those numbers? I'm good with that. And I also have an audience that is varied. So all of my supporters in the Lady Luck Club don't sit back and watch my content on Candace. So that's to be expected. But you would think she would catch a hint if she's got 6 million because she's so proud of that. Bots. Why the bots are not watching those videos more? Unless she just doesn't give a damn. I swear I see looks everywhere. I'm just saying. And I already said I don't trip out on that. I'm gonna keep talking about Candace. I'm gonna keep my foot on the neck. But you think she claims all her 6 million want her talking about Erica Kirk? Oh, okay, do they? All her Lux is here. Don't watch my content on Candace. I don't care if I had 19, I would still do this live stream. What you talking about?
Seriously, I think causing a lot of the civil unrest that we have in our societies. And so just taking a second to have a conversation with people we don't agree with can bring a lot more value than we probably give it credit for.
I agree. And I think and I'm not saying you in particular, I'm just saying in general to springboard off of what you just said, I think a lot of people, especially the younger generation, have a hard time separating what they feel with what's actually true. And both can be okay. Like I tell people all the time, I internally have to respect a fact, something that is true, something that is infallible. But my feelings, I don't have to necessarily agree with it. You know what I'm saying? But I have to acknowledge that it's true.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I understand that. But also with that being said, as we're discussing opinion and scrutinizing facts of something tangible, like this case of Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, we are allowed to speculate, and it's okay to bring ideas to the table that aren't fully proven because the burden of proof isn't on the person who's speculating. It is on prosecution. And when we look at the trial as a whole, we can state, hey, why really, honestly, why has prosecution not given everything to defense yet? Like whether you believe it was Tyler Robinson or not, like that's a red flag, right? Like anybody looking at it is kind of like, this is kind of it kind of feels like a show trial. I mean, and then when you bring up those, I don't know, people are just so quick to argue that we're not looking at like what's right. It's not right that prosecution is not divulging everything. And it's not right that defense is trying to keep people out of the courts. That to me is the quintessential showing of a show trial. Those are the makings of a show trial. The biggest red flag I have about the whole thing is there is no like hole in the backside. And it's hard to even talk about it out loud. Typing it's one thing, but to say that is so messed up. There is nothing there. So it definitely wasn't a 30-06. I don't need to be a ballistics expert to look at a bunch of videos from people shooting 30-06s at double the yards away and to see the devastation that occurred. Clearly, whatever story they're trying to run with is not it. In addition, prosecution even said, oh, well, that's not what we're going to use to nail you to the cross anyways. So what, then what is it? Yeah, it's just that whole thing doesn't sit right with me. I'm interested to know why do you love making so many videos about Candace Owens?
Who said I love it?
I mean, it's a lot.
It's
a lot.
actually
There's a lot of them. I presume you love it or you're getting paid by somebody. So I need to understand.
No, you don't need to understand. We do content on her because we want to. The end. It's our prerogative. It's my prerogative that I do what I want to do. My prerogative. Well, I mean, what the hell? I'm still waiting on this $7,000 the candy asses keep saying that I'm getting paid. Where's the money at? I would love to show proof that I got a $7,000 anything from anybody. Where's that money at? I mean, if you're going to sit here and try to debate her talking points, don't make it personal by asking, why do you love doing videos about her? It's a lot. Yeah. And guess what? If his supporters want to see content on him talking about Candace Owens, then that's what they want to see. This girl is getting death threats against Erica Kirk. What you mean? And then here's the thing. To be fair, I have not even, once said that I hate Candace Owens. I even said I want Candace to keep talking. She's going to keep more evidence to be used against her in the court of law. I also got in her ass yesterday about her taking these kids over to Russia, knowing that it is a, level red alert, no travel zone over there. They're telling U.S. citizens don't go to Russia. And she goes there with 4 small children. That's not a vacation spot for small kids. Especially when there are warnings saying don't travel there. They might hold you hostage, and they probably will hold your kids hostage as well. We even say, God, listen, protect the small kids, look out for them. They can't help who their dumbass parents are. But when it comes to this, that's not a matter of love or hate or anything. They keep putting emotions in it. It is for what? We're not using terms like love and hate when we talk about Candace. I'm going to call her an alien because she called herself that first. Candace said, I'm an alien. And we said, oh, okay, we'll go with that. Candace is an alien. The end. We'll go with that. That has nothing to do with love or hate. You should be able to remain neutral emotionally and talk about somebody objectively. Especially what they're saying and doing that is posing a real threat to somebody else's life. And that's the best she could come up with. You all see why I wouldn't be able to sit here and debate somebody trying to defend this bullshit.
$7,000 a pop, isn't that what they say?
Is it really? No, I don't know.
That's what they say. They say anybody that's going against Candace is being paid by Israel. We're being paid $7,000 for every post. Oh, I could go buy a small island at this point.
I wouldn't say it would be $7,000 for every post. It would be a grifter move to get on the bandwagon of all things. Candace talks smack. I mean, now what is she? She's like 7 million followers, right? Or 6 million?
Right.
6 million rather. I don't know. Keep me honest, Steven. So
it's about 7.5 million.
We need to call JG Whitworth.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. You throw some hate in that pond, and you're bound to get some splash.
Oh yeah. Okay. So let's kind of start with the direction you were going in. You brought up 3 things that I want to touch base.
Hey, no, she hasn't brought up not one fact. Question 1. Can you tell Candace to show evidence that she received 2 degrees? Otherwise, she lied. Because the absence of evidence means that she's not telling the truth. If you're going to defend her talking points, then let's defend the lack of evidence that she does not ever produce. Right? Because that's what you're supposed to be doing, Alessandra. Is it, what's her name, Alessandra? Alessandra, you're supposed to be defending her talking points. That means you're going to have to justify why she failed to produce evidence. People don't understand how debates work. The debate is not you sitting here talking about love and hate and emotions and feelings and a blah, blah, blah. No, can you show us her degrees? Here's a clip, 2 different clips of her saying she earned 2 degrees. What the hell are these degrees at? I want the evidence. Why would you lie and say you obtained 2 degrees and you can't even produce evidence of it? Why do that? If you claim you dropped out of college, when did you go back? What year did you graduate? Where are the photos to prove that you even went to school? Why is it that we have to be forced to believe the bullshit that comes out of Candace's mouth? Why do we have to believe that she actually attended college when she has not proven that she went to college? Other than her coming out and saying, I attended school for 3 years and dropped out because I couldn't afford it. That's all the proof people have. Has anyone ever seen this girl running across a campus? Where are her classmates? Who are her teachers? What's her transcript? What type of thesis papers and stuff did she write? Where's the yearbook? Has anybody seen any yearbook photos for the University of Rhode Island? Candace wasn't in any clubs or anything. Can anyone produce a yearbook photo of Candace being photographed for the University of Rhode Island for the 3 years she claims she attended this school? Anyone? Is there any proof that she went to this school? Has anyone seen any documentation to prove Candace Amber Rose Owens Farmer, the one that has this YouTube channel, attended the University of Rhode Island for 3 years? Any evidence of that? Has anyone seen it? That's a legitimate question. That's a legitimate question. Has anyone seen any evidence of that? Where is the evidence? Because see, that's what you need for a debate. You need evidence. You're going to call something a fact, it has to be supported with documentation. Where's the proof that she attended a school on earth in the United States of America? Where's a yearbook photo? How do we know she went to school? They want to sit here and try to defend her nonsense. Where is the proof that she attended school? Yeah, we're going to call J.G. Wentworth. You can't make this stuff up. And the candy asses never, ever, ever provide that evidence. They don't even ask her to do it. Where is the evidence that she went to school? You can't make this up. Arkham, you don't need to lie about your education. You understand that's a dumb lie to tell? Why do you need to lie about your education? There are plenty of people who have made it very far in life and become very successful in careers, generating revenue and income, establishing businesses without going to school. So if Candace did not attend school, why would she ever need to lie about going? You understand the stupidity of the lie? Are coming 871. Do you understand the stupidity of that lie? Why do you seem like you're the same troll in here just changing your username? You understand how stupid that lie is? It is a common fact that people do not have to go to college to be successful. So why would she need to lie about it? Why would she need to lie about going to school and dropping out? Why would she need to lie about going to school, dropping out, then going back and getting 2 degrees? Why? Why is what I'm asking. Why? That's all I'm saying. Why? I don't care if you give a damn or not. Why would she lie about it? Because see, that's what you care about, right? Truth and facts. Or are you just here for the salaciousness of it all? Are you enjoying the attention I'm giving you? Are coming? If you don't care, then why are you in this conversation? I didn't ask if you care. I don't care if you care or not. It's proof that she's telling dumbass lies. And we're not obligated to believe her on anything she says. Because she tells dumb lies that she doesn't have to tell. Whether you care about her degrees or not is irrelevant. Why lie about it? Why lie about, maybe I need to speak another language with you, are coming. Are you able to keep up with my English? Is it fancy words for you? I can't dumb this down even more. If you want like a dumber version of this conversation, you might have to go listen to Candace. Told you, boy, these Candace, y'all come here at y'all own peril. Keep telling y'all that. Now you want a dumber version of this? You're gonna have to go listen to Candace. She's the idiot for you. No one asked you if you cared about her 2 degrees. I don't give a damn. You're not even answering the question. The question is, why lie about having any education or going to college or having 2 degrees or dropping out of school? If it's irrelevant and moot, why lie about it? And why do you all expect people to believe everything she says? We're not in her coat. You are. Yeah, because the candy asses can't understand English and make this up. And yet it comes down to them, because that's how rudimentary and special ed they are, to love and hate and feelings and blah, blah, blah. Not truth, facts, evidence, nothing. Nope. She can lie like hell about simple things like education. They will not fact check her on that. And yet we're hating her for questioning her. Go figure. Because they're stupid.
And what's interesting is the very first thing you brought up, I actually did a show on yesterday. So the whole hiding of evidence, right?
Or not hiding, not the explicit disclosure of evidence.
Disclosure, correct.
They were hiding it.
Okay, do you know, and you can later Google this, that this isn't weird. This is actually very common. And that's what I was doing on the show yesterday, is the reason. And what's interesting and what solidifies this is the defense is doing the same thing. And they even said why. You were breaking up.
Because it's a show trial. Whatever. No, I'm saying because it's a show trial is why that they're doing it. What was the excuse that they gave for it?
Well, the excuse that they gave is literally the same reason in most high profile criminal trials. The attorneys all do the same thing. They don't want to taint the jury pool.
Thank you. I speak for you. Oh, shout out to you for the 1999 super. What a blessing. Thank you so much. I'm not a Candace supporter. What are you doing? Whether you're a Candace supporter or not is irrelevant. Once again, it's the idea and the ability to debate that's lacking here. Whether you're a Candace supporter or not is irrelevant. Why is it that she would need to lie about her education? If it is irrelevant to success, why lie? That is the foundation to all of this when it comes to Candace Owens. She is a pathological liar. Why lie about your education? Why? Why? And if she's willing to lie about that, then how is it that she's not lying about everything else? How is it that she's not lying about anything else? The one thing that can be proven, simple evidence, whether or not you enrolled and attended a school for 3 years, she can't prove any of that. And yet, we're supposed to believe her on anything regarding what she considers to be an investigation. We don't owe her that. The reason why people are having these debates is because, the idea of a debate is because you're making arguable points that can be supported with documentation, facts, and evidence. But if you can't even produce evidence and documentation, we're not debating. You're just telling me how you feel. So if you don't care about her having an education, then it's irrelevant to the fact that she lies about it. Why lie is the question. Why? You know what I mean? as an independent journalist, I feel like it's imperative to always establish the who, what, when, where, why, and how of things. We're still stuck on why lie. Why? And yet, her ability to lie about something so simple and dumb, it's rudimentary in comparison to her ability to lie about an entire assassination. And somehow, Candy asks to treat this like one thing has nothing to do with the other. The hell you mean? It's insane. And if you're not a Candace supporter, then why can't you say she lied then? You're dancing around the point. I don't do sugarcoating. It's exhausting. Can't make this up.
Because of people like Baron Coleman, Candace Owens, these people that'll take that and run with it and turn it into some theory, and then millions of people are seeing it, and potentially some of those millions of people could become the jury.
Baron Coleman's awesome. Baron Coleman is a lawyer. He knows what he's talking about.
No, he doesn't. He will never make those arguable points, whatever points he thought he was making anyway. He will never make those points in front of a judge in a court of law, because it has to be based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. You cannot go to court as an attorney and just argue your feelings and emotions and opinions. Judges don't care about that. So no, he does not know what he's talking about. You have a lot of incompetent attorneys out there. Megyn Kelly also went to law school as well, and she's just as dingy as it gets. What are we talking about? Let's not pretend like some of these attorneys don't go through school because their parents forced them to do it. And they don't have any passion in it. They don't care about knowing the law or interpreting it correctly or anything. You got attorneys that practice law for 40, 50 years and they suck. He probably would have been reprimanded for the bullshit that he said in that video. He would never make any of those points as a legal argument in any court of law in front of a judge, especially a federal judge. They would reprimand him. How dare you come in here and give all this speculation? We don't care about your opinion. Can't make this up.
I love hearing what he has to say. I didn't hear any of his theories. That I know you were trying to pop holes in something you said about the exploding mic. Was he just saying what people were saying online about the exploding mic? Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to watch all of his content, but I do think
he went through an entire theory of this microphone electrocuting
everything, moderator.
And that's how.
Moderator, are you changing your profile name? Are you changing your profile name? Who said I knew everything? You see how they come up with dumb stuff? Stop copying and pasting. Stop copying and pasting. And you're supposed to have a question mark at the end of this question. I'm going to need you to use punctuation up in here. We're not doing this. You're not going to dumb down my chat. You come back and you ask real questions that, make sense and that are grammatically correct. We're not doing this. Chabu. He's the one that the moderator would use words like kerfluffle. Let's stop dumbing down my chat. Ask a real legitimate question.
Charlie Kirk was killed. He was killed by electrocution.
Too, like when you see, and I don't know, like, is that the one that he holds, or was he just going through? That's what some people say online.
No, this was 100% his theory.
With the one that he wants to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and I'd have to listen to his arguments to understand why. I'm definitely open to hearing what it is. Just because I would say electrocution, that doesn't mean that you can't bleed. But also, have you seen the theories where like his chain gets popped up and then it's like, and it's so weird too. Like, why did the chain break here when you watch it like ricocheted, but then he was hit over here? The one that I heard was the explode.
Why is she asking these silly ass questions? Fax me, were you there when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Those are questions you ask people who were actually there in person. He can't give a first-hand account. Like, no, this is a moot question. You asked me about something I was not there to see, so all I'll be doing is speculating. Move on. This is not a debate. God. She asks about things he can't answer. Like, I would have been like, I don't know. Don't ask me about anything I cannot tell you about firsthand. I wasn't there to witness that. You're asking me about something that you probably saw in a video. So you might want to ask the person that recorded that video. What are we talking about? The hell?
Being microphone, and then like when you look at like the
oh dear Lord,
I don't know, like that doesn't seem entirely like implausible to me. Like, if I'm being honest with you, like, did you see like how the lapel was, if you clip it to your thing and then the fragments, the way that like people were taking apart those microphones and seeing like the fragments and the way that it landed? I don't know. There's a lot about this that doesn't add up, but definitely 30-6. Also, have you seen the evidence where Tyler Robinson wasn't even like at the location or was then 13 miles away? Was that like proven false? Also, why did the dog not smell the gun? Like dog sniffing gun, or excuse me, gun sniffing dogs are like better than humans at than anything. Like, you train me to do anything, and that dog's gonna get it percentage like, more than I would, right? From a percentage perspective. And
how's she making any arguable points? With she's literally just repeating what Candace said. She might as well be reading the transcript of her video. I don't know what's worse. Candace saying these dumb things or someone else trying to say dumb things? What's worse? You can. All right, we need a break. See if I sent the photo. Hold on. See if I sent the photo. Hold on a second. Yeah, we gotta look this up. Oh my God, y'all. Y'all remember when Candace said George goes out fishing? Oh my goodness. Oh, this is priceless. To catch a boyfriend. Look what George caught on his fishing trip. A whole merman. Oh. Under the sea. Under the sea. Mermaids aplenty. Time to get gritty. Under the sea. George will be fishing all the day. Catching all these mermaids right away. Life is so better. Water is fresher under the sea. This is epic. You cannot make this up. Cheryl, you see. Under the sea. George, get your ass off that boat. Okay. Y'all, I told y'all. If George went to Russia to go fishing, they're watching him very, very closely. George, you know I'm going to send this to Russia, right? Are y'all sure y'all monitoring George's fishing trips? And look what he caught. You're going to bring him home and say, okay, I'll be in my room. Have a good evening, dear. Wait a minute. You caught another one? George, I can't believe you caught another one and then you bring him back here. There are cameras everywhere. Y'all, George don't give a damn about all of that surveillance. He said, I got needs, and this merman is going to fulfill them. Under the sea. Under the sea. Under the sea. Sha la 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 la. Oh my good Lord. You can't make this up. Oh, you can't make this up. No, I'm not. I see. Okay, I see. You gotta laugh sometimes. No, I'm not responding over there on X with that. I already said I'm not gonna respond to that stuff because that stuff is getting out of control. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And y'all don't respond. Don't respond to it. Please do not respond over there on X, okay? If you know what I'm talking about, you got it. Don't respond to it. Just let it be. Because one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not. I don't engage in that type of back and forth. It's not necessary. I know what I said. And it was not an attack. We can all disagree on certain things, whether that person agrees or not with whatever facts me did. That's their opinion. I'm not arguing with them on that. I'm not doing that. Nope. I refuse to do it. It takes away from keeping our foot on Candace's neck. No. So we're gonna keep living. Pay no mind to it. Ignore it. Block it out. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I have no issues with that person. I haven't done anything to them directly. They haven't done anything to me. And people they're gonna if they're gonna talk, say things, all that nonsense, go back and forth on that. I'm gonna let them have it. Let them get it out. And when it's all said and done, people will see what they said. And I'm not responding to it. I'm not going back and forth with that. We're too old for that. I'm not doing that. God bless the hearts and all the parts. You understand? No, not doing that. It takes away from this. George, you're gonna have to return this merman to sender. Send him back to Aquaman. He must have came from the Brine Kingdom. Send him back to Aquaman where you got him from. Let go of the merman, George. Let the merman go. He is not catfish. Let him go. Send him back to Aquaman. Oh my God. Under the sea. Oh, child. You can't make this up. Oh, Jordan out here catching you. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. And when they got a fin for a feet now, drop it like it's hard. Imagine this merman sliding down a pole. Talking about I'll be your private dancer. You can't make this stuff up. George, I could go in for days on this photo. I just want you to know that. Why is George? You know what? Not even gonna say it. Yes, I am. Why does George look like John Mappin? Don't he like John Mappin? Oh my God. What the hell? Boy, this AI is something else, ain't it? This looks just like John Mappin in his young days, like back in 1985 or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks a lot like John Mappin. This is crazy. John, you got some competition over there. John Mappin, you got some competition, bro. Nah, this looks like a younger version of John Mappin. Funny that Grok AI thought that George Farmer looks like a young version of John Mappin, the man that introduced Candace to George. Go figure. Boy, it's something else, ain't it? The irony of this. Oh my God. Oh, George is a flaming homer. Oh, y'all. Okay, we had to get that laugh in. Oh, child. Back to this weird ass debate. Whatever this is.
it didn't find that gun that was recently shot. Also, why was it the rookie deputy that was the one that found it? I know everyone wants to discredit all the things that Candace says because she's not disclosing who told her. But ultimately, the reason why people still listen to Candace is that they still find her to be credible. Like, she's still communicating what we're...
She ain't credible. She's just loud and wrong, and her cult members don't question her. Where are those 2 degrees again? Because she lied about that. They won't call her a liar either. They'll just say, we don't care if she has degrees. What do you mean? Why would she lie about it then? Obviously, it doesn't take much to impress her cult and her fan base. So why lie? It doesn't take much to impress them. Candace never needed to even say she went to college, according to her cult and her bots. Because they don't care if she's educated. They don't care if she's illiterate. They don't care if she can't conquer math. She doesn't know what 5 times 3 is. Like, they don't care. They don't care that she doesn't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. And that's based on her statements, not mine. She said that out of her own mouth. They don't care if she only reads Dr. Seuss books. They don't care that she does not know the freezing or melting point of water. They don't care about any of that. They don't care if she buys muumuus that look like they came from Jurassic Park's collection. Of the dragonfly or whatever that was. They don't care about any of that. All they want is for her to target and attack Erica Kirk and to keep going at it. That's it. And even if she decided to switch topics, she has a very devoted cult base that will switch the topic with her and talk about whatever she's talking about. She's got these bots that will copy and paste and push out her narrative. So why dwell on Erica Kirk again? To the point where you're admitting that you're stalking her. Why? It doesn't make sense. So she's asking all these questions, but she's not making any definitive arguments at all with any documentation or evidence or receipts or nothing. This is no different than listening to Candace. I think that's more frustrating than anything else. Someone that's trying to so-called defend her, but not really defending anything. They're just repeating her talking points and asking the same dumb questions. Isn't that what Candace was supposed to be doing? Researching to find the answers to these dumbass questions? Yeah, that was exactly what she was supposed to be doing.
All sort of thinking, or like we know in our guts, and like we don't know what happened, but we know what we're being told about what happened isn't right.
What happened?
And she's
been 8 months. You don't know what happened after
What was the
8
first
months?
interaction of figuring out or knowing Candace Owens?
I had been following Candace Owens since she was with Charlie Kirk. That's how I knew about Candace Owens, was back when she was with Turning Point USA, where he was kind of her handler, where he was controlling what she was saying. And then, of course, he fired
I don't
her.
think anyone ever controlled what Candace Owens was saying, especially whenever they were like sitting next to each other. She's been known to fly off the handle. But do you remember the congressional hearing that she was at?
Yes.
And I haven't seen that in any of the clips, but I mean, 7.4 million views, 5.
What do you mean you haven't seen that in any? What are you saying? Have you seen her at the congressional hearing or not? You haven't seen her in any of the clips, so you haven't seen her hearing?
Fly off the handle. But do you remember the congressional hearing that she was at?
Yes.
And I haven't seen that in any of the clips, but I mean,
you haven't seen that in any of the clips? What clips?
In 7.4 million views, 5 minutes, posted by C-SPAN. I can show you, share with you that clip here in the chat.
I've seen it all.
Yeah, it's just like she slayed, dude. Like she sat there.
How did she slay? She just got an attitude and snapped off on people asking her questions. Candace just does what she does. She pivot, duck, dodge, and deflect. Ask her what globalism versus nationalism means, and I'll play that video clip of her response and why she talked about low birth rates in the UK. What did that have to do with nationalism again? Candace can't define the words globalism versus nationalism, and yet she brought up a point about low birth rates in the UK. Why? So her and George are trying to single-handedly repopulate the United Kingdom. Is that what's happening here? Candace, are you pregnant again? I keep hearing you're pregnant. If she's pregnant, it's only because she's trying to use this pregnancy to get sympathy in court. Otherwise, Candace, you're still going to lose. Pregnancy or not is irrelevant. You're going to lose. Because you don't care about Erica Kirk's 2 small kids. You're going to want the jury to care about you being pregnant while you don't give a damn about Erica Kirk having 2 small kids. You and your dumb cohorts are sitting here creating lies about Erica Kirk while she celebrated her son's 2-year-old birthday party. So why would you think a judge and jury would have sympathy for you for getting pregnant with your 5th child? Very convenient timing, Mrs. Owens. You're pregnant, huh? Does that mean you just need more bathroom breaks or what? Because honestly, good for you, but that would be irrelevant to this matter in court. That's what the judge is going to say. She's going to try to use that as an excuse to say, I can't come to court. I can't feel my legs. The baby's sitting on my nerve.
Everyone was going crazy about BLM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here we have a beautiful, educated Black woman telling you that being Black in America and racism is not her number one problem, that the number one problem is the division being perpetuated because of this baloney narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
What narrative? What division? Can you explain further in detail? Can you articulate the division? A beautiful Black woman talking about division. That's pretty much the gist of this statement she just made. What does that have to do with why she lies about dumb things that she doesn't have to lie about again? What does that have to do with her so-called fake phony investigation that I refuse to dignify as such regarding an assassination? Why can't she tell us who she thinks pulled the trigger? It's been 8 going on 9 months. She will go to Italy. She can go to Russia for a week, but she cannot tell us who she thinks pulled the trigger on the gun because somehow she just doesn't feel it was Tyler Robinson. Not because she has evidence to prove the contrary. I understand it's a big word. I'm going to try my best not to use big words with this simple ass debate. Because this girl is not proving a point at all. All this verbose wording nonsense. What girl?
Was back when she was with Turning Point USA, where he was kind of her handler, where he was controlling what she was saying. And then, of course, he fired her.
I don't think anyone ever controls what Candace Owens was saying, especially whenever they were like sitting next to each other. She's been known to fly off the handle. But do you remember the congressional hearing that she was at?
Yes.
She's been known to fly off the handle. That's not debating. Debates does not mean you fly off the handle. Debates require for you to have a level of patience, listening skills, and an ability to articulate clearly what you're trying to relate. And you need to have some fundamental facts, background evidence, some receipts or something to support your argument. To be able to give clear examples that actually align with the point that you're making. Not just over talking and yelling and saying, well, you can't prove that I'm lying and I can't prove that you're telling the truth. What do you mean? We've seen her debate in front of Dave Rubin. What's the girl's name? The girl she was arguing and yelling. Well, she wasn't even arguing with her. She was yelling and screaming at her. That girl had to tell Candace, stop yelling at least 2 or 3 times. And all Candace wanted to do was just overtalk her and repeat a bunch of words over and over again. That's it. She didn't say anything of value. That's not a debate. That's you yelling and screaming at a wall. Blair White. Thank you so much, Sifa. Blair White. Blair White had to tell her at least 2 or 3 times, stop yelling. Can you stop yelling? Stop yelling, Candace. It's like watching her yell at her cat. Why won't you go to the sandbox? I mean, I don't understand why you just can't go to the sandbox. I put the sandbox with the kitty litter in the box and you won't go to the sandbox and take your pees and poops. You mean to tell me that you can't prove that I'm not putting down the sandbox and I can't prove that you're not using it, but you still won't go to the sandbox. That's how she sounds. She sounds like that. She sounds like a complete airhead. and had the audacity to be wearing what looked like men's dress shoes. Her girlfriend must have bought them for her. Candace, were you living with your boyfriend for 6 months and you ran out of shoes to wear? I'm sitting here like, who wears shoes like that? She didn't have any socks on. Ugh, no, her feet had to be crusty. And like, all she's doing is yelling and over talking. Sounded like a clown. Candace, are you going to tell us if you ever had an abortion? Are you pregnant now? How did George get that black eye?
That's, and I haven't seen that in any of the clips, but I mean, 7.4 million views, 5 minutes, posted by C-SPAN. I can show you, like, share with you that clip here in the chat.
I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
Yeah, it's just like, she's slayed, dude. Like, she sat there, everyone was going crazy about BLM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here we have a beautiful, educated Black woman telling you that being Black in America and racism is not her number one problem, that the
Okay, racism is not her number one problem. Who cares? Her being a Black woman in America, and your point is that she feels that racism is not her number one problem. So what? Isn't that what moderator said? Or the other one? What was it, Roger or somebody? That was up here. What did Candy asses at? What are the other two that was up in here? The other one said, I don't care if she has 2 degrees. I have 2 degrees. But she doesn't have 2 degrees. I don't care that she doesn't have any degrees. Pick one. You either care if she does or doesn't have degrees. Well, where's the other one? Where's the Candy ass at? Why do you get mad when I see him actually prove a point? I'm trying to find him right quick. Hold on. You just why this stuff writes itself. Hold on. Oh my God. Was it Roger or Rother? Whatever. I mean, you talk about racism is not a problem for her. So what? It's not a problem for her. It doesn't mean it's not a problem for millions of other Black people in America. It's not her number one priority. Who gives a shit? Carol, that's a moot point. I don't care if it's her problem or not. I don't care about that. Candace acts like she lived inside of a bubble, doesn't she? For one who claims to be well-traveled and knowledgeable of a myriad of topics, you would think she would not be so closed-minded and be so selfish. Why do you sit here and insist on telling us what has been a struggle for you, as opposed to you doing some real research and then looking at the stats of what's going on for the majority of Black people in the U.S. and then make an argument on that? And then that way you can cite your evidence and your information, your data, whatever. Not one time has she cited a video talking about she was going off. No, she was just being rude and disrespectful and yelling and screaming and snapping off at people. She didn't say anything of value. And you're proving that by saying racism is not a problem for her. So what? Well, for some Black people in America, racism is still a problem for them. And your point? What are we saying here? This is her trying to give credit to Candace. She was going off. No, she was being belligerent. Yeah, I said I would try my best not to use big words so that the candy asses can keep up. But whatever. She was being belligerent as hell. Good night, Nikki Freedom. How you doing, honey? Good night, honey. I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Okay, we'll check. I'll check my emails. I'll check my emails after the live because I know we want to finish this up and y'all will go on forever. We ain't going in 5 hours. Oh man. LLC speaks cat. Everybody wish Nikki a good night. Have a good night, honey. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to set up the live stream for tomorrow. And then on the 2nd, we're going to have Ami with us. I'm excited. Y'all excited for Ami? I'm excited.
Number one problem is the division being perpetuated because of this baloney narrative, right? That's where we, for the most part, right? Like that fire, that bit, that like passion for truth is why we all grasp on to like Candace Owens. Yeah. And now everyone loves to say the candy cult. It's like, I don't really feel like I'm in a cult. I feel like everyone who's against Candace is kind of in a cult because they're.
No, you're in a cult because you're repeating what she says. You're not even using the common sense God gave a billy goat or your own brain to come up with your own beliefs or thoughts or to state a fact. I wish he would have asked, you know what? Let me pause it right there. What's 3 times 4? Do you believe in dinosaurs? Do you believe that human beings landed on the moon? Because that right there will let me know if you are capable of producing your own thought. If not, then you will just rinse and repeat whatever is being said. Because you want to support her by just repeating her bullshit. You're not supporting her by saying, you know, she has done X, Y, Z, even though I might not agree with her methods. I certainly don't agree with her, you know, dismissing death threats. But she did present this video and this video based on this evidence and this documentation and gave thoughtful conclusions on it. She can't even say that much. Not one shred of evidence being presented here. I don't believe that Candace should be lying about her education. But I do applaud her for being able to be successful, you know, even though she's got all these channels and stuff, by not having a degree. But why lie about it? I mean, her having a YouTube channel would still be irrelevant to her going to college. If she didn't finish, it's definitely irrelevant. So why lie about going back to school and obtaining 2 degrees? If the goal was, I just want to be in front of a camera and get rich by any means necessary, because Candace always wanted to be in Hollywood. The girl was in a rap video with some no-name rapper. I don't even know what song it was that she was in. I've never even heard it. I'm be honest with you. Never heard the full song. Just the clips that you all send me that we've checked out. I still can't remember that rapper's name. But she has tried to become an actress. She tried to go to Hollywood. And she failed. So she just figured, you know what? I'll just be loud and wrong and then switch parties. I don't see a whole lot of black loud women in being a conservative. So let me go over there, make some noise and ruffle some feathers. If Candace would have been put into the limelight by Democrats, she would still be a Democrat. Her end goal was to be famous, to have this level of infamy and wealth. That's it. She didn't care who she had to step on to get to that point. And it sucks because there's some other great conservatives that are black women that are smart and intelligent, that don't sit here and incessantly lie about dumb things, that could use a lot more support from the Republican Party, from conservatives. And they don't get that type of attention like that. And they deserve it more than she does. And I'll use an example. Kimberly Klacik. Why does she not have 6 million followers? Candace went after her because she decided to go run for an elected position. And yet, Kimberly Klacik is well poised, very intelligent, very smart. Whether you agree with everything she says or her viewpoints or not, you don't have to. But why isn't Kimberly Klacik getting more support? There are other black women that are conservatives, that are genuine and true to that should be getting a lot more support than Candace Owens. And Candace treats this like she's the only black woman that should be in the conservative movement. No. You're just the dumbest, Candace. You're loud, wrong, and you're simply the dumbest one. Candace, how do you pronounce the word B-E-R-E-T?
Refusing to like look at any of the whole details. Listen, I'm not completely pleased with the way that she shows up with absolutely everything. And I do think that anger has started to motivate more of her stuff than like where she was 3 years ago. I mean, you remember this, like you've been watching her content, right? Like, you know very well that she's not anti-science, but she knows to be in opposition of the science, the system that sustains science, where everybody who's proving everything are the same people paying for all the studies. And then as soon as you go against said study, you no longer get funding or credibility in the industry. Case in point, COVID. Case in point, global warming. Right. So but like, we're not being honest in the video.
Case in point, chicken. Case in point, rice. Case in point, peas and carrots. Case in point, pickle feet. I mean, what are we talking about? I can throw out words. I can throw out words too. Is that what we're doing? We're just throwing out words randomly. What about these things? What about COVID? Give me a stat and show me the documentation on what you're trying to say about COVID. Can you give me an article link or something to pull up? No, you got to be specific. You just saying COVID. Case in point that, shots. No one wants it. Oh, okay, but why? Can you break it down? No? You can't be more, you can't elaborate a little bit more? See, this is what I mean by not being a debate here. And yet she's supposed to be defending the dumb things that Candace has said. You think you would supply some documentation to make it a little bit more, intelligent. But no, it's just copy and paste, rinse and repeat. Oh my God.
Where we're re-articulating what's going on when we say Candace is against science. No, she's against the institution that's leading people to bad things. Against science. Like, Big Pharma is not here to help you. The FDA does not exist to protect you, right? The World Health Organization, and we know, is in.
Alessandra, Candace said herself that science is like a cult. She does not believe in science. And that's based on what she said. Candace does not believe in science. Candace said it herself. She actually thinks she's going to win a lawsuit from the Macrons because she just lied and said that woman was born a man. When they're going to bring scientific evidence with them to court. It doesn't matter if Candace believes in the science. The court will, and the jury will accept it. Candace herself says she doesn't believe in science. So what the hell? She's not even saying anything she's not even repeating what Candace said. You know very well that she's not anti-science. No. Candace has said the complete opposite. Oh my God, you can't make this up.
But she knows to be in opposition of the science, the system that sustains science, where everybody who's proving everything are the same people paying for all the studies. And then as soon as you go against said study, you no longer get funding or credibility in the industry. Case in point, COVID. Case in point, global warming. Right. So, but like, we're not being honest in the videos where we're re-articulating what.
Candace took out Kimberly Clasick because she saw her as a very beautiful Black conservative woman that was running for an elected position in her district, I think in the state of New York. Correct me if I'm wrong. And she just started going in and attacking her to the point where she had to sue her for defamation. The only reason that the matter was dismissed mutually, both parties decided to dismiss it, was because Kimberly Clasick could not prove the malice. And with Candace being a public figure, she would have had to prove malice. See, Candace uses that to her advantage when it suits her. Any other time she tries to make it seem as if, well, I'm not a public figure. I'm just giving my commentary. Of all the people that have podcasts here, why are the Macrons suing me? Why not sue the man that wrote the book? No, you chose to be a public figure. You keep purporting yourself to be an investigator. And impersonating a federal investigator is a crime. Why keep saying that if you don't want to own up to it? So she's a coward any other time when it comes to a lawsuit. But when someone's suing her, oh, I'm a public figure. You got to meet malice intent. Yeah, so people learn from that. Candace, that's one of the reasons why I went over all your lawsuits. So if someone wanted to sue you, they need to know exactly what they're up against. They're up against a coward that can't spell the word discovery, let alone define it. Who would rather sit here and take photos of herself with a yeast infection than to actually go to court to try to prove that she incurred damages from willingly live in an apartment for 7 months without paying rent while it was infested with black mold. That's what we're talking about here. And that is proven through court documents. Now you all understand why I did what I did. I had to lay that foundation first so that people can understand who we're dealing with when we talk about Candace Owens. What better way to get a sense of that than to read court documents where they either have been sued or they have filed a lawsuit against someone. And she's a punk. Candace is a punk.
What's going on when we say Candace is against science? No, she's against the institution that's leading people to bad things. Like
Scientology? Because Scientology is a cult and it's got the word science in it. Are you trying to say that Candace is against Scientology? Because, that science cult leads people to do bad things. A man was murdered on national television. Well, no, he was murdered on a camera that made national television in broad daylight. Are you going to speak on that or what? How bad are you dodging this whole topic about her not caring that science exists again? It is not our fault that Candace was not studious in school. I would love to know exactly what her final exams look like. Because this girl, oh my God. Candace, you can't say the word bureau. I don't trust that you actually understand like anything along the lines of science. Candace, what's the freezing point of water again? She doesn't know the freezing point of water. Does Alessandra know that?
Big Pharma is not here to help you. The FDA does not exist to protect you, right? The World Health Organization we know is in place in order to institute whatever totalitarian regime they need to hide behind the fact that we're going to get sick and that they're going to save our lives. Fine. And that's how they get away with it. And then anyone who's in opposition is crazy. Like your quintessential, the typical...
Candace does not know the freezing point of water. Alessandra, are you in opposition of Candace not knowing the freezing point of water? She can't believe that snow freezes at 32 degrees. Are you serious? So Alessandra is saying that, we're a code of we're in opposition because Candace does not accept science and does not know the freezing point of water. So is Alessandra saying that she is okay with Candace not knowing the freezing point of water? Because guess what? Alessandra, I'm going to tell you something. You may not have been told this, but knowing the freezing point of water is something you learn in 2nd grade science class. That is a matter of science. So the weather patterns or the molecules for water itself, I'm assuming that goes over your head as well. Would she know what H2O is? Like, does she know there's some molecules coming together? What's the chemical formula for table salt? Candace doesn't accept salt. Why does she drink this mercury thing? What was it? Was that mercury water or something? She said she takes those pills or something like that where people were starting colloidal silver. Candace doesn't believe in science, but she takes colloidal silver. And this is the same person that can't tell you the freezing point of water. So what are we talking about? Oh, I would have destroyed this little girl's feelings. Oh, it would not have been fair.
You're evil. But then what do? They label you Crazy. It's the Freudian way. Build it the way that you want to build it. Anyways, I go down this diatribe just to kind of like bring into perspective all of these points that I know we want to kind of talk about. Like, there's more room for Candace to be right than there is for her just being evil, because the story being fed to us is a bunch of baloney.
Okay. All right. Do you got a laptop in front of you right now, or a computer?
I'm on my iPad.
Okay. You got ChatGPT on there?
So she said something about baloney. Are you gonna tell us what the freezing point of water is, or what? Because Candace can't. Candace cannot tell us. I can't get past this, y'all. The most basic thing you learn about science, Candace can't tell you that because she's stupid. She doesn't know the freezing point of water. It's like snow is a concept that is foreign to this dumb alien. Candace also says she's an alien, so we're going with that. Does Alessandra agree that Candace is an alien? I mean, really? Candace said it, not me. Oh, man. Does Candace know the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius? Or is that too complex? You can make this up.
No.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I was just gonna.
What is it?
Chip it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Chip it.
Chip it. If you type into that,
oh my God.
Okay, has Candace Owens ever solved a case? And see what it says.
Who cares? What's the point? This sounds like a non-argument.
Well, the point is, okay, let me ask you this.
Which case are you referring to?
All of them.
Let's say pharmaceutical.
Okay. My point is, okay, look at it this way. If somebody is constantly lying to you.
I don't think that she's constantly lying.
Let's not talk about Candace.
She has sustained credibility. No, like, you haven't lied to us, right? But
hold on. Why are you cutting him off? That's not a debate. That's you over talking. There's a difference. So obviously, language arts is not a strong point either. I mean, we clearly know Candace can't spell or speak or talk. But really, are you not going to let him finish the question? But she can't pull up anything because she's using her tablet to actually be on StreamYard or whatever. But no, I can't Google anything on here. Don't ask me to Google. No. What?
You haven't been entirely honest either in stating things like Candace is against science. That's on its face a bunch of baloney, and you know it. Just because you...
Can we get the video clip of Candace saying that she is not a proponent of science? Can where you gonna find that clip? I'm gonna look for that clip. Candace Owens is against science. Because I just, how did she make this argument and somehow forget that Candace actually said that she does not support science? Candace doesn't know the freezing point of water. She describes science as a pagan faith. You can't make this up. Dear Lord. Alessandra, you're supposed to be defending her, right? Is that what she's supposed to be doing? So Alessandra does not know this exists. This is a real thing. Candace Owens describes science as pagan faith. And she keeps saying Candace Owens isn't against science. Candace Owens has described science as a pagan faith after saying she had been reading literature supporting the theory, not the facts, not anything based on scientific studies or evidence, dirt soils and stuff, samples pulled from the earth. Nope. Supporting the theory that Earth is flat rather than spherical. Owens made the statement on Monday's episode of Candace, the podcast she launched last month, following her exit from the Daily Wire in March. The episode titled Why I Left This Religion, the conservative commentator said that when her husband, George Farmer, asked her what she was reading, she replied, "Oh, I'm reading a flat earth theory, but it's not based upon research, any scientific evidence, testing, none of that. Forget a lab. Candace probably has no idea what a telescope looks like, let alone a microscope. And it dawned into a entire conversation. She continued. He's like, why are you reading a flat earth theory? Even George doesn't understand that. And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Minette about it, and they included some links, and I'm just reading them. I'm just an interested person no matter what. What? You're an interest, so you won't read a book, but you'll read something someone sends to you in a link. Y'all, can we send her a bunch of Dr. Seuss links in to her tip line? I wonder if she will read that. Candace, if I sent you some links to Dr. Seuss books, Green Eggs and Ham. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Like if we sent you links to books, would you read that? Like if we sent her a comic book, right? One of the Marvel Universe comic books, would she read that? Obviously, Candace picks and selects what she wants to read. So she'll choose to read something about a theory, but will not read a science book to get facts based on research, based on evidence and documentation. Candace, why don't you just go outside and dig up the earth and see what you find? Yeah, boy, this is priceless. If there's a bunch of people that believe something, a bunch of people believe that the earth is spherical. So you don't want to believe that, but you'll believe people that say it's flat. But they don't want to just skyrocket their ass to space and go find out for themselves. You think these people will come together, get Elon Musk to help them build a spaceship, or the Russians or whatever, and then they can just go out into space and go see what the planet looks like from space? You think they would just go find out for themselves, right? Seriously, how about go sail the ocean sea and see if you fall off of it? Hey, you think they would just go on a voyage to just sail around the world to see if they fall off the planet? There's got to be an edge to this. If it's squared, if it's flat, that means there's an edge to the earth. Why not just go find out if there is an edge to the planet? That's an easy fix. Go find out for yourself. Get your ass in a boat and sail across the oceans to see if you fall off the planet. Go see what that gravity feels like once you think you've reached the edge. Is it like a waterfall or something? How's that going to go for you? These people don't believe in science. Well, this is ridiculous. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just go to space. I don't argue with flat earthers. I always say, why don't y'all just go to space and find out? Just go, listen, give Elon Musk some money, build a huge spaceship for at least the majority of the flat earthers to get on, and they can just skyrocket their ass to outer space and go find out what the planet looks like for themselves. Candace, you got enough money to get that going. Why don't you put $20-30 million into a project to build a spaceship so you can go out of space? And then you can go look at the planet for yourself. You don't want to look through a telescope. Okay. Go find out on your own. Like, that's a moot argument for me. If it's something you could go find out and discover for yourself, I'm not arguing with you on that bullshit. No, go take your ass out of space and you go see the planet for yourself. They want to debate back and forth because they're stupid. No, I'm not doing that. That's a dumb argument. It's a moot point. Go to space and go find out what the planet looks like for yourself. It's that simple. We don't argue stuff like that when they can go find out for themselves. All these flat earthers out here that got money, tell them to build a spaceship. Bon voyage. Good luck to you. Have fun. And of course, he pushed me on this, and he was talking about the earth curvature and science. She continued, and I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Yeah, because round earther is a concept. Y'all see this dumb shit? This is unbelievable. She continued, and I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther, period. I'm not a round earther. What the hell is a round earther? Oh, Candace, you're so stupid. Actually, what I am is, I am somebody. Oh, man, this broken English. Candace, you're giving us all a headache. Actually, what I am is, I am somebody who has left the cult of science. Here you go. She called science a cult, Alessandra. She left the cult of science. Wouldn't that make a person against science or an anti-science believer? Wouldn't you be considered anti-science if you call science some paganistic cult and you've left that cult? And then you turn around and create your own damn cult where somehow you don't know the freezing point of water. Now she would rather read theories about what the planet looks like as opposed to just go find out. Or as opposed to reading facts about the melting or boiling point or freezing point of water. H2O. Candace, I know you don't know what molecules are because you don't know the freezing point of water. So anything complex beyond that, I know you don't know about it. Man, she must have failed science. Is that what it is, Candace? Are you taking out your frustrations on your lack of education? You question everything in a book supported by research and technology and evidence, years of study from millions of people throughout human history, just so you can believe a theory that none of these idiots are willing to go find out for themselves. Funny how they don't want to do that because it's, they're lazy. They won't get on a boat. They won't go get a spaceship and go to space and go look at the planet. But they want to sit here and argue with people about what they think the earth looks like. Okay, no, go sail the ocean and then let me know if you fall off of it. She said she left the cult of science. So that is anti-science, isn't it? You see how this is called debate. This is how you prove a point. We look information up. She keeps saying Candace is not anti-science. Clearly she is. She considers science to be a paganistic cult that she left. Bye. We don't want we don't want anyone believing in the idea of science if you cannot grasp the concept that the freezing point of water. I don't even want to give the answer because it's one less thing she'll look up. One less thing Candace will not Google. Like that, she needs to find out the hard way what the freezing point of water is. I'm going to let her look that up. I have left the mega church of science because what I have now realized is that science, you can't make this up. What I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith. Wow. But you have no issues with Scientology? So she has no issues with Scientology. But here's what she says. I have left the mega church of science because what I have now realized is that science, dash, what it is actually, comma, if you think about it, dash, is a pagan faith. Oh, okay, cool. And this is the girl that's trying to defend Candace's nonsense and buffoonery. After reading a paragraph like that, you want to defend that? Yeah, okay, go ahead, girl.
You cut her out of context doesn't make it true. I would find that to be uncredible. That's why I can't make it through as much of your content as I made it through hers. The gut check isn't there.
Oh my God.
But for her, it is. Even if she says something that is incorrect, like she's like, hey, I have a source that says XYZ, and then she backtracks it whenever it's clarified when that Victor Marx was on there. Oh my goodness, that guy should not be anywhere near being governor. That's like gross. bit concerning, really. But like, when she then walks it back, she's like, hey, I heard this about you. And then she walks it back. Then, I mean, that's fine. That's like an appropriate thing to do. That's what we do, right? Like, we're all like, love the gays. Everybody have blue hair. We hate anyone who's not Obama, right? In 2008. Like, that's what we were all programmed, at least in my generation. I'm about the same age as Candace. We were all on that knock on the doors. I went door to door for Obama's campaign, right? So we all grow and we learn and we pivot as we get.
What does that have to do with Candace not believing in science? President Obama or anyone else that's been a president has nothing to do with that. Candace does not know the freezing point of water. And that is science. That is nothing but science. That has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with Obama, Clinton, Trump, Bush, none of them. What does that have to do with science? You said she was anti-science. Now you bringing up Obama? Yeah, I was grassroots and went door to door, and then I ate fried chicken, and then, you know, we came back and had sweet tea. And I had pumpkin pie for the first time, and Candace enjoyed a squash. She's just saying random things.
More things. So she gets an idea and it's not right. She can pivot. and she's allowed to pivot.
No, she's not allowed to sit here and discredit facts. Because facts are facts. Laws are laws, and neither of those things care about how you feel. What is the freezing point of water? Are you going to reach out to her, Alessandra, and ask her, okay, have you learned the freezing point of water yet? Because the Lady Luck Club is getting on my nerve. You can't make this up.
So I guess the point I'm getting at is, at what point do you, for you personally, do you say enough's enough? Like 8 months. Okay. I mean, do you think it's, if I were to, let's just use me, every day come onto my show with a different theory that I put a ton of conviction behind, 8 months worth of theories that nothing has ever panned out. At what point are you going to say, man, this guy's never going to figure anything out?
Okay, so a couple things. One, I don't think that all the theories have been different for her for 8 months. And for two, you've been almost on a diatribe against Candace for 8 months.
So you said you don't think they've all been different. So somehow the theory about an Egyptian plane is the same as a theory about some trip to Israel. Or, you know, her saying that somebody's trying to assassinate her from France. Or, you know, the idea that some Mitch Snow saw allegedly Erica Kirk and Brian Harper on a U.S. Army military base. You're saying those two things are the same. So the theory about the Egyptian planes is the exact same theory about Mitch Snow lying about seeing Brian Harper and Erica Kirk on a military base. Are those two things the same? So Erica Kirk is now a plane? Yeah, okay.
It's way less entertaining content than actually just coming up with new ideas or theories.
We don't care about the entertainment of it all. We don't care about the theories of it all. We care about the facts, because we know the freezing point of water. Candace does not. She also does not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. Are you going to ask her, did she learn the difference yet? You didn't even read anything about Candace making statements that flat out said she left the cult of science. You know, because she can't read big words. Candace, how do you pronounce the word BERET again?
In addition, a lot of her stuff hasn't been fully debunked, like the Fort Huachuca.
Yes, it has. The Egyptian plane stuff was fully debunked, and we're still waiting on her to post up evidence on her website. You're supposed to be making arguments to defend her points. You're not doing that at all. Girl, you suck at this.
No one's actually, the people that she said could have been there, no one's actually given reasonable evidence to show that they weren't.
It's surveillance cameras, eyewitnesses. You do understand that Mitch Snow is the only one that said he went there himself and lied about seeing those two people after saying he would not recognize anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So what evidence did he provide to prove that he actually saw them? You know, we can all ask these questions all day, every day around the bush, sugarcoat, kick around the ball, see what happens. Where is his evidence that he saw those two on that U.S. Army military base? Why didn't he just take a photo of them again? Because that would be easy. He took a photo of himself allegedly outside somewhere, but he did not take a photo of Erica Kirk and Brian Harper. Is it because he had already said he would not recognize them or what? She's using this as an example when he did not provide any credible evidence to prove that he saw those two people there. Funny how no other eyewitnesses came forward and confirmed that they saw them there either. You do realize there would be more than 3 people on that military base. So why haven't any other eyewitness came forward to say, yeah, no, we saw Erica Kirk there? Who else was in this high-profile top security meeting? Did he name any other person? He was talking about all these generals and all this stuff. Can he name them? So he didn't take any photos of those people either. He can't name them. He can't describe them. But somehow he knew exactly who Brian Harper was and Erica Kirk was after saying, I would not recognize anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk simply because he's the face of it. He's more widely known. But he couldn't name anyone else that was in this so-called top secret meeting. You can't make this up. What's the surveillance camera footage?
So it's still feasible.
No, it's
once
not.
we get definitive evidence that no one was there, then we'll be like, oh, okay, that's totally not feasible. But that
it's the lack of evidence that will work in the court of law to prove that he lied. Because there is no evidence, Brian Harper will meet his burden. It is not our fault that you failed to read a book on how law works either. The lack of evidence is the proof to show that Mitch Snow lied about seeing them, because he did not provide any evidence to prove he saw those two people. Of all the surveillance cameras, you think he would get the footage? Or you think he would have just pulled out his phone and took a photo? Why didn't he do that again? Because he's stupid. He lied like hell. Okay.
in addition to the flight logs of a Sam being there, Sam is like the air tag that they use for personnel, like special personnel that are up in the air, and that's a special code. So there was someone, like, who was it? We don't know. But like, why did they make those same hops that would have been necessary to get to the cities that these people live? It's a little bit more, like you said, a coincidence. Like, so, but I don't think that makes you crazy for just considering it. I don't think it's irrational to consider it. I think it's completely, I like the idea of the exploding microphone way more than the electrocution, because then it
doesn't matter if you like it or not. What can you prove in the court of law? That's all that matters. Your ability to like a theory is irrelevant. The judge, the jury, the prosecutor, even the defense attorney team do not care what you like, girl. They don't even care that Candace is walking this earth. The only time she comes up is when they want to make it obvious that she can be an absolute distraction to this case. She's going to taint the jury if she doesn't go somewhere and have several seats. I really hope Russia keeps her ass over there. I honestly don't understand why someone who hates the United States of America so bad, that said 6 months ago she would rather be Russian than American. This came out of her mouth. Would want to come back to the United States of America. Why would you want to come back? Why not just stay over there? Candace, you and Edward Snowden can become great friends. I can go have lunch together while the KGB stalks you and follows your every move. Then you'll know what it feels like to be stalked. But all of that'll be happening on Russian soil in that country. So we don't care. Why not just stay over there? She's sitting here talking about, I actually like that theory better. This is not an arguable point. Oh man, I would have destroyed this girl.
Fragment and like come out, but like it could have been an electrical surge that caused that. Because you don't want to say explosion too, because then I don't know, I'm not a ballistics expert, but like someone could be like, that's not what it was, right? Because it, and also if you even look at somewhere, it was like in the funding for, I don't know which department it was, but like we have FOIA requests that were released to see how much everything to the money spent, and why was one of those exploding microphones like on one of the lists. I didn't get into all the weeds because I have a full-time job and I'll keep my eyes.
Yeah, no, looking up evidence to support your argument is just too daunting of a task because you have a full-time job where I really hope you don't pretend to be this stupid. I hope and pray no one is paying you a salary for you to sound this dumb when it comes to proving evidence of an exploding mic on someone who was assassinated on national television. I don't even want to know where she works because I just, it would be embarrassing if it was like, you know, some high ranking place where you're talking about intelligence or something like that. Good grief.
Peeled and pull it up for you. But when you add that stuff up, it just doesn't look like, it looks like there's room to consider still having a conversation. Like we definitely, it wasn't a 30-06.
Okay, so let's start with that one. Let's start with that one. Have you ever fired a 30-06?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What did you shoot at?
It was like a tree far away. And not like a tree, but like forest, like, you know, like you're in a field. We were like in a field with like a far away, you were safe from anything you were going to shoot.
Do you know what type of bullet it was?
It was not the biggest one. What? No, I don't know the name of it.
Okay, see,
but it had a lot.
This is the part that the people going with the 30-06 theory leave out. Okay, I'm an avid hunter. My father retired from a federal ballistics laboratory. Okay, I don't know if well, you said you're about Candace's age, but you've heard of Desert Storm.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, my father designed the engine for the Patriot missile. Okay, so I grew up under ballistics, man, like every firearm possible. With a 30-06, there isn't just one type of bullet, and that's the bullet that everybody's trying to roll with. That's the bullet that if you fire that one, would go through somebody. But if you're using a frangible round or soft point bullet, those bullets are designed that as soon as they hit, they go like this. They spread apart like shrapnel. Okay, that's what hit Charlie Kirk.
But at how many yards away?
What was it, like 180, something like that?
Like when
from experience.
I'm not sold on that up there. If you're saying it's a fragmenting bullet, there would have been other evidence of that existing.
Yeah, the showcasing
somewhere else as well.
The showcasing that had his DNA. But here,
hold on,
hear me out.
touch DNA ain't Shinola.
Hear me out.
It's nothing. You can so easily fabricate that.
Oh,
We've all been watching forensic files for a hot minute .0.
Absolutely.
Here's the deal. There's other things that you need to look at the situation.
Oh my God, she's just running her mouth and he's not able to make a point. He asked a simple question about a bullet and said that there are various grades of that bullet. I'm not sold on it. The jury does not care, girl. The jury doesn't give a damn if you're sold on it. And thank God you're not being selected for that jury. Can we all bless God that Alessandra is not going to be on the jury? What's the freezing point of water again? Because, you know, science.
Situation too. Charlie Kirk didn't just like rise out of nowhere. Like, yeah, Turning Point USA was doing a really good job. Mm-hmm. But if you look at like everywhere that his videos were getting streamed, that was not on accident. That was intentionally pushed. He was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr. That's like, there's no other way to cut how all of that worked out. People who've never heard about Turning Point USA or are completely in opposition, they put him on South Park.
Right.
If that doesn't tell you it was a mark of death, I don't know what does.
I would like done that with Tucker. They've had a lot of people in South Park.
I don't know. Tucker is definitely a part of the establishment. I mean, he's like, you know, your neocon. I think that right now, like they intentionally took him out of where he was and put him in.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to put a pause on this. We gotta finish this one up. Because I can't stop pausing.
Videos were getting streamed. That was not on accident. That was intentionally pushed. He was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr. That's like, there's no other way to cut.
Who says this? He was raised to a peak to be used as a martyr. Let me ask anyone here, like, to all the Charlie Kirk fans, all conservatives, Republicans, anyone that genuinely supported it and truly followed Charlie Kirk, do you believe that he was raised to be a martyr? That's what she's saying here. He was raised to a peak to be a martyr. If you are a Charlie Kirk supporter, do you believe that? I'm just trying to what?
Pushed. He was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr.
He was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr. What the hell? This is what she's trying to defend Candace now by saying this. Do any true conservatives, people that follow Charlie Kirk and supported him, listen to his debates, followed his channel, do you all actually believe that? I'm just, and I'm asking genuinely because I want you all to respond in the chat. That way, if Alessandra ever sees this live stream video, you have people who truly supported him and followed him that can honestly answer this, because she's supposed to be representing Candace right now. And Candace claims that she was like the big sister and, the gatekeeper and the only one that loved Charlie Kirk. And I knew how much he wanted to be loved and blah, blah, blah. This is how, based on what she's supposed to be doing here, she's supposed to be representing the thoughts and opinions of Candace Owens and trying to defend her stance. And this is what she said. He was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr. This is unbelievable. Her name is Alessandra. I've never heard of her. What the hell? This is someone that claims to have supported Charlie Kirk, is trying to defend Candace's talking points. And Candace claims, I love Charlie Kirk. He was my best friend. He was like a kid brother. He was always laughing. He was so happy. And then he got married and then he left me hanging. He was raised to a peak. I'm going to end it right here, because we're going in almost 6 hours. This is a marathon, right? I told you all I could do a 6-hour live stream in a minute. She said that Charlie Kirk was raised to a peak to then be used as a martyr. Meaning, the conservatives that supported him, Republicans, Trump supporters that supported him, raised him up, helped him to elevate up to a point where he could then be used as a martyr, like a sacrifice, like a goat or a sheep. I hope all of you all that supported Charlie Kirk, please leave your thoughts in the chat, whether you believe or agree with the statement or not. Because she's supposed to be representing Candace, who claims to love Charlie Kirk so much, while she can't even provide evidence that Candace is not anti-science. When I read an article that she was, it was a Google search, Alessandra. You didn't provide not one piece of evidence or documentation to support any of that bullshit that came out of your mouth, Alpha. Not one. So obviously Candace feels that Charlie Kirk was only catapulted to a peak to just then be used as a martyr. Who else is even making these types of statements about Charlie Kirk's death? And then she brings up South Park. Oh, my Lord, have mercy. This is crazy. This woman is crazy. Y'all, we got some photos. And then we're going to end it on these photos. Because I don't even know what else to say. I just hope you all do not share the sentiment of Alessandra. We will finish up that debate. Because, yeah, I can just go in on her for a while. Just clown her ass out. Because it's absolutely absurd. When you can't even Google right quick Candace Owens' thoughts about science, and I have to do it. And you're supposed to be debating and trying to defend her nonsense and buffoonery. Oh, I have a job and I couldn't just research this stuff and look it up. Okay, so why should we take you seriously? What are you here for? Can't make this up. Candace, got some photos for you. You dumb heifer. Candace is over there living it up in Russia. We're all hoping she does not come back. This is Candace in alien school, y'all. Boy, this photo is hard, ain't it? Oh, this is such a good one. Y'all, shout out to Sifa. I think Francisca sent some photos. Francisca, did you send me some photos? I know Sifa sent some. Juju sent some photos. Who else sent photos? No Reply sent some photos. Francisca sent some photos. Yesterday, I think we got a couple from S-Files. Y'all. Oh, man. Candace. How was school today? Oh, man. This photo looks... Oh, this is hard. This would be a good sci-fi film. Candace Owens in the School of the Ewoks. In a world where Russia took over and won something, Candace Owens lives as the Ewok alien amongst the Russians. Here, she learns about symbols and lines, dots and dashes, while she assimilates amongst her kind. Coming to a theater near you. Candace, there's no way in the hell you reading a book. Xenology. Candace, are you learning about Xenu? You know, the boy, girl, princess, goddess, warrior. He came out of an alien rock from a volcano. Scientology thinks it's a god. Did you know that? How about them Thetans? How them Thetans feeling down on the inside of you, Candace? It's the Thetans causing the yeast infection. Y'all didn't know that? The Thetans are giving Candace the cooties. John Mappin, you can kiss my ass. George's fishing vacation. Look at that Diglett bear hugged up on John Mappin #2. George Farmer, you look at every bit like John Mappin without a beard. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all know how long it took him and that bear to take that photo without getting frisky. Come over here and give me some bear love. Y'all know what happened next? The bear laid down and said, now rub your fingers through my fur from head to tail. Don't miss a beat. Yeah, I'm going all the way there. I'm going all the way there. Y'all send me photos. I'm going to get as raunchy as I can get. Oh, just yeah, that's it. Go get me a fish. George and the bear smoking fish in bed. Can we get that one? Oh my God, that's gonna be a thumbnail. George and the Russian bear smoking fish in bed. Need to be something small like tuna or salmon. Yeah, oh, that's something else. Them burly hairs. All right, come on in here, George. Come take a shower with me in the burly hairs. Skip on over to the Irish. You know you want to be here, George. You're not fully clean until you're barefully clean. So confusing me. Oh my God, y'all. They got to be lighting it up with the salmon. Oh my God. Y'all know fish swim upstream during certain times of the year. And that's what's happening. The grislier the better. Oh, we got more. Hold on. George out here catching mermaids all over the place. Yeah. George, is this your vacation spot getaway? Y'all look at that castle over there. Oh, this photo is so good. You got the cabin, the castle. You know, Candace standing up there at the top just watching from afar. Like, I wish that was me. Candace, that's what you should be jealous of. All these mermaids in the water. You should be jealous of them. George would rather hang out with them than you. Why does that not tickle your fancy, girl? Or, you know, rile up that yeast infection. Take that angst and animus and hate out on the mermaids that George chooses to spend time with. He's like, ooh, I'm just going to jump in the water and join you. Y'all know he would be in that water by now. Just go in and catch one. Look at all the sea bass. I would be insulted if George goes to Russia to go fishing, and this is all the fish that he brings home. Like, you've been out there for a week. What the rest of it? Y'all, that fish is small as hell. He got 4 kids and Candace. Is that even a fish each? Yep. Oh, I would be so pissed. How dare you bring me this little bitty ass fish? You've been out fishing for a week in Russia. What you doing? There's a tracker on this pail. Yeah, George, they put a tracker in your boot. Okay. You know they got to be watching from afar. Like, look at this nasty bastard. Fishing for mermaids. Can't even feed family and fish for mermaids. His wife is being sued. Yeah. Oh my good God. Oh, this is a thumbnail. Candace is gonna be my thumbnail for tomorrow. Yep, this is the thumbnail for tomorrow. Candace, in honor of you going to Russia and prayerfully never coming back, this is it. Can we get one of her rubbing his nipple? And then we'll make sure we put that up. I want to say photo. This is so good. Can you have it where she rubbing his nipples? He's like, ooh, titillating. Yes, rub the nipple. Rub the nipple. Nippulating me. Oh, yeah, Candy. Yeah, my stomach hurt. Oh my God. Oh, you know they got to be using bear sweat lubrication. And I'm done. Rub that nipple. Rub that nipple. Oh, well done, Sifa. Well done, Francisco. Well done. Yeah, I'm gonna put this up as a thumbnail. I would love one where she rubbing his nipples for real. Look at this dumb demon. Candace, you look bad and pale. Candace, what the hell? Girl. Candace, I heard you're pregnant. Are you pregnant? Your neck should not be this big. Why does her neck look big? What the hell she looking at? You Candace, you look at every bit of this alien in the first photo. Candace, you look just like this dumb alien. What the hell is going on with her neck? Candace, what's wrong with your neck, girl? Is it the baby? Is it making you swole? We can't make this up. Oh my God. And then you got on this thing is so huge. Candace, why are you wearing George's sports coats? How is this? Candace, this is not cute. This makes you look even smaller. You know your cheekbones are poking out, trying to free itself from your skin. Why would you wear this big ass damn jacket? Are you wearing pants underneath or what? This is a suit. Candace, this thing is too goddamn big for you. Who is this? You can't make this up. I like that jacket. No lie. I like that jacket. But Candace, this is too damn big. You talking about you on vacation? Candace, you look like you wearing maternity clothes. Girl, this stuff look big on you. Or are you filling it in? How's it going? You see is flaring up. Girl, I know damn well. Balenciaga, $2,130. Is that just for the jacket or the whole suit? Candace, you spent over $2,000 for this suit. And that's on sale. Originally marked at $3,550. Candace, you understand that's 2 months of rent for me. $3,550 is 2 months of rent for me. And you spent that on a suit, jacket, pants. And it's like engulfing you in. Candace looking like all of this alien. Candace, I like this photo, Bella. Is that the tiny horse? Candace said, F you and the tiny horse you came in on. Candace. Y'all, that's that tiny horse. Her and Putin stole the tiny horse from Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I know that. All right, that's all we got. That's all I got, y'all. Yeah, you get the last of the supers in here. You can't make this up. Lord have mercy. Jesus. I speak for you. Sit over this $19.99 super. Come on, everybody. Chip in for LLC's vacation with her kids. Thank you. I really do want to take my kids for a week to Universal Studios. If I could just contact the people at Universal Studios and say, hey, I have a YouTube channel. I have 2 of them. Can you me and my kids come down there on a discount or something? And we got to have a resort. I want the works. All right. I want the nicest room with all the works. Free tickets to the park. Fast passes. Meal deal included. The works. No, we're just gonna go to Universal Studios, Island of Adventures in the water park. We'll do that for a week. Like, y'all think they might hang up the phone on me or still hang? They'll say, yeah, no, we'll let you come down. I would love to do that for my kids. They deserve it. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super. I appreciate it either way. It's a blessing to me. Thank you so much. Shout out to Marcho for the 10. We got a whole new language in here. Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. Wouldn't that be used against Candace and all her minions? I know everything she say and do can and will be used against her in the court of law. Shout out to you, Marcho, for the $10 super. Oh my goodness. Susie Q, thank you for the $10 super. Here's my contribution to the vacation fund. Oh, y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you all. Just make sure you guys please hit that like button and hype the videos up so that it stays up in the algorithm. Yes, I'm going to schedule a live stream for tomorrow. And yes, I am going to use the thumbnail, Candace, of you and Putin on that tiny horse while you're rubbing his nipples. Make sure y'all look out for that. Make sure y'all look out for that one. I appreciate all of you all. Thank y'all so much for your support. Please do not worry about the drama stuff on X. Leave it be. All right, just leave it be, and leave it alone. We're not getting involved in mess of anything. Not at all. I refuse to do it. All right. Thank y'all so much for your support, though. I appreciate you all holding me down. And I will see you all tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. And until the next one. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.